All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Judicial Proceedings Committee. Today is Thursday, February 16th, 2023. We have 11 bills on the docket. Our apologies for the late start. We'll start off with Senate Bill 342. I know we have the Chief Justice here. We'll then go to Senate Bill 400, 67, 411, 335, 301, 351, 403, 288, 93, 291. And so with that, Mr. Chief Justice, floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Smith, Vice Chair Waldstrecker, members of the committee. It's my pleasure to be here in support of Senate Bill 342, which is a bill to add one new judge and one new family law magistrate in Baltimore County for the Circuit Court for Baltimore County. I will soon turn it over to Administrative Judge Ruth Jakubowski, who will give some of the more particulars. But just by way of background, the judiciary has for decades used a data-driven analysis to identify the need for judges and has annually certified the need for judges to the General Assembly. This year, the report identified a need for 7 judges, and the most critical need was in the Circuit Court for Baltimore County, where there was an identified need for 2 additional Circuit Court judges. Based on budgetary considerations and spatial considerations, frankly, some of our courthouses can't, in other jurisdictions, cannot actually support adding new judges. This year, the judiciary is requesting only these 2 additional positions, 1 Circuit Court judge and 1 magistrate, both in the Circuit Court for Baltimore County. I'd be happy to answer any questions on that, but I'll turn it over first to Judge Jakubowski to give you the particulars of what they're facing.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Ruth Jakubowski. I'm Administrative Judge of the 3rd Circuit for Baltimore County. I've served as Administrative Judge since December of 2020 and have actually sat as an active member of the Circuit Court bench for 21 years. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony today on behalf of Senate Bill 342 that would add another judge to the Circuit Court for Baltimore County, along with the magistrate. We currently have 20 judges, and we are asking just to add 1 additional judge. We are also requesting a family law magistrate, which is part of our judiciary budget. Our county has been deemed to be the most critical need of judicial resources. I am here to support that request based on the analysis of need that was just referenced by our chief. I can also tell you that looking at Baltimore County's increased population over the last several years, which is over 5%, along with our increased caseload that our court is currently handling, our need is critical and real. I can also report that the executive branch of Baltimore County supports our request. I just met last week with the budgetary team, which included Stacey Rogers, the county administrator, and they will be recommending to the county council that we be approved for the additional support staff that we need to support these 2 positions, which includes a judicial assistant, which is paid for by our county. I'm also here to report that we have the space in our county courts building to provide chambers to a new judge, as well as access to a courtroom. So I'm happy to answer any questions, and I thank you again for the opportunity to come and speak to you. No questions.
All right, thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Is there, I'm looking for you said you wanted to add 1 more judge, but then also a magistrate?
Yes, that is in the judiciary budget, as I understand it.
Excellent, okay.
Yeah. And we have room for that as well. So rather than seeking 2 judicial positions, we had better space for a magistrate and a judge, which is why we elected to go that route at this time.
Is that not reflected in the bill? Now, the first question we got in the House hearing is maybe making more sense. Is that not reflected in the bill you have?
I don't think it is. I think it's just 1 seat that's.
Oh, it doesn't need to be because it's a pin that we are, okay.
Understood.
It's a pin that comes through the budget rather than a new judgeship for the magistrate. So
got it. Okay.
Apologies for the confusion.
No. That's why we asked the question.
Okay.
We'll have this on the list tomorrow, so we'll get back to you. So I appreciate that. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Again, our apologies for the delay.
No problem.
Thank you.
All right, with that, that'll conclude the hearing and the testimony for Senate Bill 342. We'll now move on to Senate Bill 400, and that's Senator Brooks. I see you. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. May I bring my panel up? Okay. All righty, Chair Smith, Vice Chair Wald Stryker, and members of this committee. For the record, I'm Senator Brooks. I represent the 10th Legislative District in Baltimore County. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you on behalf of SB 400 as places of public accommodation, motion picture housing for captioning. The purpose of this bill is to make movie pictures houses fair and equitable for our deaf, hard of hearing, and non-English and non-native English speaking residents. Senate Bill 400 would require that the motion pictures houses to offer open captioning showing that twice per week in film houses. Yeah. Only motion pictures houses that have 2 or more operational locations in the state would be subject to this regulation. Additionally, special housing such as film houses that would only be shown for one night are not subject to this regulation. Through passing this bill, Maryland has the opportunity to become a national leader in communications accessibility. Everyone is likely familiar with the closed captioning, which is an option that you can find on your TV or your video streaming services. Closed captioning required a separate device to process and display captioning and give the users the options to turn it off. Open captioning is a separate copy of the film with embedded captioning, and they cannot be turned off. Currently, motion picture houses are required to provide individuals closed captioning devices in compliance with the 2016 ruling by the Department of Justice. Closed captioning devices commonly take the form of wearable glasses or handheld devices that can fit into a cup holder. As you will hear from the witnesses, these devices are uncomfortable, distracting, frequently out of sync, and oftentimes encounter technical issues. The setup and troubleshooting of these devices can cause users to miss crucial scenes of the movie. These challenges oftentimes lead themselves to a less than favorable movie experience. Many theaters owners worry about offering more frequent opening captioning showings may inconvenience the moviegoers with a preference against captioning. But given the plethora of screening options available to consumers, it is hard to imagine circumstances in which moviegoers would be forced into watching an open caption movie. The reverse of this is the situation, a much more common experience with the 1.2 million deaf of hard of hearing residents. Yeah. Currently, like 74% of viewers say subtitles help them comprehend the plot. 68% say subtitles help them pay more attention to the screen, and 55% say oftentimes they have to rewind after missing a scene, but this gives them the opportunity with the subtitle to see that. So as you will hear from the opponents, many theaters are already voluntarily offering open captions showing in the areas where they feel that there is a market. This means for some deaf or hard of hearing Marylanders, it may be nearly impossible to find an open caption showing at a convenient time. Furthermore, since it is hard not to mandate, the parameters of these voluntary programs may change from time to time. Yeah, SB 400 limits the movie theater's ability to arbitrarily alter these programs by providing clear guidance. This mandate eliminates uncertainties for both the theater and the moviegoers. For that reason, I request a favorable report, and we will, and I can either answer questions now, or we can have my panelists go ahead and make their presentation, then we can answer all the questions at the end.
Yes, we usually will wait till the end, but the senator has a question for senator, so we'll go ahead and.
I was trying to look up the legislative history of this bill, and I think it's been presented before.
Yes.
I do see the only opposition is coming from Cornerstone, which I'm sure they're well able to do this. So other than a fiscal issue, is there any other reason that you know of that someone would be opposed such a common sense, decent bill?
No,
And I'm sure that the opponents don't mean it that way.
Right, yeah.
I'm sure, but I want to know.
I find it a bit disheartening that, that people would be opposing something that could help disabled people,
Right, that's right.
yeah.
Okay.
So I just I don't see why this cannot be accommodated. And in some of the theaters, they are offering it, but it should be codified in law so that the people who want to utilize the service will not have to guess, or it can be available. And only in theaters where there are two or more operating theaters in the state,
Right.
that would be mandatory.
Okay, because I saw opposition from last year came from Cornerstone, and now again the same, and no one's worked it out. It should be. I think it's a good bill, and we want to get it out of here.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank
Thank you,
you,
Mr.
Senator.
Chairman.
Of course, yep. Thank you very much, Senator.
Okay.
Okay, we'll now move on to your panel.
Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair, for allowing me the opportunity to testify on SB 400. I have led the effort here. Open captioning is incredibly important, allows access for not only deaf and hard of hearing people, but for people who are learning to read and write English, to people who lost their hearing later in life, to people who can't hear clearly in a movie theater because of background noise. It benefits a lot more people than just the hard of hearing people in this state. We'd like to see it pass for many reasons. You know that there are subtitles. Senator Brooks explained the option of subtitles. But with open captioning, we can watch the same movie with hearing people at the same time. It provides for equal and equitable access. Closed captioning devices in the theater, as people mentioned, the cup holder devices or the glasses, are both subject to technical problems. They break. Sometimes they lose signal. Sometimes they just don't work. Sometimes they don't stay in the cup holders and they fall out, so people have to hold them for 90 minutes or more. The glasses have the same issues where there might be no signal or they're falling off. They don't fit right for children. They don't fit right for people who have hearing aids. They don't fit right for people who wear glasses as well. So the point is with open captioning, it helps all of us enjoy the movie equally. We don't have to feel any different or separate from the rest of the state's population. The National Association of the Deaf, the National Association of Theater Owners, has repeatedly said that movie theaters often provide theaters can provide this voluntarily, that laws are not necessary, but we need this law in Maryland. Some people in the state don't have convenient locations with open captioning. They have to drive more than an hour. There have been historical situations where theaters have provided open captioning and then stopped because they don't want to provide anymore. And the National Association of Theater Owners has also said that voluntary provision of these accommodative services is acceptable, but it's not. There has been no law passed that allows for this access. And this law would guarantee that twice a week, any theater with 2 operating locations in the state would have to provide it, meaning that most people in the state would have access to that conveniently. At this point, only Hawaii and New York City have passed a bill like this. We want to be like Hawaii, where 25% of the movies shown in the state are open captioned. We have a high population of deaf residents in the state. We want to make sure that they have equal and equitable access to all movies that are shown here. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity to come before the committee today and express strong support for SB 400. I'm Melissa Rosenberg. I'm the Executive Director of the Howard County Autism Society. You'll hear a lot from the other witnesses about reasons to support this bill. I wanted to share a similar story, a situation from the autism community. Several years ago, more than a decade ago, one of our parents went to a local theater with her daughter, who was autistic, to see a movie. And the daughter began to vocalize, to stim, to rock, and was asked by the theater staff to leave. She was very frustrated and angry. And so she went to the local AMC theater right here in Columbia. I'm saying right here, where our office is in Columbia, and asked if they would consider creating sensory-friendly movie time for the autism community. The manager at the time agreed. It became a regular, very popular event for our community, Saturday mornings, once a month, and one Tuesday evening. The program grew in popularity and is now nationwide with the AMC chain. I know that there are other movie theaters around the country that do this voluntarily. I do wish it were in a bill so that we would have more access, but it's a national model for inclusion, and I think it's very similar to the caption bill and what's being asked. It's not a lot to ask, and it would provide greater access and inclusion for all of our community members. Maryland has an opportunity to take a leadership role on this issue, and we hope that you will please support SB 400. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, and thank you again, Chairman Smith and Vice Chairman Waldstreicher. I appreciate the opportunity to testify. My name is Roy Fernandez. I am from India. I came to the United States in 1980 and noticed that no movie theaters had captioning, particularly in Maryland. The glasses and devices are not helpful for me, particularly as a foreign speaker. In India, they provide many open caption movies with a variety of languages, and this was set up many years ago. Nobody needs glasses or a cup holder viewer or anything like that. And nobody complains either, interestingly. In India, they provide open caption for the local language, just like this. You see 3 languages on the screen. They also provide English captioning in India as well. I know that there are movie theaters that provide open captioning for foreign movie titles, and nobody complains about those. We have proof that these are beneficial to more than just the deaf and hard of hearing folks in the state. It improves children's literacy skills, as well as adults' literacy skills. It increases college level vocabulary and helps with translation of language services. It also provides sound effects like rain and footsteps, horses clomping down the street, things like that, voices in the background that a lot of people can't hear. These are great ideas and allow for access for more than just deaf and hard of hearing people. Again, it's a benefit to many more people than just us. Captioning is a fantastic opportunity for foreign speakers to help them learn English. And I feel like we are behind the times. I mean, foreign movies provide English captioning all the time. And I can't emphasize enough how much captioning helps with literacy skills of both children and adults. Thank you again for allowing me to speak here. I appreciate your time.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair and Committee. My name's Scott Clark. I'm the proud father of a deaf 11-year-old, and I'm not foolish enough to take up her time on this issue, other than to say we absolutely love movies together and have ever since she was 2 when we were watching Buster Keaton movies, which were all captioned.
Hello, my name is Sarah Clark. My name sign is like this. And I am a deaf 11-year-old. I'll be 12 soon at the end of March. I go to Maryland School for the Deaf and have an amazing hearing family that and very inclusive parents. And we really enjoy going to movies together. We recently went to one of my favorite movies where they said that captioning would be available, but there were no captions available. At first they said they would have captions, but it turned out they didn't have any, and we had a hard time viewing the movie. There are many tools, as people have already explained, the glasses and the cup holder device, but you have to hold them for a long time. And we don't necessarily want to hold them for 90 minutes or more during the entirety of the movie. And I'm sure you're all familiar with the famous deaf actress, Marlee Matlin. A month or 2 months ago, she found herself walking out of a premiere because it did not provide captioning. The same thing happened to me and my father a few months ago when we went to see the movie Strange World. My father bought tickets for us and we were assured they would have captions. So we were excited to go see the movie together until we realized that there were no captioning. So we talked to the people that worked there and they tried to get the captioning to start, but they didn't start. And so they did refund our money and provided us free tickets and free popcorn, but it didn't take away from the emotion and sadness that I had for missing that movie with my father. And so we really do think that open captioning would be a good thing to have. So I appreciate your time. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Smith and Vice Chair Waldstrecker and the committee. I'm Fred Hartman, and I am one of the founders of the Howard County Association for the Deaf. I was asked to present about my experience on this subject. As we've already heard, there are 2 devices for captioning, the glasses and the cup holder device. The glasses, I wear progressive lenses. Could you imagine having these and the caption glasses on your nose, 2 pair of glasses on your nose? It's very heavy, very cumbersome. And you really have to look, I have to look through my glasses and then look down at the captioning and look up and down constantly. It's very uncomfortable. Not only that, but with my ears, I have glasses, as you can see. If I wear the caption glasses, I also have hearing aids. So it's really a lot and can really make my ears sore quickly. Next, I want to speak about the cup holder device. It's really interesting. I have friends of mine that have had trouble with using this device and have told me that when I use this device, it can move around really easily. It doesn't stay sturdy in the cup holder and it squeaks whenever it moves. And you have to make sure you keep it in the same position, obviously, to read the captioning. But like I mentioned, it's very loud when it moves. And using a cup holder for the device Where do you put your popcorn and soda when you only have two
But-
cup holders?
But that was.
So typically we would put something between our legs in order to have one cup holder open for the cup holder device and another one for the popcorn or soda. So just think about those things. Like others have already said, the theater managers have refunded tickets. They have been gracious in that way and have apologized for not offering access. But I'm sorry to say, it's a bad excuse to not have that access. And I'm not sure if you remember, January 20th, when at the Sundance Festival, the actress Marlee Matlin was there. As you know, she's recently directed a movie. And she was there and went into the premiere and there were no captions, nothing. And she herself and the group that she brought, they had to walk out of the movie because there was no captioning and it was not accessible to them. And we're not back in the old ages. It's 2023. So we need to get with the times. I'm asking all of you to please support this bill and we can all enjoy it together. We can all enjoy having the captioning together. Again, thank you so much. I would really appreciate your support in this bill. Thank you. Hello, Chair Smith and Vice Chair Waldstrecker. I'm Tina Joyner. And I am Vice President for Maryland Association for the Deaf. And I'd like to first talk about the law, about the federal law that set up closed captioning. We do have closed captioning. That's settled by the DOJ. But that was settled by the DOJ. And many people have talked about the captioning devices. And the federal state allows for the captioning, but we really want to focus on allowing open captioning on the screen twice a week. The National Association of the Theater Owners, they have multiple reasons. They've been using COVID as an excuse, and they don't want to offer captioning, but multiple platforms have captioning available. During the pandemic, the theater
The pandemic didn't only impact movie theaters and movie theater goers. In 2019, it was successfully proven that people enjoy open captioning because they had the same opportunity to access the film as everybody else in their community. New York City has shared this as well. I want to remind you that last year, the National Association of Theater Owners asked them if captioning cost anything, and they admitted that it doesn't. It's actually free. It's just adding captioning. It's showing a different movie. It doesn't cost them anything to show this movie instead of the other movie. So not only that, in the state of Maryland, there are 2 campuses of the Maryland School for the Deaf. So we want to have this everywhere. We don't want to just make it accessible in Frederick. Not only that, 90% of 19%, excuse me, of Maryland residents are deaf and hard of hearing or deaf blind. We would very much appreciate your support of this bill. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I'm Michelle Westfall. I'm the chair of the Maryland Advisory Commission on Deaf and Hard of Hearing. I'm in full support of this bill. I mean, not only as chair of Maryland Advisory Board, but I love movies. As a deaf person myself, I love movies. It's a good way to enjoy our free time. You all know this. I mean, well, I don't know what else to say, honestly. You know, open captioning for whatever reason is not widespread. We don't know why. It's not on every TV. It's not on every movie screen. And that's crazy. I mean, why not? Hearing people rarely get full access to a movie through just sound, honestly. There's always something missing. There's sound everywhere, and they're going to miss something. And the sound doesn't break. It never fritzes out on you. You just give them money and you go in and you watch the movie. Look, it's right there for everyone to see. But I go in as a deaf person, and that is not the case. I gotta kind of hope, actually, that there are captions and that the captions are equivalent to the sound that's being provided. We have to hope that the sound will be available to us visually. We have to hope that the sound is clear to us visually. We have to hope that it doesn't go missing, as it so often does. We have to hope. That's not fun. That's not like your experience. And there's more. Just wait. You will probably hear from certain people and organizations that captioning doesn't provide them any profit. And that's just the wrong way to look at it, honestly. Captioning is not a for-profit enterprise, folks. Think of it as being equivalent to the sound that's being offered in the soundtrack. The movie offers sound. The movie should offer open captioning. I don't know. If you don't think that captioning is, how to explain this? Captioning is not just there for us. It's a non-negotiable thing. That's what it should be. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Senator. I think that completes your panel for the proponents of the bill. We'll take questions from the committee. Senator James has a question.
Just a couple of questions for whoever
Okay.
is comfortable with it. I looked at the Hawaii law, and it requires one open captioning of a movie per week. But if I'm reading your bill right, is your bill asking that all movies all the time be open captioning, or did I misread that?
Yes, you misread that. What it is, if a theater has, two or more locations in the state, then it would be required to do just twice per week, 2 captions per week. And then if it's say a new premiere, then for the first 7 days, then it does not have to do that at all.
Well, I'll ask, I don't want to be, I have another question, but I'm
Oh, I'm
reading,
sorry.
I'm reading it a little bit for you, Senator. To shorten out my question, if a movie operator has at least 2 motion picture houses in the state,
Right.
they shall provide open captioning for each motion picture it screens each week that is produced. Stop. And offered with closed captioning for at least two screenings per week. Okay,
Right.
that's how you read. Oh, that's
Yes.
good.
Okay.
Now, here's just my follow-up question. In Hawaii, they did a follow-up and said that they lost about 94,000 patrons. I haven't read the study in any detail. So the question would be, and there's concern about loss of revenues. Does it make any sense to mandate all theaters do this upon request? And if you don't know that, if you don't know how to react, then maybe we could talk about that later, because here's my last question.
Okay.
I love closed captioning myself at home. I think my audio, my television is terrible, and I really cannot follow along. with what people are saying sometimes. My husband doesn't like it because he finds it a complete visual distraction. So there's a real tussle between us, but I think it's
Right.
kind of typical of two types of people that might be, dealing with this. But the question is, sometimes closed captioning, at least on my small screen, blocks certain parts of the film that are important. And I appreciate when my husband says that, I see what he's talking about.
Right.
So any thoughts on how that works?
Yes, if I could address your last question first.
Yeah.
Yeah, the small screen, yeah, well, on the theater, it's a much larger screen. Yeah, so you're gonna get that line at the very bottom, so you won't have the blockage or the distraction that you would have on the television
not.
vision at
Okay.
home. Yeah. Now, we're talking about, like, Maryland has a total of what, 6.2 million people in the state. And we're talking about 1.2 million deaf people with disability hearing in the state. So you're talking about 1/5 of the population of the state of Maryland, So, and when we're talking about the individuals who are being affected, we talk about children, our children, just like Sarah Clark that was just up here. We're talking about veterans, those who go to war to protect our freedoms, and of course, sometimes in combat, those bombs go off and then they cause major hearing problems, and we're talking about our senior citizens as well. Let's keep them let's think about them in this category, in this situation as well. And as we get older, that's just part of life. Sometimes we have problems.
I'm
Hearing.
not arguing the
Yeah.
merits, Senator. I'm
Yes.
asking you what you thought about it. I see that a lot of theaters in the testimony given do offer this when requested.
Okay,
And
sure.
I didn't know if that was any kind of solution that you would mandate it. It sounds like these theaters are doing it voluntarily.
Right.
Whether it make any sense to mandate that all theaters with 2 or more locations provided upon request.
Okay.
Because I don't know how you would work out when the 2 showings would be and how that would suit people. So
Right.
just a
I'll
thought.
I'll let
This is Jacob speaking. Let me clarify. The first thing, you asked about closed captioning. By federal law, all movie theaters are required to provide closed captioning upon request. But there is no law regarding open captioning. So I'm asking you to please make this required for movie theaters that operate 2 houses in the state twice a week. That's it. Like AMC or Regal or those kinds of theaters. So that's the first point. And you're also talking about, you also mentioned that the captions block the screen. I will say that open captioning does not have that black background that closed captioning does. So it will block actually less of the screen than you normally see with closed captioning. And I also want to point out that if the second device that's required for closed captioning is broken, then that won't work. But the open captioning is actually part and parcel of the movie provided by the director or the producer. So it will always work as provided. So open captioning solves the problem of having any device that may be broken or not working. There are several examples where movie theaters have decided to stop providing open captioning. So that then I'm required to then drive an hour or 2 hours to another theater way far away from my home to see the same movie that you can see 5 minutes from your house. So we're really just talking about equal access here to 20% of the population of the state. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't ask about closed captioning, but I appreciate your answer about that, to clarify that. Thank you.
All right, Senator McKay and Senator Coleman and Senator West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator,
Yes.
I got a question for you, sir.
Okay.
So in the fiscal note, and I know it's in the bill, the last part talks about that it does not require captioning for the first 7 days of a motion picture. Why is that? Do you know?
Well,
Is that based
oftentimes-
on the amount of customers and revenue?
I would think it would be, that is it. Yeah, normally your first 7 days is that's when you get the bulk of the greater number of individuals coming in to see the
Right.
movie. Yes, so.
Okay, well, the other part of my question is this Hawaii data. If we could get maybe a copy of that showing, because supposedly the data shows that it's a loss of customers. I don't understand that, how it can be a loss of customers. I don't understand that at all. So I don't know what the metrics was of that, and possibly Cornerstone, they had it in their opposition, but we would like to get that as well. I think it'd be important for you to see that as well. And how did we pick two times a week when Hawaii was one? Or do we have the community in Hawaii saying that's not enough, or how do we come across that?
Well, twice per week, that would allow for more options for the movie theaters, and also give more flexibility to the people who are having difficulty hearing.
Okay.
So, yeah, that was the reason behind it.
And then I guess my last question is, do you know of any extra costs that are required in open captioning?
There's no additional cost. Yeah, it's just that
It comes with the movie.
exactly. They would
Okay.
select
So there'd be no.
an embedded, a copy that's embedded. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Sure.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for bringing this important bill forward. I appreciate your time and
Sure.
energy in it. I just have a couple questions about some of the data. I know you have on your printout here that there's 1.2 million, 19% deaf or hard of hearing residents in Maryland. Where was that data from?
Okay, that data came from the Maryland, hold on, one sec.
I'm sorry. 2 million deaf people live in the state of Maryland, and the data is from the governor's office. of the
Governor's
deaf
office,
and hard of
right,
hearing.
exactly.
Pardon
Thank
me.
you, thank you. That's it. I was looking for, but that's definitely.
I didn't hear. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
the governor's office of
Okay,
Deaf and hard of
deaf
hearing.
and, yeah, the deaf, yes.
okay. And then, so I know that my good friend from Western Maryland mentioned about that you said there's no additional cost.
Right.
But there is an additional cost because how much does a version of a copyrighted movie cost per theater?
From what my understanding is that that's a digital,
Yeah, it
that
is.
that it is downloaded and they get paid based on the percentage of they share the cost of the ticket.
So they don't have to pay an access fee, a copyright fee. They pay a fee to have these films, right?
Not that I'm aware of. That's not from the data that I saw.
So the movie theaters get, according to your testimony, then the movie theaters get a copy provided them free of charge. And then a percentage of that is how it's generated back to the.
Percentage of
That's how
sales.
they pay their copyright. There's no upfront cost to the movie theater.
Not that I'm aware of, right.
Because if there is an upfront cost, wouldn't it be fair to say that there would be an additional charge? Because what your bill says is that they would have to have an open captioning version available 2 times a week for every theater. So that would mean that there would have to be a version without open captioning. Wouldn't have to be, but
Right.
there could be a cost associated with the idea that there'd be a version of open captioning. And then a version without open captioning, and those two separately would cost if there was an upfront fee. And you don't have, I don't think we
Right,
have
but
that
based
answer
on,
today.
yeah, I see, I hear what you're saying.
I don't know that you have that answer today, but I would love to
Right.
find, I would love to know the answer to.
Yeah, based on my research, there's no cost difference between the regular and the open caption.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
saw that,
Right,
but it doesn't say, what I'm saying is if there is an upfront cost fee,
okay,
that it may cost to pay to buy a duplicate copy that would have the open captioning. So thereby, that's a pass-through that is going to be eventually have to be passed through on ticket fees, because if there's an additional charge, because I have, statements from Regal Cinema and Warehouse Cinemas. I've had those locations in my district, and I have in Frederick County, we have the wonderful campus of Maryland School for the Deaf there. And it's we have a very rich history with the deaf and hearing impaired community.
Right.
So my question is from that angle of those lens that I'm trying to present this to you,
Right.
is there's one theater that has 16 theaters in it in Frederick. If they're required, depending on how many of the same film are in each theater, let's say there's 16 separate movies going on, they would be required to buy 16 additional copies and have those shown twice a week.
Okay, I'll let, based on my research, that's not the case, but I'll let Mr. Leffer, go ahead.
I would like to clarify as well. Regarding your first question, regarding the cost for open caption films. The movie theater basically downloads the movie. And it already has the captions there. They just need to turn it on. They're already embedded. Each copy of the movie already has open captions embedded in it. It doesn't cost any more money to the movie theater. Again. And we're only asking for 2 movies a week. So you're talking about a movie theater with 16 theaters that's showing movies continuously throughout the week. Every day of the week, we're asking for 2 of those only to be open captioned. Just 2.
2 of each film that's in the theater. Okay, so when I was looking, again, I've been contacted by the different movie complexes around Regal, Warehouse Cinemas. And there was a concern that they're already, fully in support and recommend and are compliant with the demands of the market, and which require them to be ADA compliant as a part of the federal guidelines. Part of those, they often 13 of their Maryland sites currently play open caption titles upon advance guest request, meaning they can turn it on if the guest asks. Because like he said, it's already embedded in the film, if what I'm hearing is correct.
Right.
Frederick County, they feature open caption shows daily based on the community demand. Again, it's if they give them the advance notice that they're able to apparently activate this feature. But their requirement to have a formal mandate through legislation, they have concerns because that would have a negative financial impact on our business, which they're already struggling with. If you've seen Regal, they've already filed for bankruptcy, by eliminating flexibility and accommodating actual demand within the marketplace. So do you have I guess what I'm asking is what they're telling me in Frederick County and what's being offered, is that not the case across the state? All right, can people not call in advance and ask if these are digitally streamed, digitally downloaded? Can people of the local markets not call and ask for the open captioning to be activated for their showtime?
I'd like to respond to that question. if
Senator
that's
James,
okay.
you just had the same thought I did. That was,
So,
I just saw you, I
I-
was just talking about.
Right. That's
Okay. All right.
so.
Good. Yeah.
The reason I bring that up is, and Senator James was literally, we're all in the same vein here, which is why not have, if this service does not cost additional, which is what I'm hearing you say.
Right.
Now, if this does cost additional for separate copies, that's a different discussion. We understand that.
Yes.
But if we have this and we put a solution in place that would require or mandate upon the request, advance notification for a showtime, that it be put into open captioning, wouldn't that accomplish the same task, and then not limiting it to just 2 times a week at set showtimes that may not be good for a moviegoer? Like the young lady, she might be in school. She may not be able to go, but they might make it at 1 o'clock on a Tuesday because it's a low a low time when they're there. Does that make sense?
Go ahead.
Do you want to say something? Oh, thank you. We're asking for a minimum of 2. You want to do 3, 4, 5 a week? That's great. We don't have a problem with that, honestly. We also want to mention again that oftentimes deaf people or other people ask for the captioning. And the theaters say no.
But this is a
And
different
that's just not
discussion.
fair to us. I mean, we can't go to any that movie with our friends because the theater has said they're not going to turn it on. We've asked for this bill to pass at a minimum
I
of
understand.
2.
I
so that
understand.
Everybody has
Okay.
access.
And then, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, but right now, the way, and you were talking about, you're Frederick, right now, the way the law, I mean, the bill is written is that if you have, 2 or more theaters, then, and it is left up to the theater to choose what time that they're gonna play, those movies,
So
yeah.
you're asking them to play it at a set time, 2 times a week
2 times a week, if they have 2 or more
for
theaters,
film,
right, yes,
correct?
that's correct.
So what would prohibit them, and I'm gonna go back to the example with the young lady from MSD. What would prohibit the theater from saying, okay, we're gonna meet your requirement and we're gonna show it, our show times are gonna be Monday at 1 o'clock and Wednesday at noon. That satisfies it, correct? What your law, what you're asking, that would satisfy it, right? But my question is, does it satisfy the young lady that wants to go to the movies with her father on a Friday night because she's in school?
Well, if the theater wants to do it at a time that's gonna be most inconvenient for those people who have the challenge, the hearing challenge, that's up to the theater. What we're trying to do is to make it a pleasant experience for.
Senator, can I just cut through this real? So, look, I hear what you're saying, Senator. And what he's proffering to you is actually more advantageous. I don't know what the theaters are going to say, but
Yeah, they're
because what's
probably
going to
mad at me right
happen
now.
if this bill passes the way it is, they're going to play those 2 movies at midnight, and then the requirement's satisfied. What he's actually offering to you is something that would be more advantageous to the people you're here advocating on behalf of. Because you'd have to honor the request at any time, prime time, within the first 2 weeks, whenever. But we'll see what the opponents of the bill think about that. But Senator Folden,
I'm done.
I
Thank
think
you.
is tossing you a little bit of a lifeline there.
I tried.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right. Any further questions from the committee? Excellent. Well, then I just have one thing. If Mr. Clark and Sarah Clark could just stand up one more time. I just wanted to. Scott, I'm a girl dad myself, so I wanted to say thank you for bringing your daughter here, but more importantly, I wanted to say thank you to your daughter for her testimony. It was very, very compelling, and it was important for you to be here. I think the senators were moved by your testimony, so thank you.
All right.
Any chance I could add one answer to one of these questions?
That's unorthodox, but we'll go ahead and let this happen, then we'll move on. Go ahead, Mr.
Real quick, I think the reason you couldn't call and ask people to do it is because then they'd call and ask all times, and the people who don't want to see the captions would get upset when it suddenly starts popping up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Excellent.
So the scheduled time's up.
Well, to the Clarks, thank you all very much, and thank you all for your testimony. And Senator, thank you very much. All right, so that concludes the testimony for the proponents of the bill. We'll now switch over to the opposition panel. We'll have Ms. Valentino and Mr. Murdoch come up. Welcome.
Thank you, and good afternoon. My name is Ellen Valentino, and I'm here today representing the Mid-Atlantic Theater Owners Association. And I just want to start by saying that we do respect the testimony that was presented here today, and nothing's really harder for us than to stand in opposition to this bill, particularly from an industry that clearly is in transition and changing right before everybody's eyes. How families and people choose to see movies has changed dramatically Over the previous 3 years, okay, our industry is working to come through what clearly has been a difficult headwind. And although we believe there's nothing like seeing a movie on a big screen, movies are now login away from every device, from your phone, from your tablet, and so on. So, and COVID did, and we have to have a profound effect in our industry and the way people want to receive their entertainment. You know, Montgomery County, Prince George's County, we were shuttered for over a year. And so, you know, coming here today, we want you to know that we don't succeed. We do not succeed unless families and individuals of all ages want to come back. We want them to buy our popcorn. We want them to play in the arcade. We want them in some cases to have a nice adult beverage. I am just saying that we are an industry that is doing everything we can to make sure that the big screen is still available. We've had recent closures as I look around the room in some of your districts in the past 2 weeks. So with that said, the legislation like this one here doesn't exist except in Hawaii and New York City. And that's because as an industry, we have reached out to local advocates and tried to come up with, and I don't like to use this word here because I'm not an attorney, but like an MOU, an agreement, how we can be measured. To measure us, it's in the newspaper. Are there open captions or not? So I guess what I'm saying is we've made that outreach to the House sponsor. There did not seem to be an interest on behalf of the advocates. We'll continue to have that conversation. I'm going to turn it over to Doug to really talk about the impact of this. But in closing, I will say that anybody that has seen what's happened to the movie industry knows that if this was a way for us, a path forward for us, we would be the first ones here supporting this. Doug, let you testify. You can testify sitting down if you'd like, whatever's comfortable.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman Smith, Vice Chair and members of the committee. I'm Doug Murdoch, Executive Director of Mid-Atlantic NATO, a regional affiliate of the National Association of Theater Owners. I am here to discuss Senate Bill 400. As movie theater owners, we want everybody to go. We need as many people in the seats as possible, and that includes our guests that may be deaf and hard of hearing or learning English as a second language. They are important to us, and so important that we worked collaboratively for years on a solution, and that became the federal law that has been mentioned today that requires the closed captioning devices so that anyone can go any day of the week, any movie, any theater. That's important. But in addition to that, for years, we've also been offering the open captioning when there's a market or upon request. Every one of the movie theater sites has a place where you can request it in advance so that we can market it and advertise it as such. The difference is closed captioning is done privately with a personal captioning device, whereas open captioning on the big screen is seen by everyone, whether they want to see it or not. And what we have found is that when we do these shows, there's very low attendance or none at all. And we can show that data if you'd like to see it. But ultimately, this legislation's arbitrary selection of 2 shows, one size fits all, doesn't make sense in all the markets. It's not a reflection of the marketplace. It's not a reflection of the demand. As written, this bill would affect 51 separate movie theaters in the state with 547 screens. If 400 of those screens have a movie after the first week, and we do the math, that's 41,600 open caption shows required by law over the course of a year. That's way beyond demand. And for this reason, we asked an unfavorable report. Thank you for letting me have the opportunity to speak. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming. So that I can understand what the law says, do you say beforehand, you advertise, this is how what we're going to do in this movie, and then people just don't come? Or do they come not knowing and then leave? How do you
It-
know that the impact was as a result of the open caption?
So absolutely, you're correct on all accounts. When we market a film, we want to say it's in 3D,
Right,
it's in 2D,
right,
it's in Dolby, it's in open caption or closed caption.
okay,
But what we find is that when there's an open caption film, if somebody gets in there by mistake, they do come back out.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just showed him an example of what you're able to articulate because I pulled up one of the local cinemas and it shows presented an open caption, 6:40 PM, and then it's got a whole bunch of other showtimes that are still have closed caption available,
Sure.
but they're not in open caption. Just to answer, to settle my mind, is there, so there's no fees that come with the movies? It's all done off percentages of returns?
We share our box office at a percentage with the film studio. Typically a first week, 70% goes to the film studio, 30% goes to us.
Okay,
It's just, that's how we pay for our rental of the.
gotcha.
film.
Does it go back to, is that why the establishment that they're asking for would be that none of the open captioning would be in the first 2 weeks because those are the busiest and steepest revenues for a film?
I would say that was a concession that was made by the advocates
Okay,
during the first week when the most is going to the film studio.
okay. And then how much are the devices? And I know they're not super cheap, and I'm sorry to ask you something so random, but like the closed captioning devices that you guys provide, is the syncing issue that they're talking about, is that like a Wi-Fi issue or is that just an issue with the device itself?
That's not the feedback that we've received.
Right.
They seem to be in sync. There may be one-off situations I'm not aware of. But these devices have been around for years.
Yeah, and I've seen them and they come up, and I know it's not as good as open captioning, but for all other showtimes, there is the ability to still, if you wish to go, have the closed captioning in all showings.
That is correct.
And how much are those devices that you all have? And I'm not, whether it's the glasses or the other one, do you have any idea on how much each of those are?
It
Roughly?
really depends. I know the Sony glasses were in excess of $800 a pair.
Okay,
The captioning cup holders, they came down in price, maybe $300-400.
okay,
But technology is constantly
Sure.
changing, with
Mhm.
new items coming on board. I just heard one that coming out from another company that will be in theaters pretty soon, but
Okay.
there is a big expense.
yes, and that's kind of where I was getting at. Have you ever, is there something that you guys, I mean, is there a way for you guys to assure that you get that equipment back if people accidentally walked off with them? Or is there like
It
a,
doesn't work anywhere else. So generally they just leave it at their seat and the ushers recoup it. Sometimes it's returned to the box office.
so we don't have a big problem with them just
Yeah,
disappearing? I mean, that's an
yeah,
expensive
they're
little,
novel to have. To
Yeah.
show your friends, but they don't work.
okay. Well, it's an expensive, they don't work item if they decide to take it home.
Exactly.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that I understood that part. I appreciate you clarifying it, and I understand now much better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it's hard to see you, but hi.
I'm
Hello.
here.
I just wanted to offer two personal observations and get your reactions. First, I was for a number of years the head of the board of the state's oldest surviving opera company. They do an annual Gilbert and Sullivan fully staged opera every summer. And about 20 years ago, we decided to try adding surtitles over the top of the proscenium stage to when the music was being sung. Some Gilbert and Sullivan music is sung very rapidly. And even in the best productions, it's hard sometimes to hear all the words. So all of a sudden people were seeing the words over the screen and they were laughing at the appropriate places in the song because they could actually see the words. We didn't have one person complain about the surtitles. In fact, there tended to be rave reviews. Well, one fellow, Bob Embry, the head of the Able Foundation, says, "Why can't you put up there during the dialogue scenes too?" And we could have done that. I don't think we have tried that, but we could. So our experience with the putting up surtitles, or in your case, subtitles, was totally positive. Don't you think that, and so that's my first observation. What's your reaction?
I appreciate the comments. I enjoy going to the theater as well. The observation that we've received feedback is it's annoying or it invades the territory of the film. But that is a personal perspective, just like you and your husband have a difference of opinion. It's really up to an opinion. But it's all measured in the data. When you see how many tickets are sold to a non-open caption versus open caption, it's clear that it's not a popular version.
Let me try my second observation. There are few people in this world who are as inept handling technology as me. So somehow in our house, Netflix is open captioned. Every time we watch a Netflix movie, there's the caption down below. And my wife and I are both, I'm over 70, will be over 70 shortly. At first we were annoyed and I tried to figure out how to turn it off and I couldn't figure out how to turn it off. But after about watching 3 movies, we decided we liked it because there are portions of the movie where the sound quality of the movie wasn't super fantastic and we could read the words on the bottom of the screen and follow along all along through the movie. Don't you think some of your patrons, if they got experienced to seeing this, would come out saying, on second thought, this is a pretty good development?
That would be hopefully something that would happen over time, but I think somebody mentioned about the foreign language films. There are not a lot of foreign language films playing in movie theaters because they're not popular. And so we need as many people to go as possible. We're trying to find a solution that will work for everyone.
Great. Thank you so much for your answer. Sure.
Just wanted to get your thoughts on the option that was offered before, which was that upon request, it had to be honored. So it was, in that way, you know, your market research, I mean, it would adjust to the demand and it wouldn't be previously advertised beforehand. So you wouldn't have that problem, although some people may feel duped once they got in. But what are your thoughts?
I would have to, take that back to the members, but any type of mandate on how we present our films is tough.
But
it's being done voluntarily now.
But it doesn't have to be honored, does it? Is that true? Are you aware of any times in which a request was made that it was not honored?
Because the bill has been out a few years now, we're very sensitive. And we are trying to work with our theater owners to make sure that they respond to every single request. Now, it does require a few days in advance, because if we sold tickets to a show without marketing it properly, then we have an issue.
Understood.
So we do ask that they give it to us in advance. And we,
Well, that way the onus is on, I mean, yeah, I get it, the consumer to make those arrangements. I mean, I just, apart from the notion of a mandate, I mean, for the fiscal impact for you all, would that make sense? I mean, it seems like a reasonable compromise, but.
No, I appreciate that. We'll have to take it back. Another option, and I'd like to show you some of these agreements that exist in these other states. They're very measurable. And they have seemed to been a good alternative as opposed to putting, another page in a statute that, provides a new mandate. And again, we're committed to that here. And it's something, like I said, it's not like, well, how will we know? These have to be advertised. So they are measurable. If we said that we would agree to X amount of shows or those type of things. So I just want to put that on the table as well, but thank you for your question.
No, thank you for your thoughts. We'll keep working. Well, with that, that'll conclude the testimony for the opposition. Senator Brooks, thank you very much for bringing the bill to us. And so with that will conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 400. We'll now move on to Senate Bill 67 with Senator Beidel. Senator Beidel, you're up.
I think I have a pound. I do. Well, that was very interesting. Thank you, Chairman Smith, Vice Chair Wallstreicher, members of the Judicial Proceedings. For the record, I'm Pam Beidel, Anne Arundel County. This bill, Senate Bill 67, is for the clerks of the circuit courts, civil commissions, presentation and reporting. And this was at the request of the clerks of the circuit court. So the bill really changes three things that are the current practice. So they're already practicing these and they need to change the statute. One is it updates the requirement for the clerk to contact the appointee and replaces it with a requirement for the appointee to contact the clerk to schedule an appointment to take the oath. And this has been the current practice for many years, and I've experienced it with my notary notice. Second, it deletes the requirement for a monthly report to the secretary because currently the clerk sends a notice every time an oath is administered. And third, it deletes the requirement for the clerk to withhold the oath until the appointee has paid the tax on the commission. This has not been the requirement for many years. So thank you for your attention. I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 367. I'm sorry, Senate Bill 67. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Smith, Vice Chair Waldstrecker, and members of the committee for allowing me the opportunity to present oral testimony today regarding Senate Bill 67. My name is Kevin Tucker. I am the president of the Maryland Circuit Court Clerks Association, which represents the 24 elected clerks in Maryland. The Clerks Association supports Senate Bill 67 and requests a favorable report from the committee. We feel that the proposed changes as outlined in the bill, when applied to the applicable articles, will cause our offices to operate in a more consistent manner with the practices of the offices that issue and record the commissions. Currently, an appointee is notified of their appointment by the governor's appointment office, and subsequently they contact the clerk's office to establish a time to be sworn and receive their commission. Upon the receipt of the commission by the clerk's office, we have no contact information by which to would prompt us to reach out to these appointees, which is required by Courts of Judicial 2-211. After an oath is administered by a member of my office, the appointee and the oath giver sign a postcard, which is mailed back to the Secretary of State in the normal course of business. These cards are generally mailed by our offices daily and are not held to be returned monthly as outlined by Courts and Judicials 2-212 and General Provisions 2-302A. The withholding of an oath of office is no longer controlled by the clerk's office, as is alluded into Courts and Judicials 2-212B. Generally, in the event of a commission that is issued due to an election, the State Board of Elections will not release that commission to us until all the required fees and or penalties are paid by the candidate. Each of these three changes more fully reflect the current processes under which our offices operate as related to the procedures established by the Governor's Appointment Office, the Secretary of State, and the State Board of Elections. In closing, many thanks go out to Senator Bidle for sponsoring this bill. I would also like to thank the committee for allowing me the opportunity to speak today in favor of Senate Bill 67. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Smith, members of the committee. My name is Wayne Roby. I'm the clerk of the Circuit Court in Howard County, Maryland. I'll just simply echo what my colleague from Washington County has reiterated to you. Ask for a favorable report and be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Seeing no questions from the committee, thank you, Senator Bidle. All right, with that, that'll conclude the testimony and the hearing for Senate Bill 67. We'll now move on to Senate Bill 411 with Senator Watson. Senator Watson, welcome back to JPR.
Always good to see you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair Waldstrecker. Good afternoon, colleagues. For the record, Senator Watson here to present Senate Bill 411, Prince George's County Judges of the Orphans Court Compensation. Colleagues, I seek an amendment to the Estates and Trust article of the Maryland Code regarding salaries of the Orphans Court judges in Prince George's County, authorizing Prince George's County Executive and the County Council to determine their compensation. As the code currently reads, their compensation is set at a specific dollar amount. Before the County Executive and County Council can implement a salary adjustment, they have to introduce a bill for the proposed adjustment so that the new compensation is accurately reflected in the code, which increases the work of this committee on a local issue. The amendment to the code would eliminate the necessity of having to introduce a bill before this body every time the Prince George's County Executive and County Council wish to provide their Orphans Court judges with a modification to their salaries. Further, It has Prince George's County join the majority of local governments in Maryland who determine the salaries of their orphans court bench. I'm hoping I can count on your support for this bill, and I thank you for your time. I have one witness here. Thank you.
Good to be seen. Right. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, my name is Athena Malloy Groves. I'm an associate judge of the Orphans Court for Prince George's County. I testify here in my individual capacity in support of Senate Bill 411. My colleagues, Chief Judge Wendy Cartwright and Associate Judge Jason Deloach, in their respective individual capacities, join me in support of this bill. First, I want to thank Senator Ron Watson for sponsoring this bill. Orphans Court judges' compensation is outlined in the Estates and Trust article of the Maryland Code. All other members of the judiciary are paid by the state, therefore their salaries are the same no matter their jurisdiction. However, the Orphans Court is a local court and its judges are paid by their respective jurisdictions, and the salaries vary throughout the state. Of the 21 jurisdictions that maintain orphans courts, currently 12 have their annual salaries set by their local governments without having to seek final approval from the state. We ask the same for the Orphans Court for Prince George's County. The Prince George's County Executive and County Council know best the court's needs and budget and should be able to have final authorization to set the salaries for its Orphans Court judges. Therefore, I request a favorable committee report for Senate Bill 411. Thank you.
Sure, yeah, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming down. You've always been involved, and thank you for what you do in our county. Right now, what are, I may have missed that, what are the salaries now for the average orphans court
For
judge?
well, I can't really say because each jurisdiction pays something different.
But in Prince George's County, that's that's one jurisdiction. What do they pay in Prince George's County?
So for the associate judges, it's 50,000, and for the chief judge, it's 55,000.
Okay.
So if we want to seek an amendment, we go to the budget, then the county council, then the county executive, then we got to introduce a bill.
Okay.
For
In
the
order to
state
get them
court.
up to something decent, right? Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Senator. Good bill. Good bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a clarifying question. Love the bill. Is there, do we know the salaries for the other jurisdictions? And maybe Senator Watson, does other jurisdictions have this as well, where they determine their own salaries for their orphan court?
I can name, do you want me to name the jurisdictions?
You can just
So
say
there
how
are-
many it is.
There are
if it is,
12
yeah.
others.
Fair enough. Cool.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Watson, is there a reason that I don't see in my, is there a letter of support, or maybe I missed it? Or is this why isn't this a
You're talking about
delegation
a
bill?
Delegation letter. We're working on that. We'll get.
So
that
we don't
to
have
you.
a delegation letter as of
Not-
yet.
Not at this time. We'll
Okay.
get that to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. That was my first question. Second question was, well, it's the $50,000 or the $55,000 question is no percentage of the salary is accounted for from the state. It's all from the from
That is
Prince
correct.
George. Just
That
wanted,
is correct.
you answered that up front. Just want to make sure that's crystal clear. Okay. Seeing no further questions. Seeing no further questions, just pending the delegation letter, I think you're in good shape. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you. All right, with that, that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 411. Well, now here is Senator King here yet? Oh, here you go. Okay. Are you good? You're here to testify? Okay. Excellent. So we'll hear Senate Bill 335.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Patty Horton for Senator King. Senator King apologizes for not being here. She's chairing a budget hearing right now. During the interim, Senator King was contacted by a municipality in her district when they realized that there were antiquated covenants on the books that had racist restrictions on who could own property. There were enough properties with these covenants that going through one by one to amend them would be time-consuming and expensive. Senate Bill 335 is enabling legislation which will allow municipalities to remove these unconstitutional and unenforceable covenants in bulk once they provide adequate written notice to the homeowners. The bill does allow homeowners the option to decline such an action. As a state in the country, we have declared it unlawful to have such discriminatory restrictions on the ownership of property. We need to make the process of remedying these covenants as easy as possible. And so on behalf of Senator King, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 335.
I'm also here to testify. Any questions, Senator Folden?
Thanks for bringing this forward. I know you're probably not real happy I hit my button, but I actually am really excited about this bill, if I'm understanding this correctly. And I want to be sure that I am. So would this go about covenants like HOA covenants and restrictions that would be deemed
So right
too
now,
restrictive? Because I hate HOA restrictions. And I moved out of an HOA area because they told me that I had to fly my flag, my colors that I've defended a certain way. And my pole, which was really nice, didn't match their architectural guidelines. So I responded, there's not a court in this land, it'll make me take my colors down, but go ahead.
I do not believe that this addresses those issues
Oh.
that you're having with your HOA. I'm sorry.
Oh. Move on, favorable. Can we merge that in?
I'm actually on the record to testify in favor of this bill. My name is Jason Small. I'm a member of the Ward 6 of the City Council of Tacoma Park. I'd just like to say in advance that I am quite pleased to see Senator Smith in the chair. And despite the overall of the people who are in here having changed, I'd just like to say that Bismarck would dictate that it's good to see people up on it. That being said, I will be quick, but I do know all of the ins and outs of this bill since the senator was unable to come. There's an irony to a municipality being unable to objectively eradicate a historical legacy of disquiet and evil. While most people who study the law know that these things are true, they also know that they are virtually impossible to remove from the chain of record of any given property. Not only should this be anathema to a republic such as this, but also it eliminates a continual wound of personal embarrassment and an unnecessary reminder to ancient thinking. For whenever a transaction in real property occurs, there is always a title search. I will also provide you, Senator Smith, with the email correspondence of the listserv of the New Hampshire Gardens Community Association, which happens to be in my, I don't know, I guess purview, because we did have a long conversation on this subject on the listserv about the difficulties of living in a neighborhood where all of the deeds still contain restrictive covenants. And that's primarily because of our proximity to Langley Park and the vestiges of racism.
Thank you, council member. All right, we'll go to Senator Sidnor, then Senator West.
Thank you. I remember a few years ago, and I don't know if it was Senator West, no, or me, there was a bill that we had put in dealing with certain racial restrictive covenants in Baltimore County. And I'm curious, number one, I noticed, I mean, this is limited to municipalities. Is there a reason why you're restricting it to municipalities, number one? And number two, I'm assuming that this would be a type of a bill that would address certain racial covenants and things of that nature that are found in the records?
I would assume so. I can speak to this only in regards to the fact that the previous or that the House of Delegates had previously had this committee hearing, and the distinction that was made by Senator Folden is a fair one. But this body has previously worked to eradicate those things specifically with the HOA in legislation. So an HOA could present itself and say that we are taking these covenants out en banc. There is no such thing for people or in different sorts of situations or don't have an HOA. And while the new homes that are being built wouldn't have these restrictive languages in them, like I said, it is a vestige of previous time. One of the ironies about this to me is that the Chief Justice is a law school buddy of mine. And so I was in the first critical race theory class at Yale Law School. And I'm not a critical race theorist for a reason. It's because it's deterministic philosophy by and large. And so it's very constraining. This is precisely the opposite of that. It's a brilliant bill. I've been thinking about this issue since I got out of law school. I've written on it before. And when I saw this bill, I said, holy smokes, this is wonderful. And so when you're thinking about things and moving forward in the onslaught of any sort of negativities that are around, this is the kind of thing that makes a futuristic democracy.
I'm not certain you answered my question, though.
I'm sorry, say again.
That's the difference between a UB education and a Yale education. It's philosophy versus practical application. You know,
I can do both. I apologize.
All right.
What, why is there a purpose that this is restricted to municipalities being able to do this?
Kind of has to do with the common law and the formal structures of how you do deeds and convey real property. And so if you put a restrictive covenant in a deed, because of the way the common law has been organized.
Let me go at it a different way.
All right.
Oh, okay.
I have a Connecticut state education, so but what Senator King and Delegate Resnick, who have this on the other side, were thinking that with municipalities, it's a smaller group. They're able to look at their deeds in their municipality a lot easier than it is for a
larger
county to do that. So, you know, starting with this, you know,
Kind of like a pilot.
maybe it goes
in
from
sense.
there, but yeah.
I hear you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I want to pick up where Senator Sidner left off. A couple of years ago, we passed a bill. I don't think it was limited to Baltimore County. I think it permits neighborhood associations where the neighborhood had originally been impressed with these racially restricted covenants primarily to go into court and to record a new set of covenants, which would be identical to the original set, but for the restrictive language.
And that's correct. This body did pass that a couple of years ago.
Right. So on a neighborhood by neighborhood basis, neighborhoods can eradicate these covenants from, and to refer to the witness's question, or not question, commentary. It means that in the future, the title searchers will not note in the title policy that accompanies any transfer of the property that the property is subject to a racially restrictive covenant, which is highly offensive to many people who buy property and didn't know what they were getting into. So we already have an ability for neighborhoods to do this. Now, this bill adds municipalities. Baltimore County has no municipalities. So would you have a problem if we were to expand this bill and say municipalities or counties would have this right?
The senator would certainly be open to whatever this committee deems
Okay,
important.
and then my second question is, I think the bill we passed a couple of years ago was rather explicit that it covered racially and other such badges of inferiority as the subject of the bill. This just says a restrictive covenant modification to an unlawfully restrictive covenant, which is, I think, why Senator my colleague down the table asked questions about HOAs. So does this bill go beyond the sorts of terrible covenants that we find in old deeds before 1948 dealing with racial, ethnic, religious restrictions and that sort of thing?
It does not, Senator. The word unlawful in there is there because that was what the federal law has determined, that they are unlawful. Unfortunately, Senator Folden's flagpole is not unlawful. So.
Okay, I understand. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I just wanted to say the one thing about that is that I think if you try to move it above the county level, you're going to find that there's not a real mechanism in the state law for you to do it. So, I mean, if you guys find one, then that's bully for you. That's all.
All right, we have one guest testifying virtually. Mr. Charlstrom, you're up. Welcome.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm here to support Senate Bill 335 regarding unlawfully restrictive deed covenants. I'm representing the town of Washington Grove. You have our written testimony, but I want to summarize quickly, obviously, some of the aspects of process. For the record, more than half of the 225 homes in Washington Grove have been identified as burdened by a racially restricted covenant, beginning in about 1929 and continuing in deeds until about 1953. As a member of the town's Racial and Social Equity Committee, I've had a hands-on role in preparing deed modification packages. We did a sample set to begin with. Some know the form that is specified in the real property article. It's a fillable PDF form, easy to use. It has signature by the current property owner required. The same form can be used by those homeowners associations and they can sign below, but we can't. So we learned a lot from our initial set. We advertised our town bulletin and in response to inquiries and requests from town residents, I have a second set ready to be taken to the clerk of the circuit court and then filed into the land records, but it's waiting signature by one of the property owners. So that's, it's a slight hindrance, but that's been a great learning experience. We're ready to move forward. This bill as proposed would make it easier for us to move forward with this process and actually increase our objectives of education and awareness. We're educating ourselves and others about our past. We're acknowledging the actions and now being able to move better forward with positive actions to file these deeds with the restriction struck out and indexed in the same manner as the original deed. Thank you. Any questions? I'm happy to answer.
Oh, thank you very much. Just one thing is, 11 counties are charter counties in Maryland, meaning that they have kind of home rule. And you said there's no county mechanism to do this. It seems to me like if the municipalities are even above the municipality. No, he was talking about to do it for the counties though, for 24 jurisdictions.
No, I agree with that. I think that's
okay. Yeah, that's it. I think you're saying okay. All right, excellent. So we're simpatico then. Well, council member, good to see you. Thank you all very much. And with that, that'll conclude the testimony.
And thanks for the chamber.
There you go. Good to see you. He's from my one municipality, Home Park. There you go. All right. With that, that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 335. And we will now start with Senator Mouts with Senate Bill 301. Welcome. Welcome back, I should say. You're like a frequent flyer here now.
Yeah, it's an honor. It's an honor to be back. Thank you very much. Great to see. You're going to transfer me? Yeah, I'm getting transferred every day. It's a great honor to be here. This is a very important bill. It's a modest bill. It would change the definition of local government, the local government in the Tort Claims Act to include the Cambridge Waterfront Development Incorporated, also known as CWDI. Testifying in support of the bill is the executive director for CWDI, Mr. Matt Leonard, and also here as a character reference for this effort is our mayor for the city of Cambridge, Mayor Steve Rideout. For anyone that's driven across the Malchus Bridge going into Dorchester County, leaving Talbot County, if you look to the right, there's been years and years of work that have gone into this area, and it is at one time owned by the state. It's been moved to the city. The city's transferred it now to a private group. They have a board of directors. Board of directors is appointed by the city, the county, and the governor has an appointment also. And it's for the long-term development and future economic development and environmental preservation for the city of Cambridge, Dorchester County, and the Choptank River. The bill was approved unanimously last year. Senator Eckert has spent a lot of time working on this. She's still involved with CWDI. And I would ask the committee to favorably report Senate Bill 301. And thank you for the opportunity. Yeah. Okay, I'd like to introduce the Executive Director, Matt Leonard.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, members of the committee. Appreciate your time today and appreciate your service to the citizens of Maryland. Cambridge Waterfront Development has the distinct privilege of having been put together about 5 years ago through joint agreement of the city, the county, and the state, something that doesn't happen all that often, who saw that in order to move forward a vision that has been in the community of Cambridge and Dorchester County for 30 years to develop their waterfront, and an opportunity that was coming to do that by being able to transfer state and city property to an organization that for whom they appoint the governance. We have 3 members appointed by the city, 3 by the county, 1 by the governor, and then we self-appoint 1. In order for us to operate as well as we can, and we have significantly increased our operations over the last year, we've accelerated the mission, we've acquired the property, we've improved our messaging, and we've realigned our entire organization so that we can meet the mission even better. With that acceleration, with that increased ability to move the mission forward comes higher costs and greater risks. We have 35 acres of waterfront property, of which 5 or 6 will always be public and always be on the waterfront, open access in perpetuity. Because of that, our insurance costs have gone up to annualized over the next 5 years, about $50,000 a year. We think in order to protect the vision of the members of the community of Cambridge and Dorchester and even the state, and in order to reduce our risk and our costs so that every penny we do earn or are granted from our founders can be used towards the mission, that being included in the LGIT program would have great benefit towards what it is we're trying to do on behalf of the public. And I'm happy to take any questions. Yeah, sure.
I was mistaken. Our Mayor Rideout did sign up to testify. So Mayor Rideout would like to share some words.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. I am here to support what CWDI is asking for. This has been part of, or is part of a long, many years of effort by citizens and finally CWDI to make this part of Cambridge an effective job changing effort, community effort, and we hope that you will approve it. And I too am available if you have questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, what happened to the bill last year? I remember this was a big priority of Senator Eckert's, and I think we passed the bill. I think we passed it in the Senate. Do you know what happened to it? You were in the House. Were you responsible for its failure?
The delegate did not come through, and the delegate is now in the Senate, and so he's working on it again.
Thank you.
On the spot. Okay. Senator Sidor.
I remember voting for this bill, but when I voted for it, I remember having some reservations about voting for it because and I still don't quite understand it. Everyone wants to have limited liability, but what makes your nonprofit different than any other nonprofit as to why you should be treated as a government rather than any of the other non-stock corporations out here?
I can't speak to every other nonprofit, of course. I can speak to Cambridge Waterfront Development. We have been established by local and state government. We are governed by appointees of local and state government. Our mission is to develop what's now called Cambridge Harbor in partnership with the community to the benefit of the community. And there are aspects of that development, the significant portions of the waterfront aspects that will remain in the public's realm forever. And so in order to make sure that as many people who either live in the community or want to visit the community are able to enjoy the fullness of that activated public space for as long as they possibly can, we need to have that protection.
Okay, so you're like a quasi-government.
Yeah, we are
That
in essence an
wasn't
instrument of
clear,
government, for lack of a better description.
Gotcha. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you very much, Senator. Seeing no further questions for the proponents of the bill, we'll now switch to the opposition panel. We'll hear from Ms. Malarkey.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. I'm Emily Malarkey. I'm the current president of the Maryland Association for Justice, and we are here to urge an unfavorable report for the reasons just articulated by Senator Sidner. The Maryland Association for Justice is not against the project. We're not against Cambridge. It's a beautiful city. My parents live on the shore. I know it well. What we are against is a continued expansion of quasi-governmental agencies, which really are not quasi-governmental at all. They're corporations, into a laundry list of what have been deemed to be local governments. The Cambridge waterfront development would be the next and 30th example of this expansion. According to their website, they're a non-for-profit development corporation, a real estate development corporation that's in the process of developing housing units, a boutique hotel, a food hall, a restaurant, biking and hiking trails, a boat ramp, and a yacht. So imagine there are people at this beautiful waterfront community enjoying the boat dock and it collapses because of faulty construction, or there's a fireworks display at the 4th of July and there's a giant accident. This is not the kind of entity that ever should have been deemed to be a local government, and its liability limited under the Local Government Tort Claims Act. Just to save a few dollars in insurance, we submit is not an appropriate reason to continue to add another entity onto the long list of what are truly corporations guised under the definition of the Local Government Tort Claims Act. And I think if you look at the fiscal note, you'll see that inexpensive insurance is already available. This is literally a matter of saving a company a little bit of insurance money at the risk of the Marylanders who enjoy the property. So the Maryland Association for Justice opposes Senate Bill 301 and asks for an unfavorable report. I am also happy to take questions. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
I just pulled out a copy of the Courts and Judicial Proceedings article. Section 5301 has a long list.
Yes,
As
it
you
does.
indicated, this would be number 30.
It would be.
But there are 29 others from Carroll County to Garrett County, the Enoch Pratt Library, I think somewhere here, there's the Lexington Market, lots of these. If you came up with, Association for Justice came with a bill to study this whole system and try to make recommendations for appropriate reforms, I would support that. But I just don't think this is the time to start and draw the line and exclude Cambridge when all these others are in here.
I do understand your point. I mean, in fairness, I believe we've probably not me, probably my colleagues have been here before to oppose the additions of number 27 and 28 and 29. This is not an out of the ordinary position for us to take. But it just is a slippery slope that allows more and more companies to continue to come to you and ask to be number 31 and 32 and 33, and allows nonprofit companies to establish themselves and then get, local government status and get protection under the Local Government Tort Claims Act, which was never the intention of that act in the first place.
I understand where you're coming from. Again, I would say come back next year with a bill to study this whole system and make appropriate recommendations for reforms, and I will co-sponsor the bill.
We will take you up on that.
Thank you.
Well, once you're afforded this protection, it's going to be hard to, the hay's in the barn on that one. But question for you, are these quasi entities eligible for legit
Eligible for
coverage with legit?
with the 29, you mean up to now? Sorry, I'm not understanding.
In general, the 29, are they eligible for,
For the Local Government Tort Claims Act protections, yes. So
No, but for the insurance, legit, the insurance.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
When
sorry.
you were saying legit, I thought you were shortening LG. I don't know the answer to your
Yeah,
question.
sorry.
I don't.
Same thing.
For
The Local Government Insurance Trust.
I don't know the answer to your
Okay.
question. I'm sorry.
Does
Mr.
anyone know
Tully
the
might-
answer to that question?
I don't know the answer.
Okay. Okay. Seeing no further questions. All right, thank you very much.
Yep.
With that, that'll conclude the testimony for Senate Bill 301. We'll now move on to Senate Bill 351. Senator Washington. That's correct. That's correct. Mary Washington. Yes, that's all right. So while we're waiting for Senator Mary Washington will have Vice Chair Wallstreicher with his bill, Senate Bill 288.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This will go quickly. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Professional land surveyors play a crucial role in our society. The planning and execution of most construction projects require land surveys. We also rely on land surveys for transportation, communications, mapping, and defining legal boundaries for land ownership. Sometimes in the course of their duties, professional land surveyors need to enter private properties adjoining the areas they are tasked with surveying. This potentially opens them up for liability in civil and criminal trespass. Notably, land surveyors working on behalf of the state are already immune from this liability. Senate Bill 288 would extend this limited exception to include professional land surveyors working on behalf of private clients. Under this bill, professional land surveyors would be permitted to enter upon lands, waters, and premises, excluding buildings, within a reasonable distance from the property line of the land being surveyed. Importantly, nothing in this legislation would relieve the land surveyors of liability for damage caused by their entry on adjoining properties. Nearly half the states across the country already have this common sense exception to their trespass laws. It's time for Maryland to join these states in protecting members of this vital profession. I respectfully urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 288.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for allowing us to speak here today. My name is William Bauer. I'm a licensed professional engineer and a licensed professional land surveyor. I've been in the land surveying business for 25 years, and I'm representing the Maryland Society of Surveyors here today. You'd be hard pressed to find a group of professionals that are aware of and respect property boundaries more than land surveyors. We have a professional responsibility to protect property rights of the general public with accurate and impartial boundary determinations. As part of this responsibility, we are required to collect all relevant evidence when retracing a property boundary. In order to understand the complex pieces of the property puzzle and to accurately identify and sometimes set the property corners as physical points on the ground, we must locate adjoining boundary evidence, which sometimes requires us to enter property that is not owned by our client. Additionally, state and local regulations require the precise location of adjacent environmental features and improvements on development plans. Environmental features such as tidal waters and wetlands and private utilities like septic and well can have setbacks that extend 100 feet or more onto adjacent properties. Likewise, many urban jurisdictions require the location of adjacent structures to inform continuity of development. All these regulations require land surveyors to enter adjoining property to provide accurate location data. 29 states currently grant private surveyors either a right of entry or exempt surveyors from trespass liability. An additional 13 states have limited right of entry for surveyors, which is typically surveyors that are employed by the state, and Maryland is one of those 13 states. Only 8 states have no legislation protecting surveyors from trespass. Every trespass is considered to result in injury, which the wrong party is entitled damages. Senate Bill 288 will protect land surveyors in Maryland from suits involving trespass while performing survey services. The MSS asked the committee to make a favorable recommendation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Quintanilla, and I am a professional land surveyor here in the state of Maryland. Throughout my career, it is common for property owners to come up and ask, what we're doing for our work. At times, the conversations can be pleasant, and we can go on with our day. In other occasions, property owners have demanded that we leave the area, even if we're standing on public land such as sidewalks. Unfortunately, I have been asked to leave properties on multiple occasions. I'll share some of my experience here. In the early 2000s, while working in on a large plot of land for our client. It was a topographic boundary survey. We had to traverse thousands of feet to establish site control, locate boundary markers and critical topographic features. One day while in the rear of the property, an adjoining neighbor stopped us and demanded that we leave the property immediately or else. We tried to calmly explain the situation and what we were there to locate. They didn't want to hear it, so we packed up all of our stuff and started walking towards the trail that we used to get to the back of that property. He saw us walking towards the trail, asked us to stop because that was his trail. We weren't allowed to use it, and we had to go through the woods. This meant going through thick brush and thorns and briars. We walked our way back to the work truck, exhausted with cuts and bruises. Finally had to call in our office and notify them of what was going on. We had to end our day right there and then. They told us to just pack up and just end our day. There were multiple crews that tried to survey this portion of the property, and they were also unsuccessful and asked to leave by the same gentleman. Unfortunately, this portion of the property had remained unfinished for a very long time, which delayed the process. Thank you for listening to my story. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Bill Kress here today on behalf of the Maryland Society of Surveyors. I'll be brief. I think this is really a straightforward piece of legislation, maybe the easiest bill you have in front of you this year as far as reading through it and understanding it. So when my client came to me earlier this year and explained this problem, I said, well, how often does it happen? And he said, it's interesting you would say that, Bill. I didn't think it happened often either. And then I went out to the local chapters and started meeting with folks. And the unfortunate fact of the matter is it often happens when land surveyors are people of color. That's been the experience based upon the survey of the land surveyors chapters. The bill is straightforward. 29 other states do it. There are 2 technical amendments. When the bill was drafted, the portion dealing with civil trespass references 1501K as defining professional land surveying. The K needs to be struck in there because it limits it to 1 license. There are 2 different licenses that the board, at least at one time, would issue. The other amendment would would prohibit them from entering buildings and having an exception to criminal or civil trespass. And so that's essentially the bill in a nutshell. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just a practical question. So if we pass this bill and your people go out into the field and encounter that same guy who said, get off my property or else, how are you going to handle that?
I'll let my clients respond to that. Bill.
Yeah, I do know from other states, they can call a sheriff and the sheriff can then accompany the land surveyors while they finish the limited amount of data they need to collect.
All right, that makes sense. Thank you.
Just in terms of the right of the property owner whose land you will be trespassing upon, would they receive some sort of notice ahead of time to know why these strangers are walking on their property?
It is standard practice for us to knock on the door, introduce ourselves, and sometimes in the case of large linear projects, to do some mailings. Usually if it's a large project, especially for, state highway or something like that, it's a certified mail. So on larger projects, it's usually typically mailed. Smaller, we'll knock on the door.
Thank you.
Would anything in this bill change that courtesy practice? I have a very large farm and we have a lot of people that should not be on it. I have hunters that try to help me, but because we've had some bad experience, really bad experiences, I would be so alarmed if I saw a stranger on my farm. So if we give you this protection, would you still continue to that courtesy of letting landowners know in one of the ways that you already do?
The last thing in the world we want to do is to confront an upset property owner.
Right.
And many times when we speak to them, they'll if they're, if they're friendly to us, they'll show us their property corners. And that kind of parole evidence is, invaluable. On large farms, they'll say, this is where my great grandfather set the tractor axle. That marks this corner of the property, and that type of evidence that they can provide us. Like I said, it's absolutely invaluable.
So you keep doing is my point,
Yeah,
right?
definitely.
Okay, very good,
Great,
thanks.
thank you.
Seeing no further questions from the committee, thank you all very much. Thank you,
Thank
Vice
you.
Chair Walsh. I do have, is Mr. Laniger here? I saw him earlier, but,
Mr. Leininger was going to fill in for me. I was over in ECM. earlier.
okay, great,
Thank you.
excellent, thank you, okay. So then we have one virtual participant. Mr. Thomas, you're up, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Zebby Thomas. I'm the Executive Director for the Board for Professional Land Surveyors in Maryland. So I just wanted to come and speak in favor of this bill. Senate Bill 288 seeks to establish exception to land surveyors, as is already described, to certain criminal prohibitions against trespassing while conducting official duties of their profession. This is a profession of accuracy and precision. So to do that type of work, they're required to join adjoining properties to be able to survey and conduct the work outside of the land that they were hired to survey, just as the nature of the profession requires them to be able to have access to that. Currently, this profession is one of our 5 design professionals here in Maryland, and they're already regulated under Title 15 of the Business and Occupation and Profession. And so they have their responsibility. That it's already a code of ethics and code of standards that they have as part of the Title 15. So all the licensees, we have over 2,000 licensees in Maryland that practice land surveying. And so they're currently all prescribed to this code of ethics. So there's not something that there is any problems with. And as part of the code of ethics, they endeavor to protect property and the health, safety, and welfare of Marylanders at all times. So the board respectfully asks support for this bill, SB 288. Thank you for your time. I can stay and answer any questions if you need me to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas. Seeing no questions from the committee, that will conclude the testimony and the hearing for Senate Bill 288. Thank you, Vice Chair Walsh-Stryker. We'll now hear from Senator Hershey with Senate Bill 403. Senator Hershey, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I bring my panel up as well, please? Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Senator Steve Hershey here to present Senate Bill 403. Currently, the Maryland Condominium Act requires all condominiums, all condominiums, regardless of dwelling type, must provide insurance for the common elements at a shared expense. Senate Bill 403 alters the insurance coverage requirements under this act so that condominiums in which all units are detached are only required to insure against common elements. The council would still maintain property and liability insurance for the common elements, but the individual unit owners would be responsible for property and liability policies for their own personal units. Senate Bill 403 is supported by the Maryland Retailers Association, and I ask for a favorable committee report. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yep.
Thank you.
Do you mind coming, please?
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
I didn't know that.
All right. Thank you, members of the committee. Lisa May with Maryland Realtors. Appreciate being here today. This bill is a somewhat technical, but nevertheless important change to Maryland insurance law, and one that can facilitate new and innovative housing options for Maryland residents. Currently, we think of condominiums as attached multifamily units, and this section of the code does the same. But we now have at least one county, which is Queen Anne's County, that allows condos to be constructed as detached cottage units. And those units have insurance needs that are distinct from attached units. So at its core, that's what this bill does. It allows our code to match what is going on the ground. Once a county or a municipality decides that they want to allow detached cottages, this bill kicks in and it allows them to structure their insurance needs the same way you would in a homeowners association, where the association covers the common elements, but the individual unit owners can purchase their own homeowners insurance policies. One of our members, Kevin Waterman, is here on the panel. He helped to develop one of these detached cottage communities in Queen Anne's County, and he is here to talk to you about his experience.
Members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Kevin Waterman. I'm with Coldwell Banker Waterman Realty, a small family-owned real estate brokerage and development company in Queen Anne's County. A while back, we did the community called Coles Crossing, consisted of 8 small cottage units that were created alongside the existing farmhouse that was already there. Due to the structure of law in Queen Anne's County, we had to do these as condominiums, even though they were detached single-family units. This led to an issue that we had not anticipated initially, which is the insurance issue that was noted. The main reason this was a problem is that potential customers, I'd say every single one that I came to would come and see there's really, there aren't any amenities here. Why is the condo fee so high? And had to explain the condo fee is high is because your property insurance bill flows through the condo. And every one of them were like, oh, okay, I guess I understand that, because they had all come in thinking, okay, you have your condo fee and you have your insurance as a separate charge. So obviously anyone we talked to, we could explain that to. However, there's no way of knowing how many people simply saw the fee and never even came to talk to us to find out, oh, your property insurance is part of that, so it's not as expensive as it looks. It's not expensive the way it looks. Obviously, if we want to have more solutions for house and more diversity, get some of these missing middle, then we need to make sure the law enables people to not just have them as an option, but to know that they can afford them as an option. There is another issue which has not arisen, thankfully, in our community, but is a definite possibility, which is cottage cluster communities, as in general and specifically in Queen Anne's County, are small. They're usually about, no more than 12 units, often as few as 6 to 8. This creates a distinct problem with the possibility if one unit owner is unable to pay their condo fee, then that means all the other units have a substantial expense to make up and threatens the insurance of the entire condominium in a way that it would not for your typical condominium with large number of units that can spread it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No? All right, Ann Stewart? That's not okay. Any questions in general? If not, that concludes. That concludes this hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, next is Mary Washington, Senator Washington. All right, Senator Washington. Senate Bill 351.
Mr. Chair, can my panel come up?
Absolutely.
And thank you for your patience. I was in another bill hearing. All right, colleagues, for the record, Senator Mary Washington, I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you about Senate Bill 351, having the Maryland Legal Services Corporation establish affordable life wills and estate planning for seniors program. First of all, I just want to thank you all for doing the really hard work for setting policy to keep our communities safe and our justice system fair. This bill is about establishing what may be called a low bono end-of-life legal services program. So a few years ago, I did submit this legislation for consideration, and I labeled it end-of-life legal services. Well, that led to some confusion. So let me, when we talk about end-of-life legal services, let me tell you what this bill is not about. So it's not about empowering people with terminal illnesses to legally have control over what they want to do in their last days. And it's not exclusively about the decision to end life-sustaining treatment or to remove extraordinary means. Okay, so the background and why I'm bringing this legislation is actually, I think, a set of experiences that may be shared by others. Over the last 20 years or so, because I'm the oldest, I have been asked to help some of our older family members with various things as they age. Over time, I've become this kind of the middle generation, like many of you. You're caring for your children, and then increasingly over time, you're caring for your parents. You become responsible for them, their welfare, and sometimes you become responsible for the welfare of your parents' friends. My first experience was when I became when my uncle became very ill. He didn't have any children, so I was checking in on him, and we made sure that he needed everything. Whatever he needed, we helped him. A lot of responsibility fell on my brother and me. Somehow we figured out that we needed to secure a healthcare power of attorney. So while we didn't really have any authority to address his finances, we were able to help with him with some of those. Fortunately, nobody challenged us when we went to the bank to help him with various things. And then when he passed away, fortunately, he did have a will, and I was the executor. Later, about 5 or 6 years later, my dad had a stroke. And I learned from working with my uncle that I needed to, while he was able to get the healthcare durable healthcare power of attorney. And because my mother was alive, she was his wife. So of course she could make financial decisions. And when he finally passed, he had a will, but he left really no written restrictions about his final days. So those days leading up to him passing, there were a number of decisions that needed to be made that actually caused some stress in the family. 4 years after that, my mother had a stroke. And again, we didn't have a lot of plans. It was unexpected because thinking about your parents' lives is never pleasant. So like many of her peers, she had a funeral and a burial plan. And I had learned some things through my uncle and father. So we set up a few things. We had the durable financial and healthcare power of attorney. But we had not really thought about what to do if she couldn't live on her own. So my mother had done what she thought was right. She had a pension, she had a savings. We had a nice condo that she bought below market. She had paid for all the parts of Medicaid, DC, all of that. And all of this is so that she wouldn't be a burden to her children. And the thing is, as time progressed, we had no idea that all those things that she had done to not be a burden for her family made it difficult for us to get her the 24-hour nursing care that she needed beyond the 60 days that federal benefits provide. So while it's not the subject, this is bill, I just wanted to share with you this experience that there is this other type of middle. There's this middle space where people aren't poor enough to qualify for Medicaid. If she had qualified for Medicaid, she could have got the $1,200 a month to get the care she needed. And then not really fully wealthy to pay the $13,000 a month for the same room a month for more than a year. So I was, we were lamenting this situation with a colleague. And so we sort of found out that there was various things we could do. I could be a guardian of person, et cetera, et cetera. So why I share all this is I know that I'm not the only one, that many people are dealing with these questions and how to manage and support their parents as they age. And specifically, there's this space where there are folks that have something. You have a home, you have a little bit of some kinds of benefits and things. But there are a whole suite of documents and things that most sort of middle class, average income people don't know about. In fact, there's sort of like 12 different estate planning documents that if we knew a little bit about, I found out about establishing a disability trust. So I was able to do that to help prepare for my mom, but didn't really know very much of that. And certainly the whole idea of ahead of time spending anywhere between $2,000 to $5,000 or $6,000 to get all of these things prepared would be out of most people's realm. So the problem that this bill is seeking to solve is to provide a mechanism for individuals who are at 50% of the median Maryland income to be able to get access to free legal services, estate planning services. The difference, we do have some agencies in legal aid. For context, the bill that I'm proposing to you is saying that we could provide these services for populations at 50% of the median income. So that means $2,700 a month or up to $33,000 a year. So the majority of the legal services provided by Maryland serve a population at 125,000. So that's $1,500 and $18,000 a year, leaving people who are anywhere from $20,000 a year on up not really able to access that. So this is while that estate planning is not just for the wealthy. So in addition for ensuring that there can be an opportunity for folks to have estate planning to sort of save some of the challenges that their family has, there's a state consequence. If people don't have, which is what you'll hear from some of the folks that I'm testifying, that people aren't successfully able to pass documents on, aren't successfully able to pass on the wealth that they have to their children. As they age, they may lose control over actually being able to provide for their parents because they didn't fill out a form. You can't go to a bank account. You can't do a number of things. Setting up this program to target this middle income community, to have educational programs, to also to be able to have these services will just be a tremendous, I think, support for many Marylanders. In fact, the category of income, I specifically look to see, like, where do most of our retirees that retire from the state of Maryland, where do they sort of land? And they land very much in that middle space of not being without assets enough to qualify for the many state benefits that they've paid into, the system they've paid into, but not being able to on their own to acquire this. So I have today, I'm going to have my two panelists introduce themselves, but I'm hoping to get your favorable report for this opportunity to help our seniors and our families. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Deb Seltzer. I'm the Executive Director of Maryland Legal Services Corporation. MLSC was created by the Maryland General Assembly in 1982, specifically to administer civil legal aid funding for low-income Marylanders who make 50% of Maryland median income or lower. We have an established process for funding exactly this type of work. Our board is appointed by the governor and confirmed by the Senate, and we have an established grant process through which legal services providers propose the services that they will do. They go through a rigorous programmatic and financial background check to make sure that they are able to perform the services that they offer. And then we work with those providers to make sure that there is ongoing feedback, collaboration. We try to avoid duplication of services. There is an existing framework that this program will easily fit into. Our grantees have deep experience providing services to Marylanders at this income bracket. And the providers will speak to the importance of estate planning for families at this income level. They also have great experience with outreach and providing partnerships with community partners such as faith-based organizations, local elected officials, making sure that the clients in need are able to be reached. We have at least 10 providers across the state currently doing estate planning work, but sometimes their work can be sporadic based on local funding, the availability of pro bono attorneys. This establishment of ongoing stable funding would add a lot of stability to the network and ensure that there could be a statewide integrated program, because this is an issue both in our urban and rural areas. With the appropriate resources, MLSC is happy to administer this program with the sponsor amendments that would align with our 50% median income. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Angus Derbyshire. I'm the Pro Bono Program Director for Maryland Legal Aid. Maryland Legal Aid, we are one of those civil free legal services providers that Ms. Seltzer mentioned in her testimony, and we do provide free legal services to low-income Marylanders across the state. We have about 13 offices and about 130 attorneys who are providing direct legal services, and we're one of probably about 50 legal service providers that are providing low-income free legal services. Despite that, this is an area that is just completely overlooked. We do not have staff attorneys, with the exception of maybe one, that have the ability to provide estate planning services. And therefore, we do all of our estate planning work through volunteers and through pro bono services. Because of that, we have to prioritize resources. And we are really hitting a very, very low number of the clients that could use the services. And the ones that we do provide assistance for are the lowest income. They're 125% of the federal poverty guidelines. That's a household income of about $1,400 a month. So there's a big gap here for the clients that need these services and our ability to provide those services to the clients. So that's really what this bill would do. It would bridge that gap and provide much needed services. And really what we're talking about impact wise is generational wealth, right? The ability to pass a house down through generations, to incrementally increase a family's ability to provide for that next generation and to transfer assets in an affordable way. I see Register Alexis Burrow-Rohde from Baltimore County is on Zoom with us. I had the privilege of doing outreach with Register Burrow-Rohde through the senior centers across Baltimore County last year. And it was amazing the lack of information and knowledge and understanding that our communities had about the need for these services. They are fairly simple for the most part when you get down to it. But they're just not quite an understanding our community. So the outreach component of this bill is absolutely essential. So on behalf of Maryland Legal Aid, we support with the sponsor amendments, Senate Bill 351, and we hope you all have a favorable report. Thank you.
Any questions from Senator West?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of questions. So the bill says 75% of the median family income. I heard 50% used.
I'm amending it. All the programs that are implemented by this entity is 50%. So I didn't know that, so I adjusted it.
Okay.
So I'll be amending it to that.
So the people who qualify will be at least 65 years old and not
Yes.
exceed 50% of the median family income.
Yeah.
How many people in the state of Maryland would qualify? Do you know?
Oh, that's a good question. I can get you that answer.
Okay.
But this is not a benefit. This is a defined
Senator
program.
Washington, would you mind answering the questions from the podium so we get you? Thank you.
I was used to my committee. Sorry about that.
So you don't know how many people would qualify,
Right.
because you're only asking for $500,000, and we're heavily.
You feel free to add a few more million to that. My thought is that we could start with this. This would be new. This would be seed money. They could figure it out. I've participated in other low bono opportunities around tax sale foreclosure, and they seek out people who they get paid something, or they can also charge a fee for their service, but they would not be charging the full. So in some ways, it's helping to subsidize the costs of wills, of estates, of letters of attestation. Like I realized there was 12 different things. If we just gone that list, we could have solved a lot of
So
problems.
why don't I ask the next question of the lady from the Maryland Legal Service Corporation? Could you come up to the podium? My understanding is that MLSC has been strapped for money for some years now. You're not munificently funded, isn't that correct?
So during the pandemic, MLSC's main funding sources took a major hit, because one of our main funding sources is IOLTA, interest on lawyer trust accounts, as a funding source that is based on interest rates. As interest rates fluctuate, so does IOLTA. So during the pandemic, when they were zero
these days.
they were zero. It is starting to rise. We are seeing a significant increase, but it's not a stable funding source because it fluctuates with rates.
Okay, so my bottom line is I'm concerned about biting off more than we can chew.
Sure.
So can you give us some reassurance that if we were to pass this bill as written, you would have the resources available to you to provide this, I guess, pilot funding at this point?
So one of the other amendments would be to ensure MLSC also administers, for example, the Access to Counsel and Evictions Program. And one lesson learned from that, there is a provision in that legislation that we can contract out some of clarifying that we do not provide the services ourselves. We make grants to organizations. So there are existing frameworks for this services already. There is Maryland Legal Aid has a senior hotline that, could serve as an intake mechanism. There are other options out there that would be readily available to absorb the funding to be able to get it off the ground as a pilot program.
Okay, thank you so much.
And I can also, Senator West, we do have some numbers on the state population that would be eligible for MLSC income level guidelines, and I
It
can.
would be helpful. And then it sounds like a great program. I'm on the Access to Legal Counsel
Yes.
Commission. So I'm generally supportive of programs like this, but again, I'm worried about biting them off more than we can chew. And if it turns out there are 500,000 people who qualify and there's $500,000 dedicated to the program, I'm not sure that $1 a piece is going to get them many legal services.
Could I just address that a little more? It is a grant program. And so as she said, the way it's organized, that there are entities across the state that are doing this work. And then they would apply to them and say, we want to service maybe a small area. So there wouldn't be a pronouncement. The state of Maryland is now, although maybe we could get there. But it would be very localized, specific programs. And this money is ongoing. And so they will know at least every year we have, and then also we're adding a provision to allow them some administrative fees on top of that. And so at least they know $500,000 a year, every year can go towards this work. And then we can increase it as it improves.
Delegate James.
Oh, I am Delegate James. I have been for a long
Right.
time.
Senator James, I'm sorry.
Delegate Washington. Who else has been a delegate? Senator.
I guess I should.
Great idea, but I'm with Senator West and I'm a little
Yeah.
concerned. So I want to just understand, the bill is drafted. There would be no prohibition if the program seed money could be used to, develop the program, but also allow lawyers to do that.
Yeah, we have to clean that up. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to make sure because I think that might be the way. I think you're going to have a lot of demand once people find out about it. And then I just want to make sure the state doesn't start incurring, right? Legal services are expensive no matter what, and you can't expect lawyers to go too far in one direction. And I think lawyers want to help, but if we could come up with a program where they could do it for a discount,
That's that concept of low bono. So there's pro bono and then there's low bono. What this is, so the concept would be that there is a network of people who say, we're willing to, maybe rather than, $1,200 for, a little bit, they'll do it for $5 or, and then some way it's subsidized. And so it's a way to sort of organize those people to do it. But yeah, there already are entities that do it across in other jurisdictions and who probably are just frankly doing it on their own.
Right, because just to give you an example, I've been in smaller practices currently. I would love to do pro bono work, but really can't afford to. But I tell you what, I would do. I could do low bono, right? Then I could feel like I'm giving back.
Right.
And I've heard this from a lot of lawyers.
Yeah.
I'm a small shop. I can't do the pro bono.
Yep.
But the low bono would work. So are you going to do I don't know if it needs an amendment, but.
I do think
you're
I
gonna
need
do one
to,
clarify
I
that.
could use the committee could just clarify that. And then there's a little bit of making it clear that this is a grant program administered by them to support the development of programs. I don't, because there was an idea about this being administered through aging. I don't really want us to create another sort of state agency that's doing this. I really want to support local initiatives to address these issues with the state support.
I noticed the Department of Aging do something like this, so I don't know if you want to leverage with them because that might be a place that people go, they go to senior centers and Department of Aging. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Seltzer,
We also, I think I have people testifying on.
Right.
Yeah.
When Senator Washington mentioned that this would be a program for essentially middle class people, I was listening carefully to your introduction where you said that we're and I think this is your charitable purposes that we provide services for low-income people. Is the amendment that you all have been talking about, is that being put in place, or did you stay within your charitable?
Correct. Yes. Yes.
Very
So
good.
it would align with our current statutory guidelines.
Thank you very much. All right, no other questions. So next we will have, I think in person is Miss Tammy Bresnahan. And then once you are complete, then we'll move to our virtual witnesses.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Judicial Proceedings Committee. My name is Tammy Bresnahan. I'm the Director of Advocacy for AARP Maryland. AARP Maryland supports Senate Bill 351. Just for your, there's about 599,000 people age 65 and over in Maryland, according to the last census. 7% of those live below the poverty line. So that number is about 40,000. So I don't think there wouldn't be a 500,000 people, because there's only about 599,000 people over the age of 65 in Maryland. AARP at our national office offers a very similar program for seniors in the DC office. It's our home office. They provide free legal services for all people over the age of 50. And they do a multitude of things like helping people with their Social Security, with estates, with trust. And then we file other amicus briefs and all those kind of things to help the citizens of DC, because they do not have a legal services unit. We believe that we should expand access to free or reduced cost legal services for older adults with low to moderate incomes, helps them prepare for the future, and helps everybody in the long run, especially going through probate. And you all know, as most of you are lawyers, I mean, I've done it 3 times because I'm the youngest, and it's not a cakewalk. So we ask you for a favorable report. We thank Senator Washington for putting this bill in. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? If not, we will move to our virtual room. Alexis Burrow Rody, Meredith is Gerard, and then Aisha Sneed.
Yes.
Alexis, you're up.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to thank the committee for giving me this opportunity to testify in favor of Senate Bill 531. I have done in my time in office extensive outreach in Baltimore County, having spoken on matters of estate planning and the importance of having wills at every single senior center in Baltimore County. And there is a massive unmet need for these services. In Baltimore County, we have opened over 5,000 estates. It's the largest. We open more estates than any other county in the state. And a vast majority of those estates proceed intestate, which means they proceed with decedent not having a will. When I go to senior centers and present information about the importance to having a will, the question I always get is, I can't really afford an attorney, and there's very few resources available to me to make referrals for affordable legal services. So if this is a population, a group of individuals that have enough money that they have some money, but they can't afford to hire a private attorney to draft their estate planning documents. So if you don't have a will, it impacts your ability to pass intergenerational wealth to the next generation. And there's all kinds of bad outcomes when you either draft your will yourself or you don't have a will. So providing these services would have a massive impact on the financial well-being of the people in Baltimore County and across the state. So I urge this committee to pass a favorable review of Senate Bill 531. I also wanted to mention that Register Byron McFarland of Howard County wanted to be here to testify in person, but he was unable to do so. He has submitted written testimony also in favor of Senate Bill 531. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and good to see you. Ms. Gerard.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Judicial Proceedings Committee. My name is Meredith Gerard. I'm the Executive Director of Midshore Pro Bono based in Easton, Maryland. We recommend a favorable report for Senate Bill 351 with sponsor amendments. This bill would hands down be a game changer for our rural community. We have been serving older adults in our community to get their life planning documents in place for many years. Before I joined the staff of Mid-Shore Pro Bono, I was a volunteer attorney. That's how we accomplish almost all of our work, but mostly with elder law. We rely heavily on volunteers to help folks with their will and their power of attorney and their advanced medical directive. But access to these documents makes a life-changing impact on people in our community. One of our recent clients, she had worked in agriculture for her entire life since she was 16 years old, and she lives now primarily on her Social Security income. She came into one of our clinics asking for her life planning documents because she wanted to leave instructions for her family, truly a love letter for her family members to know exactly what her wishes were. And so I happened to be there for her document signing, and she whispered in my ear when we were finished, "I can rest easy now, knowing that this is done." But I'm telling you that we have seen really challenging situations we had when people aren't able to get these documents. We had a client last summer who was living in the house that she'd grown up in, where her mother had passed away, and she had taken care of her mother all these years. And the house had to be sold because her mother didn't have a will. And now it needed to be sold to be able to accommodate the heirs in her family. So those situations are all too common, and we urge you to make a favorable report. This would be a game changer for our rural communities and older folks. Thank you.
And thank you. Ms. Sneed.
Good afternoon, Chair and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Aisha Sneed. I'm the Advanced Planning Coordinator at Maryland Volunteer Lawyer Service. As part of the Advanced Planning Program and the My Home, My Deed, My Legacy project, I provide estate planning, education, and services. Our clients are low income, and though MVLS's services are offered statewide, my work is largely Baltimore City and older adult focused. Most of our clients face economic barriers that hinder them from considering estate planning until they encounter MVLS. They do not know when they need to or how to open an estate. They are hesitant to make plans to protect their person and their property. They are unaware that a home or land, often the largest or only asset, can be transferred to their heirs seamlessly when estate planning is done. Estate planning can create wealth and stabilize families for generations. It mitigates wealth extraction and by default stabilizes communities. One cannot imagine, until faced with a lack of estate planning, the difficulty and financial burden of attorney's fees, probate costs, and municipal obligations, making it nearly impossible for families of limited means to resolve an estate, often leaving their family's property to languish in probate, a total loss, or seized. Most of our estate planning clients are older adults living in what we call multi-generational homes, and the goal is to help older adults and their families age safely in place. This bill would expand and build capacity to serve our most vulnerable populations. Thank you again for your time. MVLS supports SB 351 with amendments.
Thank you for your testimony. Seeing no questions, that ends the hearing on Senate Bill 351. Next up, Senator Carter for Senate Bill 291.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Chair Sidnor, and members of the committee. I have a panel I'd like to bring up. Emily Malarkey, Maryland Association of Justice, Greg Hopper, Andrew Mason, Byron Warnken, Candace McLeod, Frank Boston. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, this is an important bill that would provide the necessary protections for our constituents, children, and families across Maryland. I was actually surprised after talking to the proponents of the bill to learn that we still allowed the clauses that will be discussed in this bill to exist. Senate Bill 291 provides that any provision in a contract or agreement relating to the use of a recreational facility that purports to release the recreational facility from or indemnify or hold harmless from liability caused by its negligence or other wrongful act of its agents, employees, or against public policy would be against public policy, null, void, and unenforceable. Several recreational facilities in Maryland have contracts and or waivers of liability provisions with their customers in which the customer must agree to hold the recreational facility harmless for ordinary negligence and other wrongful conduct of the facility's agents and employees. Customers have no choice but to sign these waivers if they wish to participate in these facilities' activities at all. Waivers of liability excuse recreational facilities of their ordinary negligence, which causes harm to adults and children. A waiver can permit recreational facilities to negligently understaff, fail to maintain equipment, fail to make repairs, fail to follow the manufacturer's instructions for safe use, and not be liable at all to an adult or child who is injured, sometimes even severely injured as a result of their negligence. A recreational facility simply has no incentive to act in a reasonable or non-negligent manner if it is allowed to be excused of all liability and harm caused by its negligence. An exculpatory contract that excuses unreasonable conduct will lead to more unreasonable conduct in the industry, which will in turn lead to a downward spiral of all standards in the industry. Lower standards will logically lead to more injuries. Also, the net effect of exculpatory contract is to place the emotional and financial loss on the innocent participant. That's not fair and it's not right. These facilities should be held to the same standards of reasonable care as other businesses, at a minimum. The law of torts is directed toward compensation of individuals for injuries sustained as the result of another's unreasonable conduct. In addition, tort law serves the prophylactic purpose of preventing future harm in that the payment of damages provides a strong incentive for potential future tortfeasors not to engage in the same conduct. There are other factors as well that support the conclusion that it is not good public policy to permit an owner-operator who negligently injures another to be able to contractually exculpate the owner or operator's unreasonable conduct. An exculpatory contract that excuses unreasonable conduct will lead to more unreasonable conduct in the industry, which will in turn lead to a downward spiral of all standards. Lower standards will logically lead to more injuries. Also, the net effect of the exculpatory contract is to place the emotional and financial loss on the innocent participant. Adherence to principles of tort law to make a court reluctant to allow parties to shift by contract the burden of negligent conduct from the negligent actor to the innocent victim. As a consequence, exculpatory contracts are generally not favored by the law because they tend to allow conduct below the acceptable standard of care. However, Maryland courts have held that such provisions are valid and enforceable in some instances. In a case in 2012, Wholesale Club versus Rosen, a divided Supreme Court of Maryland held that a waiver of liability signed by a parent excused the negligence of a play center, which resulted in permanent brain damage to a child. In Senior versus National Fitness Institute in 2000, the Appellate Court of Maryland enforced an exculpatory agreement between a customer and a health club in which the customer sued the health club for negligence. Maryland should join other states and make it very clear to the public and to the courts that this is not the public policy of the state to exculpate an owner-operator from its negligence when providing opportunities for the public to participate in recreational activities. The legislatures and or courts in the following states have declared exculpatory agreements to be null, void, and unenforceable, especially in situations where a parent executes a waiver on behalf of a minor child. Those states are Florida, Iowa, Louisiana, Maine, Michigan, Montana, New York, Utah, and Virginia. This legislature has enacted statutes that prohibit these kinds of clauses as a matter of public policy in other contexts. Maryland Code Real Property 8-105 prohibits exculpatory clauses in leases that exonerate a landlord from negligence resulting in an injury as void and against public policy. Article 8A-1502 declares void as against public policy any provision in a mobile home park rental agreement that exonerates the owner from liability for negligence. Maryland should likewise protect our constituents and consumers across the state and declare that commercial recreational facilities are subject to the same standards of safety applicable to other businesses by prohibiting these kinds of waivers, exculpatory clauses that allow commercial recreational facilities to disregard their basic duty to act with reasonable care, especially where children are involved. I would respectfully ask for a favorable report from this committee, and I will also share with this committee that while I don't believe there's been any expressed opposition to this bill, there's a number of favorable testimony. There has been some discussions with MACO, and there is a potential amendment that might be agreed to alleviate their concerns, but I will let the proponents of the bill speak to that if it's necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. If you want to have your witnesses and we'll take questions thereafter.
Good afternoon again, committee members. I'm Emily Malarkey on behalf of the Maryland Association for Justice. We're very excited to bring you this legislation and very grateful to Senator Carter for sponsoring it. I'm sure that most of you here, if you've ever gone to a facility with a child, a grandchild, a niece, a nephew, we're talking about trampoline parks, gyms, pools, things of that nature, you have to sign a waiver to participate. You don't sign the waiver, you don't get to participate. Those waivers, even if you pay your money to participate, you can't participate without signing the waiver. And those waivers are completely enforceable, even clauses that say that if the facility is negligent, you cannot bring a claim if you are injured as a result of that negligence. So we're not talking about a situation where you're jumping on the trampoline and you twist your ankle, because jumping on a trampoline sometimes leads to people twisting their ankles. We're talking about things that a regular consumer, when they sign that waiver, they don't even know that it might exist. The facility isn't staffed appropriately. The equipment is not put together appropriately. It's not maintained. And as Senator Carter pointed out, there's absolutely no incentive for those facilities to maintain the equipment, to put it together properly, or to staff the facility appropriately, because they can just have someone sign a waiver and they're free from all liability. That's what this bill is designed to prevent against. It is good public policy. It encourages safety. It discourages people from doing the wrong thing and acting unreasonably and keeping things from customers and from consumers. We're grateful that the Maryland Association of Boards of Education is here today to support the bill in favor of keeping kids safe at after-school programs. So we thank them. And as Senator Carter pointed out, there have been some discussions with the Maryland Association for Counties and Maryland Municipal League. This bill just yesterday passed out of the Subcommittee on Civil Laws from the Judiciary Committee and will be voted on tomorrow by the full Judiciary Committee with bipartisan support. So thank you, and I'll turn it over to my colleagues and answer any questions at the end.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Hopper. I'm also a member of the MAJ. I'm also a section leader of one of its divisions. We're here today because a person who suffers life-altering, even catastrophic injury due to clear negligence can be denied access to justice in Maryland because of a waiver. Here's an example of a client that I have now. He's a 9-year-old boy. He suffered a catastrophic brain injury after being partially ejected from a coaster at a recreational facility. Before the ride could be stopped, the boy's head repeatedly struck the cart and it struck the supporting poles along the track. He suffered a devastating injury. His mother earlier that day signed a waiver form. When she signed it, she didn't know that 3 people had been ejected in the same ride in the prior 3 years. She didn't know that within the last year, a person had died. She didn't know that 9 incidents had occurred in the prior 12 years. The park knew these things, but she didn't. When she signed the waiver, she lacked this information. The boy's mother didn't understand the release or how far it went. She's not a lawyer. The release was a word salad. It was clause after clause, page after page. To the extent that people in these situations think about waivers at all, they think about obvious risks, common risks, bruises from slipping and falling on the floor, a sore back because the operator let a ride bounce. They don't understand that they are giving up their rights in situations like this. They think that companies still have a responsibility to act to protect them. Under the law, they don't. They can fail to protect customers, fail to train, fail to follow safety practices, and they can get away with it. And that's not right. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Andrew Mason. I'm here also on behalf of the Maryland Association for Justice. What my colleague just talked about is an isolated incident. What I'm going to talk about is a step out from that. Let's talk about the data with Maryland kids and how many kids are actually being injured in trampoline parks. And this is just one example. Over the last 10 years, there have been 800,000 trampoline injuries. This is in the United States. About 2/3 of those happen at home. So that leaves us with 1/3, about 240,000 injuries happening at recreational facilities like trampoline parks. Now, Maryland's actuarial value of that percentage, as we all know, is about 2%. We have about 2% of that population. So what does that give us in a 10-year period? It gives us 4,800 Maryland kids who are injured at trampoline parks. That's 480 kids per year. And that translates to about 1.3 Maryland children per day. That's 1.3 Maryland kids per day who sustain injuries from these parks. Now, we're not here to say that all these injuries are caused by negligence, but we want access to justice for these people that have injuries. This is not just your average injury that's, a sprained finger or a headache. We're talking a 59% fracture rate. The study published by the American Association for Orthopedic Surgeons, 59% of these kids have a fracture. The force that these things have on a child's bone are similar to a 90-mile-an-hour car crash. So we have kids out here who are getting injured as the result of somebody else's negligence, who are sustaining injuries similar to a high-speed car crash with absolutely nothing that they can do about it. We'd like to reduce these numbers, whether it's 10%, 20%, 30%. We believe that less kids should be injured and at least have access to that justice. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to share my story with you all today. My name is Candace McLeod, and on June 20th, 2021, I went to a trampoline park in Glen Burnie for my nephew's 8th birthday. When we arrived at the park, the employee at the front desk informed me that they had run out of adult grip socks, but it was okay for me to jump in my regular socks. About 10 minutes later, upon landing from a jump, my socks slipped on the trampoline, causing my left leg to slide right, while the rest of my body continued downward, tearing both my ACL and my MCL, 2 of the 4 major ligaments in the knee. But it was okay for me to jump in my regular socks. When the ER technician saw my x-ray, he said he wasn't surprised it happened at a trampoline park and that he never lets his kids go to them because he x-rays these types of injuries all the time. But apparently it was okay for me to jump in my regular socks. The trauma to my knee was so severe that night I had emergency surgery and woke up with these rods screwed into my leg, keeping everything in place. But it was okay for me to jump in my regular socks. I spent the next month in trauma unit in the hospital rehab facility, away from my family, rods in place, learning how to use a wheelchair, how to hop to get from point A to point B, and how to bathe and feed myself. But it was okay for me to jump in my regular socks. The next year of my life was spent in multiple surgeries, grueling physical therapy, mental and physical exhaustion, sleeping in a hospital bed in my parents' living room, maneuvering a wheelchair between hospital visits, and relearning how to walk and regain my independence. But it was okay for me to jump in my regular socks. Before my injury, we were actually having quite a wonderful time, but as you now see, not only was it not okay for me to jump in my regular socks, it was not okay for that employee to tell me that I was, because as I learned afterwards, it's actually a requirement that everyone wear grip socks. And it's not okay that a waiver that I signed to go to a kid's birthday party has protected a business from having any level of accountability for their negligence. It was not okay for me to jump in my regular socks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Byron Warnkin. I'm also here on behalf of the Maryland Association for Justice. I first went to a trampoline park about 6 or 7 years ago, not as a trial lawyer, although I can't generally shake that, but as a parent. And what I observed was a dangerous facility, frankly. And it got me interested in these facilities in trampoline parks. And I've written about them over the last 6 or 7 years. And writing about them has caused our law firm to get quite a few phone calls about trampoline parks. And I've heard some horrific injuries. Now, the vast majority of these calls were not for the facility's negligence. It's a dangerous activity. People understand that it's a dangerous activity, and I let them know. I'm sorry, this is a dangerous activity. I'm not hearing any negligence on behalf of the facilities. But the really heartbreaking calls are when I hear horrendous negligence. And I have to tell those folks, I'm sorry, you may have signed a waiver. Do you recall signing that waiver? And I say, you exculpated them. You said it's okay for you to be negligent and I won't sue you. And that's what I have to tell people. And they have no idea that they signed that. And then they say, that can't possibly be legal. And I say to them, that's what I believed 7 years ago. I'm a trial lawyer, and that's what I believed 7 years ago. And that's what the vast majority of people believe, but that's not true. Right now, unfortunately, the law is you can exculpate them. And that's not right. And that leads to unsafe facilities. And that's what we need to change so that these facilities can be held to the appropriate standards. Thank you. We urge a favorable report.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Frank Boston III, and I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Associations of Justice. I am not only the lobbyist for the association, I'm a proud member as well, because I also practice as a trial lawyer. I just want to speak to you about the amendment. You heard enough about the bill. The House has some amendments that will conform its bill to this bill, and they voted them out of subcommittee just yesterday. And then there's new amendments that were put forth in the House subcommittee, and they basically serve the same purpose. They just to narrow the scope of of getting at the responsible party, not the unintended landlord, and in this case, governmental agency. You'll hear from MACO. We want to get at the responsible party and at the same time, not relieve any government agency who is responsible. So you'll see the amendments that I think everyone has pretty much agreed on. It's a part of your package. And the main one that has been agreed on says this section may not be interpreted to affect, extend, or limit the liability of a governmental entity for a tort or other claims subject to Title 12, Subtitle 1 of the state government article or Subtitle 3 of this article. That's the nature of the amendment. Everyone's on the same page for the spirit and the purpose of what we're trying to accomplish, which is to simply get at the responsible party. And that's basically it. If you have any questions.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to Senator McKay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is whoever wants to answer this, Mr. Boston or somebody else. So we've heard trampolines. Have we heard testimony on pools? And so my question is, swimming pools is in here. And so why are they in here?
You want to go?
I
Yeah,
can.
yeah.
They're in there because they're a recreational facility that often requires participants to sign a waiver. And if they are negligent, like the trampoline park, then they should be able to be brought to justice in a court of law if their negligence causes injury to someone enjoying the pool.
Okay, I had no idea that swimming pools were signing the waivers.
If they don't have someone sign a waiver, then they're not a part of this bill because they haven't had anybody sign the waiver. This bill obviously just addresses a situation where a facility requires someone to sign a waiver to say that particular waiver may not include an exculpatory clause.
All right, would you be amendable to an amendment taking out swimming pools? I haven't heard examples of swimming pools being an issue.
I haven't heard from any of the opposition that swimming pools are an issue. We can certainly discuss it. But swimming pools are in the category of recreational facilities. There are numerous other examples that are not included there. That's not not intended to be an exhaustive list. They're just representative examples.
If I may, Senator.
Yeah.
You know, if let's use the case of a diving board. If you're on a diving board and you go do a double flip and you on your own injure yourself, right? You injure yourself. That's the assumption of risk that you've taken. But if you go on that diving board and the board spring breaks and it flips up and hits you in the head, then that's liability on a part of the swimming pool. And that's the type of waiver that we're trying to get after. And you're right. When you go, I can't think of many instances where I went into a swimming pool and you've had to sign a waiver. Therefore, this does not apply to that. So there's no need to take them out.
Okay, well, that leads me to my next question. Swimming pool theme here.
Yep.
I actually used to be on the swimming team. I know that's a little hard to believe.
No, I believe it.
I also ran cross country. Ooh, how about that? Never today, though.
It makes two.
So talking about swimming pools, and I get the idea, we're trying to get the bad actors. We're trying to get the people that won't fix their facility, or they're trying to figure out a way to not be responsible for that. So would you be interested in maybe some form of an amendment that if the swimming pool has some kind of clean bill of health? Like in Montgomery County, the pools are inspected 4 times a year. So one at the opening, one's the closing, and then in the middle. And in most inspections that are from either the Department of Health or local health departments, they're not narrow, they're looking wide. And so they're looking for handrails, they're looking for different things and that kind of stuff. I don't know if you'd be interested to maybe if somebody is participating with a particular municipality being inspected on a regular basis, since that seems to be those who would be good actors, that we were trying to not do it. So I don't know if that might be an option.
Yeah, and I don't think it's, well, the issue of being a bad actor takes it into a whole different realm. This is just negligence. You're responsible for negligence. In other words, you can have the inspections and you can be doing your due diligence, which in your case, you're talking about the 4 times a year. And that's wonderful. And that cuts down on the possibility of a machine breaking or the possibility of a crack, semen in the pool or whatever. And that reduces your possibility for negligence. But you never know when something could happen. Again, back to my example, that spring could, during the inspection and, on April 1, it was fine. But on April 14th, the spring just popped. And it's no one's fault. It's not a bad actor. They did everything. But if, someone got injured, then it's just reasonable that it goes to an insurance company and the person gets compensated if they're injured. Yeah,
well,
that's all.
There again, I appreciate your answers. I think because we're talking all hypothetical in the swimming pool and we don't have examples of this for swimming pools, maybe we can go back to my original, maybe of taking swimming pools off, but we'll talk offline.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Look forward to that.
Thank you. I had a question about the just how recreational facility is defined. And I'm curious, I know when the senator was presenting, I think there were 2 incidents that I recalled, I believe, reading about. One was, I believe, in Howard County, where you had someone who was using a soccer field And I think they had injured themselves on the goalpost. But those facilities, if I'm not mistaken, well, number one, under this bill, would they be considered commercial? Because I think that was, can't recall what organization, but it was a nonprofit that ran that the program, and I think there was a nonprofit that was sued. So would that fall under this definition of recreational facility?
I think the word commercial was chosen to make it such that this bill applied to the companies, the for-profit corporations. The language is commercial, but it would depend on the organization.
So if it's a nonprofit that's running, because even in Baltimore County, I believe most of its recreational activities, they're run by charities.
So I'm glad you brought up the counties, because this gets us into one of the things that we've been discussing with MACO. And so just taking a quick step back to the Local Government Tort Claims Act, where we were a little bit ago, you know, the government is immune unless it waives its immunity, which it has for the State and Government Tort Claims Act. So people are allowed to sue the government if they comply with those statutes. You may not. I do not believe, okay, my interpretation of the law is, and I think there's many examples in the Maryland Code we could point to prove that a private contract, you can't enter into a private contract to skirt the requirements of a statutory law. So counties, if it's the county, and I think MACO in some of our conversations has admitted they can't have people sign waivers because they're subject to the Local Government Tort Claims Act. And so they can't have someone sign a waiver because that would be an end run around the Local Government Tort Claims Act, which is the purpose of the amendment that we have agreed upon.
However, in Baltimore County, when I grew up, I was a participant with Edrico. Edrico is a public charity because Baltimore County doesn't kind of facilitates recs and parks, but it's nonprofits that run the activities. So they would be able to, under this bill, from what I'm hearing from you, they would be able to continue to have people sign these types of waivers.
Under it depends on how the word commercial is interpreted, but the intent of the legislation as brought to you was to deal with for-profit corporations.
Okay. Again, going back to this definition, I think I also remember there was a case against BJ's where I think a young child used, I don't know if they had a little gym inside the place. Would that little gym be considered a recreational facility under this definition?
I believe so. That's the case that Senator Carter pointed out in her remarks. Yes, BJ's is a for-profit corporation.
Okay.
Senator, if I may. Okay.
We're not waiving the assumption of risk here. You know, if it's an activity by its very nature that you could get hurt on, you know, I ride horses, you know, me going over that jump, I assume that risk of going over that jump. And in your situation with BJ's, you know, the balls, if the kid lands and twists their ankle, that's part of the activity, that's part of the sport. We're talking about the negligence of the operator. You know, let's say in that little BJ's room full of balls, they jump and somehow they fall out because the net had a hole in it. Well, then that's negligence, because that means that the net wasn't inspected and wasn't repaired and wasn't up to speed before they let the kids in. That's the difference. And going to your example of the soccer field, you know, I'm a lacrosse player. I've had 2 or 3 injuries. Actually, I have a couple of concussions. That's the nature of the game. But in the fact, let's say I ran into the goalpost as a soccer player. Well, I knew that goalpost was there. And if there's nothing wrong with the goalpost, there's really nothing to sue for. You know, it only goes to if there's negligence by the operator, that they can't waive that negligence.
And don't get me wrong. I think people on this committee, they've heard, I don't like indemnification clauses. I don't like people who are attempting to get out of their negligence, getting out of their negligence by things like this. So I'm supportive of the legislation. I'm just trying to clarify for the record who's going to fall under this, who won't be able to force or have people sign these types of agreements.
Right.
So,
And
thank you.
And speaking of indemnification clauses, since you brought it up, you know, a lot of these, and I think this gets at probably what Mako's going to say, you know, a landlord rents a space to a facility. They have to a company that has a recreational facility. We all know that landlord has an indemnification clause against any negligence caused by that recreational facility if there is a suit. So and we're just trying to narrow the same scope. We want to get at the who caused the negligence, not if someone gets hurt in the normal course of the actual activity, because that it happens. You know, you're looking at somebody who's accident prone and there's no suit there because I assume the risk for the enjoyment of the activity. But thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Boston, I think you made an important distinction that I was grappling with, the distinction between waiving assumption of risk and waiving negligence. And there really is a distinction between the two. Let me go back. When I was a kid, I used to go to the baseball game a lot. And on the back of the tickets, I occasionally looked at the back of the tickets when a boring part of the game came. And the tickets basically said you waive any right to sue the ballpark for anything that happens to you in the ballpark. And then last summer, my wife and I went to a decrepit miniature golf course. We'll never go back there again. And there were exposed nails sticking up. It was a mess. And again, the little ticket we bought it had this similar language on the back. So I've always assumed that that language is not enforceable. And if you sued in court, the proprietor couldn't, whether the baseball stadium or the miniature golf course, could not come to court and say, look, you signed your rights away when you accepted this ticket. So what's the difference between that situation and this situation?
So thank you for the example. This bill would make that language, correct me if I'm wrong, unenforceable and void as a matter of public policy. All of these lawyers sitting up here today, and this young lady who's sitting up here today that gave you the example, are here because they have real life experiences, and she experienced it where that waiver was there and the court held the waiver up and there was no recourse. These lawyers had to, in many cases, had to tell potential clients who came to them with cases of instances where they've waived, sorry, feel bad for you, but you don't have a case because of the waiver. Because you're right. And I've had cases where, the court said this is boilerplate language, no one's reads it. And, in one case, he says, you better go settle the case before I rule. But not every court is that way. Not every court is that way. And this provides uniformity and makes uniformity and clarity in the law that you can't waive away those nails that you point out.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
We had if I may tag on to that, there was a delegate in judiciary who said, well, I thought they weren't enforceable because I learned in law school that that's a contract made under duress because you have no choice but to sign it to go into the trampoline park or ballpark or whatever. That's not the way the courts interpret it. It's not a contract of duress. You have the choice. You can walk away. You can not go to the ball game. You can not go to the trampoline park. But if you pay your money and you enter, you're subject to the terms of the agreement.
All right, but I said just drawing back on general principles of contract law in terms of unconscionability or if it was illegal, just how do you get around that? I'm an adult, I'm not under duress, I'm not under any of the factors that would prevent me from contracting legally. I'm engaged in a legal activity.
Yeah.
So how do you just get away from that general principle of contract law?
So lawyers have made those exact arguments to the Court of Appeals, now Supreme Court of the state, and have said all of the things that we've been talking about. It's unconscionable, you don't have a choice, et cetera, et cetera. And what the Court of Appeals has literally said is, you can enter into a contract in this state to do whatever you want, okay, unless you are grossly negligent. That's the one exception, and it's nearly impossible to prove that in this state. You basically have to prove intent, and no one is intending to hurt people in these circumstances. And they have said, the Court of Appeals, Until the legislature does something about this and declares it a matter of public policy otherwise, this is the way we are interpreting these waivers. So we are here asking you to tell the courts, this is our policy.
I like telling the courts what to do all the time, but yeah, but, yeah, and I like this bill, but it's hard for me to get out of that framework of just.
Most people do not understand or know that this is the law, and these are the people
No,
that we talk to all the
I hear you.
time. They're the Miss McLeod.
And then the last question is just the practical implications of, is it going to cost more to go skiing or to go ice skating or to engage in any of these activities because the indemnification will no longer be there?
So many of these facilities do already have insurance under the Maryland code. Certain of them, like amusement parks, have to carry insurance by law. Others do because they have corporate liability insurance. None of them
But
are
surely
here.
those premiums are going to go up and that cost is going to be passed on to somebody.
I
It's going to cost me more to take my daughter skiing. Is it
I
gonna
have
cost-
no
Yeah.
idea if it will cost more. I suspect that it will not cost significantly more, that any of these places will go out of business or that people will stop going to them. And if that were true, I think they would be here in this room, but
I'm a friendly face on this. I just have to ask those tough questions because, All right. Seeing no further questions from the committee, thank you all very much. Thank you. Okay, is John Willems and Dominic Buchko. Come on up.
I guess it's just me. Okay, yeah. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Dominic Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties. First, I just have to thank the bill sponsor and the advocates and the bill sponsors in both houses, because as you can see, this is an incredibly complex piece of legislation. There's a lot of implications here that might not be intended. And so we've been working quite extensively at trying to find amendments. If we're not there already, I think we're incredibly close. And just that amount of effort, we're very appreciative of. First, I just want to explain the MACO amendments. So we have two of them. The first one has to do with liability, and Frank Boston did a great job explaining it. Our county governments, we own a lot of recreational facilities, parks, gyms, et cetera. And so the first amendment just deals with if a local government does rent a facility and the local government has done their job to make sure that there's no issues with that facility, whoever that tenant is conducting that event, if they are negligent and whatever, that does not fall back on the counties. Our second amendment has to do with the Local Government Tort Claims Act. And we just want to make sure that in no way this legislation touches that act whatsoever, that remains in place. Local governments were the level closest to the people. We're not the trampoline parks that have been mentioned. We're not the ones trying to break people's legs. I think that, it was just mentioned that this is aimed towards for-profit actors and towards people who are not doing their job in maintaining their facilities. Counties are not those people. And so we just want to make sure that there are no unintended consequences on an incredibly complex issue that we saw. So again, thank you very much, Senator, for working with us. And Delegate Moon in the House, if you're watching this, thank you as well. And to the advocates who are, I'm very sure, tired of talking to me. And MACO urges a favorable report with amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Seeing no questions from the committee, that will conclude the testimony and the hearing for Senate Bill 291 for Senator Carter. Next up is Senator Carter with Senate Bill 93. Senator Carter, do you want your panel to come up with you, the first panel? Okay. So then if we could have Mr. Wallington, Ms. Braveheart, Clint Lacey, is Ms. Egan here? Jenny Egan. And then Damon Walker. I guess do you have a presentation you're going to bring up?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, we're gonna start with the jury.
Sure, absolutely.
Somebody closed out of it.
You can pull up another chair if you need to.
You just kind of sit on the end of it here, just turn that microphone on. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I understand we lost a couple from the first panel, so we lost Keith Wallington. So I'm going to ask if it wasn't called in the first panel, Christine Dufour, 1, 2, 3, to replace him. And Josh Rovner, who's already here, just to get a full panel for the first one, and then we'll move on as needed. So I'd like to start with the video if it's ready.
As a juvenile, from the date of arrest until the date of release, I was serving my time and sentence in all adult institutions. 31 years, 6 months, 15 days, and 5 hours.
My name is Rosita Timmons. I'm 55 years old, and I've spent over half of my life in prison. I was 15 years old when I was first sent to an adult prison. Even at 9 years old going to jail, they didn't talk about trauma. A nurse would come, made sure you physically okay, but mentally they didn't, so they just kept me sedated.
It's incredibly important that even if kids commit wrongdoing or are accused of wrongdoing, that we don't treat them like beasts or monsters. Young people who are in the criminal justice system, 75 to 93% of them are experiencing high adverse childhood experiences. ACEs, or adverse childhood experiences, means that certain set of factors that kids experience have a pretty traumatic impact on them.
Prior to your 18th birthday, that a parent or other adult in the household often or very often swear at you, insult you, put you down, or humiliate you. Yes. I grew up in an illegal family. Everything was illegal. I knew how to do the manufacturing and the selling the drugs and the collecting the monies, but I still could not write my own name.
The brain itself does not develop fully until about 25 or 26. And so kids are going to make mistakes. Young people exposed to trauma are gonna be prone to make even bigger mistakes. And that doesn't mean that accountability isn't important. What it does mean is that the focus has to be on the proper services that kids need to get to those underlying issues that, after all, are bringing them into the criminal justice system to begin with.
Thank you for your indulgence with the video. I want to just mention that Alonzo Turner Bay, who was the subject of the video, wasn't able to be here, and so I was happy to be able to present his story. He's been a fierce advocate for juveniles, youth, criminal justice reform where needed for a long time. Members of the committee and Mr. Chairman, thank you for hearing this bill. It's not the first time many of us have heard the bill. It's the last bill of the day, and I'm so glad that you've stayed around to hear this bill. It's one that's very important to me personally, as well as I think that it's truly the right policy for Maryland moving forward. This is called the YES Act, the Youth Equity and Safety Act, and what it does, and I'll be really brief because I want you to hear from the advocates, and I know we have a lot of witnesses, so I'll just, speak from the heart and not read my written testimony. So here's my story from the heart. All this bill does is treat children when it comes to the criminal justice system the same way that we treat children in every other area of the law. In Maryland, we've made it clear that we believe in brain science. We believe the brain science that says that children are not yet capable to make decisions where they understand, and we don't believe they fully understand the consequences of their actions. And so when it comes to the prohibition on children contracting, the prohibition of children working, the prohibition on children smoking, drinking, or voting, the prohibition as of last year on children marrying, we protect children from all of these things because we say you're not ready to do that yet. But only in one area of the law do we say, okay, because you are accused of something, because there is a mere allegation against you, we're going to wipe out all the evidence that you're a child. We're not going to treat you as a child. And because there's an allegation against you that is severe, if you in fact did it, then we think that you are potentially dangerous or violent or maybe unsalvageable or need to be accountable. We're going to just ignore the entire fact that you're a child. And if you were a child and we thought you were humanly trafficked, we would protect you under what we have passed before called the Safe Harbor Act. But that very same child that we would protect from human trafficking, we protect from bullying, we protect from sexual predators, we protect them from everything evil in this world. In this one instance where they are accused of something, we say, nope, you're no longer a child. We're going to automatically charge you as an adult. And so this bill simply aligns our public policy with all the other policy we have in the law in Maryland and says that a person under the age of 18 would not be automatically charged as an adult. It does not in any way prohibit a person from being tried as an adult under the certain circumstances. It simply would require a court to make the decision that you are an exception because of whatever the circumstances of this individual is, and this act coupled with this act, I'm going to decide you can't be treated in the juvenile system and you should be treated in the adult system. It shifts the burden. Okay, the burden should not be placed on children to convince a court I'm a child. That is a ridiculous and unfair burden. The state should have the burden to say, this is an exception and this child in this instance should be tried as an adult. I want to just be clear. We've talked a lot about jury service even this session with another bill before us, and we talked about the constitutional right to a jury of your peers. Well, in the instance where a child is automatically charged as an adult, has no choice but to be tried as an adult, opts to have a jury trial, guess what? The child is then the trier of fact, the jury. There is no jury of the peers because we wouldn't even allow the child to serve on that jury. That is the hypocrisy of this law in Maryland, and that is why we must change it. I implore this committee to treat this bill objectively, fairly, listen to the testimony, and frankly, we need to move forward because Maryland, this is one reason that Maryland has the worst record in the country on how it treats children in the juvenile justice system and criminal justice system. We're chipping away at that, but we have a long way to go. And this bill is one important step in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Josh Rovner. I live in District 18 and I'm the Director of Youth Justice for the Sentencing Project. We endorse the YES Act as a common sense approach to youth offending that will bring Maryland at last closer in line with the rest of the country. You see, Maryland has long been an outlier in how it treats our youth when it comes to automatically charging based on the offense. We were the second state to have a law to add automatic charging. And in the years since, we've added charges at a faster pace than almost anywhere else. So today we have 33 charges that automatically start a young person's case in adult criminal court. By comparison, Virginia has 2. Murder and aggravated malicious wounding. And in 2020, Virginia rolled back its auto charging statutes, making our neighbors to the south one of 40 states this century to limit the pathways into adult court. Per capita, only Alabama sends more of its kids into adult court based on the initial charge than we do. So the proposal on the table today would make Maryland a leader, but hardly an outlier when it comes to youth justice. Starting all cases in juvenile court is already the law in 8 states: California, Hawaii, Kansas, Kentucky, Missouri, Oregon, Tennessee, and Texas, with Kentucky joining this list in 2021. In those states, as under this bill, teenagers can and are charged in criminal courts after a hearing in juvenile court. It's a good policy. The evidence shows youth charged as if they're adults are more likely to reoffend than similarly situated youth in the adult system. And there's no deterrent effect for other teenagers because you see high school sophomores don't follow along with what happens in their state's criminal codes, nor are they deterred by changes to it. My written remarks cite many studies, including from the CDC and the National Research Council, arguing against statutory exclusion. So the so-called tough on crime approach foolishly creates more crime, not less. And this is unapologetically a public safety bill. So thank you for your time.
Would ask for Damon to be next, and if he could use this mic. Thank you.
This timer starts.
Yeah, once you start talking.
Okay, hello. My name is Damon Walker. At the age of 16 in 1994, I was charged as an adult, and I was put into a adult facility. I was actually waived down through a transition hearing where the testimony was given from the state psychologist that I was a career criminal, a menace to society, unreformable, and maybe the most manipulative person they ever met. But today I stand before you as a youth advocate for kids with disabilities, at-risk youth, as well as victims of crimes. I work for Johns Hopkins University of Maryland, the Maryland Youth Leadership Forum, and I'm now currently with Baltimore Youth Arts. My whole point is that if the judge in my case didn't see me as an individual, I wouldn't be the person I am today. I wouldn't have the opportunity to have the chance to, grow into the man that I am, to impact my community, to affect change. And I think every juvenile needs that chance. Every situation is unique and individual. And if it's not done that way, you have young people paying for other people's crimes. And it's something that, this city or this state, we have, many areas which young people are, kind of just casted away. And this is definitely a way where, young people will just get thrown under the bus and a lot will fall by the wayside. Now, fortunately, I do know a few people that have been convicted as a juvenile and served many years, and they have been reformed, but probably the majority of the cases, the people become, they lose their lives. They lose their ability to be a part of society, to be productive. They miss the opportunity to be dads and go to college. And, I would have never had a chance to do many of the things in my life if the judge didn't see me as a human being and not just, a statistic that could get thrown away.
Good afternoon. Reverend Dr. Marlon Tillman, pastor of Ames United Methodist Church in Bel Air, co-chair within Bridge Maryland Incorporated Transformational Justice Work Group, and a proud member of the Maryland Youth Justice Coalition. Dear Senators, Bridge Maryland is offering this moral imperative from members of our interfaith organization. Children and teens are influenced by authority and are at risk of emotional, cultural, and situational trauma if placed in adult situations and legal systems prematurely. Our sacred text teaches us that children are an inheritance from God and that God wants our children treated justly. and treating children and teens like adults in callous, disposable ways affects a child's future and offends the creator of us all. I believe the Youth Equity and Safety Act is what Michael Eric Dyson meant when he said, justice is what love sounds like when it speaks in public. And if I may make this personal for just a moment, my son was diagnosed with ADHD as a child, only to be misdiagnosed because he actually had bipolar disorder. Because of his mental illness, he made bad decisions. However, school staff, counselors, my wife and I dealt with his poor decisions in a holistic way through diet, team sports, scouts, and the church. He also had encounters with law enforcement because he fit the description: dark skin, tall, wore a hoodie, and pants worn below the waist. Once he was literally pulled over twice going to the 7-Eleven, which is only 3 blocks from my home, going to and coming back. An untreated person with bipolar disorder in their manic state can make bad decisions, and under this current law can go to an adult jail. And what frightens me the most is that my grandchildren can face the same situation today. If an officer decides to escalate a situation that I witnessed personally and in the media, or if a bystander decides to report an incident without proper details and a child goes to jail in an adult system, the trauma of that situation could be devastating and unnecessary. I firmly believe that the Youth Equity and Safety Act is a common sense step to curb the panic about our children who need care and not cages. Therefore, I urge you to support and vote for the Yes Act. It affirms to our children that we believe that they deserve care and not cages.
Chairman, members of the committee, thank you so much for having us today. My name is Jenny Egan. I'm a resident of District 45 and a juvenile public defender in Baltimore City. The reason that the law is in place and the reason that this has happened in Maryland, that we send a disproportionate and inordinate amount of mostly Black and brown children into adult prison, is because of the myth of the super predator. This was a myth advanced by a combo of political scientists, prosecutors, and a media frenzy that painted Black children in the late 80s and early 90s as somehow less than human, with literal scientists argued that they had no conscience and lacked redeeming qualities and should be warehoused in adult prisons for the rest of their lives. This myth has been disproven and should be left in the dustbin of history. However, the policies put into law in support of that myth are at issue in front of you today. The majority of the offenses that are automatically charged as an adult were added to the code in 1994. Maryland now charges more Black and brown children automatically in adult court than any state per capita than Alabama, and sends more automatically to adult court in actual numbers than any state except for Florida. The proponents and the opponents, our opponents and the supporters of auto charge argue that only the adult system can ensure harsh penalties that they seek. The data and evidence in front of you proves them wrong. Children charged in adult court and sent to adult prison versus children with the same offenses charged in juvenile court and sent to treatment are 34% more likely to recidivate if they go to adult prison. You have in front of you the DPSCS data for specifically youth charged as adults in Maryland who were transferred down, have a recidivism rate after being treated in DJS locked facilities of 17%. Compare that to the recidivism rates of children, of young people under the age of 25 released by DPSCS. Their reincarceration, 3-year reincarceration rate is 40.6%. If the argument is that the Department of Juvenile Services or the juvenile system doesn't work, that is wrong. This committee should no longer tinker at the edges of this inhuman racist policy. We demand that you stop asking if kids are worthy of redemption and start asking why our system is not worthy of our kids.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Christine Dufour. I'm an attorney with Jessica Moyes, and I'm here representing the Maryland Criminal Defense Attorneys Association and urge a favorable report for SB 93. I want to thank the sponsor wholeheartedly for sponsoring this bill. I think this represents legislation that is just the next step towards
what you've done in the last few years, reforming the juvenile justice system. A few years back, I remember testifying in front of you when we passed legislation where youth could not be held in adult facilities. I can tell you that my experience during COVID was youth that should have been held in juvenile detention facilities, because they were although they were charged as an adult, sat for weeks in sight and sound separation, basically solitary confinement, waiting to go to DJS. So that problem is not solved, although you all passed the legislation. So does the whole system need continual work? Yes. But this bill is a big step forward. And I think you're going to hear the numbers from, I believe it's even DJS themselves, that of the youth charged as adults, it's my understanding that close to 75%, if not 80, end up back down in juvenile court or having their charges dismissed. So in order to avoid automatically charging such a large percentage of children that will end up back in juvenile court or have their cases dismissed, we need to start the process in juvenile court. And just as the sponsor said, nothing precludes a court forwarding an individual, a juvenile that needs perhaps charged with the most serious rape or murder up to adult court. But if the majority of kids that are charged as adults are ending up back in juvenile court, let's start the process there. And let the ones that need to go forward after the proper hearing and findings made by the court. So with that, we would ask that you urge a favorable report on SB 93.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for this bill. Think it sounds reasonable to start where you are if 80% are already being re-referred back to juvenile court. I wonder if there's other states that start all their cases in juvenile court. Can someone speak to that?
Yeah, I'll be happy to take that. This is already the law in 8 states. Those states are California and Hawaii, Kansas, Kentucky, Missouri, Oregon, Tennessee, and Texas. The most recent state to change its law was Kentucky, which did that in 2021. We also see bills moving in Indiana and Pennsylvania with bipartisan sponsors to do exactly what we're talking about doing here today.
Got it. So this isn't a Democratic issue. This is a bipartisan issue.
I mean, we certainly welcome support from anyone.
Fair enough. Another question about just the disparities, the racial disparities that happen through these automatic auto charging, specifically to Black youth. If someone can, speak to that a little bit for me, so we have a better understanding from this for this committee.
Yes, so recent data from DPSCS shows that of the population that are currently in the adult system who were charged and sent there when they were still under the age of 18, 90.46% of them are people of color, 81% of them are Black, compared to a 30% population rate. That is about what we see in charging of young people automatically in adult court. It varies from year to year, but it's over 80% are Black most years. In addition, we see racial disparities in the number of cases that are transferred back. So virtually all white defendants have their cases transferred back to juvenile court, where less than half of Black children have their cases transferred back. So there's disproportionality in the arrest, the charging, the decisions, and the sentences that they receive.
And if I understand, there's more resources in a juvenile justice system than there are in the adult system too. Is that right?
Absolutely. The
juvenile, we want to rehabilitate these, I'm gonna call them students because most times they are, these students. We want to rehabilitate them. We don't want to just punish them. We want to make sure they're getting better at some point, and we need those resources that are happening right now in DJS. Is that right?
Absolutely. DJS operates hardware secure maximum facilities, as well as community-based facilities. There's a range of options, but no matter what service or place you go to in juvenile, if you are getting treatment in juvenile, you have access to an individualized treatment plan that specifically is set to address your particular issues. One thing about teenagers that people forget is the time when psychoaffective disorders tend to emerge, and you can't always recognize that, as the Reverend talked about earlier. And so we have lots of young people who have lots of different behavior. Only in the juvenile system do they have access to psychologists, psychiatrists, and medical professionals who can diagnose and issue a course of treatment for not just for mental health, but for all kinds of issues that children
And
face.
this bill does not preclude the courts, juvenile justice courts from sending it back up to adult courts.
Absolutely, it does not. This 87% of kids do not end up with an adult conviction. We think actually, if you pass this bill, that same 13% will probably end up being sent to adult court and probably end up with sentences. This would just fix the enormous inefficiency in the system and stop traumatizing those other 700 to 800 kids per year.
Sounds reasonable to me. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Egan, it's good to see you again.
see you.
We both served on the Juvenile Justice Reform Commission. I think you've changed your hairstyle since then.
COVID makes people do weird things.
Yeah. When I first saw you, I thought I'd seen that woman before, but I wasn't sure exactly who she was until you identified yourself.
You know, my dad's a Marine, so I can never get away from
Okay.
hindsight. Yeah.
So what I thought I'd do is just, we already had a briefing on this at the beginning of the year. And I think I know where I'm coming down on this. I thought I'd lay it out there since you all, probably some of you will oppose where I'm coming down and let you have at it for a few minutes. Okay, so one issue is confinement. My view is that all juveniles should be confined in a juvenile facility prior to their trials. There should be none confined in an adult facility prior to their trials. Second question, charging. My view is that data should govern. And if currently the data shows that the crimes which customarily end up being tried in the adult court, those crimes should start in the adult court. The crimes that are customarily tried in juvenile court, they should start in juvenile court. And then in the case of crimes starting in the adult court, the public defenders can try to move them back down to juvenile. In the case of crimes which start in juvenile, the state's attorneys can try to move them up to adult court. I think that makes sense for efficiency. There'll be fewer cases being moved back and forth if we start them from the beginning where that crime normally ends up being tried. And then the last point is, and I had never understood this, one reason why we have such problem in this area is because if you were tried in a juvenile court, no matter the severity of the crime, the heinousness of the crime, the collateral circumstances surrounding the crime, if you are convicted, irrespective of whatever you're sentenced to, on your 21st birthday, you walk out scot-free. That I think is why so many states attorneys want to move the more serious crimes up to adult court, because they want to have longer sentences for those people. So that's my view. And Ms. Egan, why don't you start and let me know where I'm wrong?
So I want to start with the second part and then work my way back, if that's okay with you, Senator. So part of the thing about this bill and starting all kids in adult court is that I actually think that this allows prosecutors and state's attorneys to focus those resources it's been a long day. I know you guys had a long night last night too, because I was watching. So starting them in juvenile court allows prosecutors to focus those resources on the most egregious circumstances and the most egregious cases and the most egregious children. Nothing in this bill keeps a prosecutor from waiving a child to an adult court. In fact, the shift in burden is 2%. Goes from a 51% burden on the defense to a 51% burden on the prosecution. It is a 2% shift in burden. And frankly, if it is that egregious, so clear, and there is so little time left for the efficacy of the treatment, right? If we say, hey, this kid has this things going on and we're not going to get to it in those 4 or 5 or 6 years, there is nothing in this bill that keeps a prosecutor from filing a waiver, nothing in this bill that keeps a child from being tried in adult court, nothing in this bill that keeps a child from being sentenced to life in prison, in an adult prison. So there's nothing in this bill that keeps that from happening, but the efficiency and the problem is and then that comes with the carve out for certain offenses, right? 1, those offenses change over time. 2, there is not consistency across jurisdictions or across states. I can give you general figures, but if you look at the Vera Institute of Justice preliminary findings as given to the JJRC, what you'll see is that over the fiscal years 2017 to 2019, they looked at around 1,300, and I'm going to not remember the exact figure. I can't remember if it's 1,295 or 1,395 cases that were automatically tried in adult court. Of those, 108 were murder, first or second attempts and conspiracies. Of those 108, only 14 resulted in adult convictions, and only 14 of them went for more than 10 years. What I'm saying is, if you do a crime carve out, if you make it based on the offense, what happens is that you start to lose all. Maryland's code is really weird, right? Like, we just have first degree and second degree assault. So you lose, like, we don't have a lot of the ambiguity and the gray zones in other charges. If you do it by charge, you are going to still continue to rope in the majority of children for those charges are not, for no charge, are being charged and sentenced in adult court right now. If you do it, if you do carve outs by charge, you will carve out almost every impacted witness who's going to come before you today, right? So you'll hear from Jabria Handy, who's come before your committee for the last 13 years, asking for this policy to end. 13 years, and she was charged with a second-degree murder. Each one of those things is very different. This is you'll hear the circumstances. It is heartbreaking, but you can not simply say all second-degree murders with all kids are the same. When you carve out offenses, rather than focus on the actual facts of what happened, you are always going to lead to bringing in way more kids than will ever stay in the adult system, one, and two, it leaves the door open at any time to just throw charges in.
Well, I'm not suggesting that that we take away the rights of the public defenders to try to move cases from adult court back to juvenile court. It just seems to me, for efficiency's sake, it makes sense to start the crimes which probably are going to end up being tried in the adult court in the adult court.
I don't know what those are. What are probably going to be an adult court? There is not a real likelihood of that for almost any offense, except for the 16 and 17-year-olds charged with murder who are currently not transfer eligible. All the other cases are very fact specific because the Supreme Court says they have to be. So that's the answer. It's like, you can't make that probability because the Supreme Court says you always have to look at all the factors, and the nature of the offense is always one. The child in those circumstances mean that there is not a consistent result. And the other answer is most kids who are getting losing transfer and getting tried in adult court are coming home before they're 30. What we also have to talk about is what's happening and the harm and the recidivism that is being created by sending them to adult court. What your approach doesn't take into consideration is that sending kids to adult court, even with those most serious offenses, lead to higher rates of crime and offending in the future. And nothing about your approach protects the public safety by giving kids access to life skills, intensive therapy, medication management, and simply often diagnoses, because they are not going to get those at DPSCS.
Thanks. I've always respected your advocacy on behalf of the defense.
I like our conversation, Senator.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
I was going to say, Senator Carter, do you have anything extra over and above that you would like to say?
Thank you so much, Senator. The only thing I think Ms. Egan hit on it, but specifically one of the many reasons that you can't go by the charges, because the charge at the outset of a case or charges at the outset of a case are often not the charges that wind up prevailing. And so many cases are overcharged. Every single thing is thrown at the end of the assessment, at the end of the beginning of a case, at the end, after a grand jury or after a preliminary hearing or after even a transfer hearing, the charges change. But the reality is, and I know the state's attorneys will say it's not true, the reality is cases are overcharged habitually to make sure that there is a carrot to force some type of a plea. You could be facing this ultimate thing. We're going to overcharge you, knowing that we can't even. I know that one state's attorney came in here and said ethically they could never overcharge, but that's not my experience. So I think that's the issue. And I've literally had children charged with first degree assault automatically charged as an adult for a school fight where there's an allegation that someone brought out a weapon, even if it wasn't the actual kid charged. That's happened many times. And I'm sure Ms. Egan has had that in many more situations.
Senator West, Mr. Damon would like to address your question as well.
Okay, like you talk about efficiency. but we talking about justice. So when we have young people who, may not, no offense against the public defender's office, you guys do great work, but I'm sure you guys are overworked. And, I was just lucky enough to have a lawyer and that could fight for me beyond just the aspect of maybe what he was taking care of for his daily work. And but a lot of my friends, a lot of people I knew, they didn't. So when it came time for whatever was put in front of them, they had to take a plea, even if they weren't guilty, because they didn't have the resources, they didn't have the insight, they didn't have anybody telling them that they had their back. And so you're a kid, they're telling you, hey, we're going to give you 40 years. So you're like, all right, I'll take 20, and you take that because you're like, well, I want to go home one day. And, so in the spirit of justice, efficiency really doesn't matter in this case.
I have a couple. So I've, largely been supportive of this measure, and, I've have immeasurable respect for everyone on the panel and worked with Ms. Egan and Mr. Rovner. I mean, even written about this with Mr. Rovner's help. But as a lawmaker, I think we all have a responsibility to look the difficult problems in the eye and to have candid discussions, and discussions that even make our allies uncomfortable to even ponder or think about out loud. But as lawmakers, we make tough decisions here, and we have to have those kind of candid, tough discussions. And so I have a couple of questions that I'd like to give you all the opportunity to address, because I know they're going to come up later on. And, if we move forward with this measure or some iteration of this measure, we are going to get these questions later on as well from our colleagues. So first, I think there's no question as to the judicial efficiency of this measure. I mean, there's no question about that. There is a question about the numbers on recidivism, because the numbers obviously are when you start off in the juvenile system have borne out for those folks that reside and start there. I think you've provided stellar evidence to that effect that this works. But though the most serious offenses are not included into that population as of yet. Is that true, or is that not true? Can you stand up on the podium? Sorry. And is it either Ms. Egan or Ms. whoever wants to take it?
Yeah,
we'll just take this one by one. Yeah.
Sure, I'm happy to look at that, because the data that Ms. Egan shared is Maryland specific, and the research that's in my written remarks are national data. What we talk about is a general deterrence versus or a specific deterrence. The data are very strong on general deterrence, meaning for the population at large, that the states that have harsher transfer laws have much worse outcomes than the states that have more lenient transfer laws. Places, we've had states experimenting with this for decades. So Idaho adds some automatic charging. They see their violent crime rate for juveniles go up. Nearby Montana and Wyoming see it go down. So that's like 1978. And study after study after study keeps finding that happening. That also happens on the most serious offenses. So you can look at like New York State, which had very harsh very harsh transfer laws, and compared to Northern New Jersey, pretty similar populations, side-by-side matching on robbery and burglary. I think those are pretty serious charges, everyone would agree. And you see much higher recidivism rates on those charges in New York than in New Jersey, because higher charging doesn't work. It leads to more crime. And that's not surprising, because the juvenile system is equipped to deal with kids, and the adult system is equipped to deal with and punish adults. So Jenny will get to the specific data from Maryland, which bears this out, but we also see that same story everywhere else that peer-reviewed academic studies have looked at.
Happy to address that. If any of you have your data resource guide in front of you, I'm sure you don't. So DGS does a data resource guide every year. And each of the sections are broken down. So there's an intake section by county, and then a detention section that talks about the jails. And then there's a commitment section. And you can go through and it will tell you how many kids got committed to DJS and for what offenses. So for those 33 offenses, almost all of them are crimes of violence. 38.5% of the population in DJS's facilities were convicted of a crime of violence. The majority of the children charged in adult court are already being treated by DJS for murder, for first-degree rape. Those children are in those facilities, and those children are a part of the much lower re-incarceration and rearrest rates. So if there's any specific question about a certain offense that DJS couldn't treat, I can address that. But what I will say is that for extreme violence and for children who have experienced extreme violence and enacted extreme violence, we know there is efficacy and there are evidence-based programs that are proven to improve outcomes and reduce recidivism. Some of the strongest ones are cognitive behavioral therapy and emergingly dialectical behavioral therapy for mood dysregulation disorders. What we found over the last 10 years in science is that lots of young kids look like they have bipolar disorder, but they have mood dysregulation that is related to their adolescence and their bodies changing, right? And that if we give those people interventions, they don't further develop and worsen mental health issues, they get better. DBT and CBT are only available in the juvenile system. The Patuxent program we can discuss, but it is very rare that a child goes there, and it's very rare that they would go there before the age of 30. But even that does not provide individual one-on-one therapy, and that is the thing that really does lead to better outcomes for young people. The ability to talk about, problem solve, and figure out how to do things differently when they return home.
No, I appreciate that. And the committee has access to that information. I appreciate it. Just put differently and just pushing it a little bit more. The youths that are charged as adults that never touched the juvenile system, it's fair to say that you clearly don't have that recidivism information for being in the juvenile system because they've never touched the juvenile system.
So yes and no, as the senator mentioned, the only kids that are not transfer eligible is the first degree murder if they're 16 and 17.
Yeah.
So that's true and not true, because what happens is that 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds are often charged with first degree murder, and then they are not convicted of that, and they have access to a second transfer. Many of those transfer numbers and those children reflected in that lower recidivism are second transfer kids. They're kids who went and were automatically charged, found not guilty, and came back at after their trial.
So there's a,
But yeah,
go again.
But what I
more
can
parsed,
say,
it's more parsed than
it's
first
it's
blush.
more parsed,
Yeah,
but what I can say is that the evidence nationally about those kids and those particular offenders is that 34%. That's that national number that says you take the same kid charged with the same offense. In most states, that data is very serious offenses because most states don't send kids to adult court for handgun possession like we do. And that national data from meta-analysis says that the same child for the same serious offense charged in juvenile court, the one sent to adult court is 34% more likely to recidivate.
So moving farther along in the process, so then let's talk about the waiver and the transfer and the burden shifting. So for transferring up, transfer up, wave down. So for transferring up, what is the burden? The burden is on the prosecutor or the defense or the state's attorney. I just want it read into the, I know the answer, but
In transfer hearings, transfer down, the
transfer
defense.
down, wave up.
Yep. Transfer down, the defense has a preponderance of the evidence burden, so that's 51%. In waiver hearings, the state carries that burden and it is 51%. So it is a 2% shift in the burden.
And this bill does the bill tinker with the burden at all?
No.
Good. And then following farther down and Senator West touched on this for the jurisdiction. What happens? So when does the jurisdiction end? What age?
So juvenile jurisdiction ends at age 21.
21. So to his concern about someone that enters, if we, it's all direct file, it's all every juvenile starts in the juvenile system. Your entry point is at 17. Okay. It's for a heinous crime, whatever it is.
First degree murder.
First degree murder.
Put it out there. Let's do it.
Rape, whatever. What happens at 21?
So for a 17-year-old right now, what happens at 21 is that they can no longer be served by the Department of Juvenile Services. That is true. What is also true is that right now, this very protracted transfer process is taking an average of 114 days. So what we have and then there's much longer waits before children go to trial in adult court. Sometimes that's a year, sometimes that's 2. Since COVID started, sometimes that's been 3 or 4 years before children have gotten into court. So right now, during the transfer process, and if we continue to use that transfer process, children are getting older, sitting warehoused, no services in adult and juvenile jails across the state of Maryland, because 16 and 17-year-olds automatically charged are not eligible to be in juvenile facilities, and they're in adult jails across this state. This would end that. 2, so the time is different, right? So they would have to stop when they're 21. But right now, we're getting 87% of those kids are waiting a year or 2 years before we start services. The difference in the juvenile court is the children who would be waived, those most serious cases that are most likely still going to go to adult court and still going to adult prison. Those waiver process is quicker, and that would happen sooner. And intervention and services for 87% of the kids who will stay in the juvenile court will start much, much sooner, which means we will have more time for services, more time for
That's
intervention.
part of that efficiency piece, I get.
Yes.
100%. But again, dialing in on the jurisdiction, it ends. You said it stops. So I mean, if you enter in at 17, then what happens at 21 if this bill passes?
They exit the jurisdiction of the juvenile system.
In every system.
Yes.
Okay.
The record,
So
with their record clear.
yes. I just want to, these are we have
yeah.
to have these discussions. I mean, we have to look
Yes.
at problems in the eye.
But, and I also just want to note
Yeah,
though,
yeah.
right, that's what happens, but this doesn't stop any child.
Understood.
That argument, this is a great argument at a waiver hearing, and one that if the child was so old or there's so little time, it should be pretty easy to meet your 51% burden.
No, I've got one more question, and then I know pass on to Senator Sidnor, and then Senator. This is kind of like the big elephant in the room for me on this and all of our reforms, because I think there is a lot of work to be done in this area. So we are about to install a new secretary in a department, and look, I go is wherever you want to go on this, but DJS is something that I think all of us have some valid concerns about capacity to perform, to deliver, and is a critical component of us moving forward with further reform efforts. I mean, that's like kind of like the ultimate.
Yeah. So, I mean, I served on the JPR. I think
yeah.
Senator West would say that I am a rabid and avid critic of DJS. It's one of my pastimes is criticizing DJS. And I think that that's true, but you can't just talk about DJS in isolation. We're talking about DJS compared to DPSCS. And if we talk about the efficiency and the quality and the offerings available in those two systems, then DJS may not meet your or my standards for what I want for our children, and they do not. But it certainly is night and day better and will improve public safety compared to what is happening to children in DPSCS. And you will hear from children who have been brutalized in DPSCS. And what we know is that when you put children in DPSCS, they are more likely to be recruited. They have to find older individuals with more experience to keep them safe. That is what is driving recidivism. So when you talk about what is DJS good enough to treat these kids, I would say it is not, but it is getting better, and their recidivism numbers have been going down. Their treatment protocols and the professionalism of the services that they have offered children has grown dramatically over the last 2 decades. That's just true. Not good enough for the kids I love who are in the system. I want more, I want better. But what I will tell you is that they are successful in lowering recidivism rates and successfully transitioning children into adulthood. The only real revolving door in our system is at DPSCS. And if we want to protect kids and public safety and make sure that they are not going to be back, then DJS is doing a much better job.
I'll see it. That's just about the best answer you could have provided on that question. But
To say one thing since he.
oh, absolutely.
Well, I was I can say DGS saved my life. You know, when I got waved down, I was on home monitor. I had to stay home, you know, even though I didn't, but it gave me an understanding that it was nice to be home, you know, and instead of running the street and doing whatever I was doing. And upon getting probation, I was given a job which transformed my life. You know, I worked at Broadmead. It's a retirement village out in York Road, and I had such pride and happiness to to go there every day, to the point people would offer me, hey, we can give you all the drugs you want to sell. But I'm happy because I'm going to work and I don't gotta jump over fences or put drugs in my butt or whatever it is I was doing out there. So and I felt good going to school. I could buy myself lunch, clothes, whatever I needed, and that was all from DPS. And I remember they offered me a job. And my mom said, "You gonna take it?" And I was like, "I don't know." She said, "Well, you gonna get out of here." And I was like, "Well, I'm gonna take this job." And it changed my life, And I ended up getting shot for some arbitrary reason, but I think that seed that DPS put in me, that the Department of Juvenile Services put in me, just grew into the man I am today.
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate the candor. Also, I mean, look, I'm going to let Senator Sidnor and Senator West go, but I really do appreciate just the exchange. I mean, this is exactly what these hearings are for, and we've got to get these issues out front so that experts and people that are steeped in this can answer and provide us with the well-rounded and researched answers. So just understand that the questions are because we were seeking to make the best policy. All right, Senator Sidnor.
Thank you. And good evening. If I'm repeating anything that's already been asked, please humor me. A number of years ago, I went to a conference out in San Francisco, and I remember them talking about the science and things out there. But I'm curious, are there other states that start every youth case in juvenile court that exists?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer this question for you. There's 8 states that already start every case in juvenile court. Those states are California, Hawaii, Missouri, Oregon, Kansas and Kentucky, Tennessee, and Texas.
You said Texas?
Texas, yeah. The most recent state to add it to that list was Kentucky. That happened in 2021.
Kentucky?
Kentucky passed one house unanimously, passed the other house with 3 dissenting votes. I'm happy to answer it as many times as you'd like, Senator.
Look, I appreciate that. So it's my floor. How have you, or it's just, let me ask this. In terms of disparate impact, can we talk a little bit about that again and what you've seen?
So as a juvenile public defender in Baltimore City, I have never represented a white child automatically charged in adult court. But what we know is that the majority of children automatically charged in adult court are people of color, and they are overwhelmingly Black. That the disproportionality is at charging, at transfer, at trial, and at sentencing. 90.46% of the population in DOC who were sent there as children are people of color, compared to only, and 81% of them are Black. For me, this law came out of the super predator myth, and I know that it was based in myths about Black youth. But I will also say this has great impact on all youth. My stepbrother, who's was automatically charged in adult court, it does loop in a lot of folks, but the disproportionality is stark for our children.
There's another piece of legislation that I know we're going to deal with, eventually dealing with guns, and I believe it's people under 21 being charged with or being possibly getting up to 5 years in incarceration for wearing and carrying, and I think those over 21, the 3 years. And you mentioned the super predator. Now I've been wondering if that type of I'm not gonna say disparity, but if the 5 years versus the 3 years also came out of that particular super predator type thing, because to me, it makes no sense that you're charging younger people heavier than you would older people who should know better. But I digress. The last question I have is, do most of the young people who are charged in adult court who go to adult prison stay there past their 25th birthdays?
No, they do not. The Vera Institute for Justice published a report in conjunction with the JJRC. They analyzed a number of cases to see how many kids automatically charged in adult court stayed in adult court and what kind of sentences they received. What they were able to show is that, and I can go by offense if that's helpful for Senator West as well, that the majority of children are sentenced to less than 10 years once they get to DPSCS. And as you know, that means that they are coming home well before their 30th birthday. And when they do that at DPSCS, they do that without education, without therapy, without programming in place, as opposed to being treated at DJS where they are required to receive all of those things. And the other thing we want to talk about is that we talk about accountability a lot. I find that a little confusing. Accountability is an internal process, right? You can't force accountability on anyone. You can't make anyone take responsibility or understand their actions. But what I will tell you is that DJS and youth services is active accountability. Children are required to engage and have conversations and go to therapy. If you are at DOC and you don't want to do anything and you want to lay in your bed for 5 years, that is what you can do. And so when we talk about accountability, it's not just that kids are coming home really soon, they're coming home without anything to help. And that is what's leading and driving crime. And that is why this is unequivocally a public safety bill.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Don't get crazy on me. But for these 8 states, sir, if you can answer this question. I just love to watch them bulge. No, I'm just kidding. So of the 8 states that have changed this policy, okay, gotten away from the super predator charging as an adult, has the percentage of juvenile crime either being charged or the percentage of actual juvenile crime declined in these states?
Well, so
I mean,
one thing to correct, there's some states that never had auto charging. So you said something about 8 states that changed their laws.
That's what
Many
I thought
states,
you said.
right? Some states never had these laws in the first place.
Okay.
I don't have a great sense of that history there. I mentioned, Kentucky that changed it recently, California changed it recently. Those side-by-side comparisons are pretty tough because we've lived in an era that for decades, youth crime and crime overall has been dropping everywhere. So the question of whether this is more successful after passage, the states that changed it more recently, like it takes forever for those peer-reviewed studies to, get written, get published, things like that. And so that's why, when you look at my written testimony, I keep citing things from 2007 or from 2011. It's because we don't have more recent data on that. What I can tell you, and I don't know how well you're going to be able to see this from afar, but there's this downward sloping line here on a paper titled Trends in Youth Violent Crimes, and it's just been dropping everywhere around the country. And so the question of whether these laws have had the direct impact, we don't know that yet. But what we do know from the prior decades is that passing these laws were terrible in comparison to not passing these laws.
In Maryland, have they been dropping?
Yeah. Maryland crime rates are much lower than they were a decade ago by quite a bit.
When we talk about this,
the challenge that we have. So in the most, okay.
No, finish.
Okay, so in the most recent data that we see, the numbers went up quite a bit. We have data for FY 2022 because FY 2021, you probably noticed, was kind of an unusual year. But even with that increase from 21 to 22 that we saw, even on some very serious offenses, still the youth arrests were lower than they were back in 19 and certainly lower than they were in 15 and 10. So we've definitely seen drops in youth offending over the decade.
I can get specific if you'd like Maryland numbers.
Well, we've got lots of people that want to talk, so thank you very much. But I guess my last question is, of the all of the particular charges that are are there any of these charges that still should remain and go right to being charged as adult? Or is it every single one of them needs to be gone?
Our bill says that all of them should start in juvenile court. But that doesn't, and what that would mean is that then they would see a judge and a judge would decide who to send up to juvenile court and who not to send up to juvenile court. This would not prevent a judge from sending anyone to adult court.
I understand that, but it's okay. Thank you very
That's it.
much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just a simple question. As I read this bill, it would start every case in juvenile court, but once a case is the word waived up to adult court, under current law, as I understand it, the juvenile would then be transferred into an adult prison pending trial. And is there anything in this bill or any other bill which would specifically provide that all juveniles shall be kept in a juvenile facility pending their trial date?
So my brain is a little bit of mush after a long day, but I have to think about that. So currently the way that the statute reads is that the 16 and 17-year-olds charged with first degree murder are not eligible for youth facilities anyway.
Right.
So right now, every kid who's automatically charged as an adult court, every kid in the state goes to an adult jail first and goes and stays in adult jail until DJS decides it has room and goes and gets them. So if DJS freezes those admissions, which they did for almost all of December, kids stay in those adult jails, even if the law says and a judge said they're not supposed to be there.
All right, so
For
if
this,
we want
yeah.
to make sure that all juveniles stay in juvenile facilities prior to their trial dates, we should amend this bill to add language to that effect in the bill.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm just curious, and I would love, and we don't have to belabor this. I mean, you guys can stop by my office and we can have a very lively banter there. But you brought up that youth crime and crime overall is dropping. I'm a police officer. I don't see it. I see violent crime skyrocketing. I see homicides skyrocketing. So am I wrong being on the front line seeing that? Or is it that we're watering down the system with our ability to charge certain offenses and they don't get charged as those offenses, or they stay down in the juvenile courts?
So what I can say most clearly is that youth complaints have declined 61% between fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 2013. There were 27,382 arrests of children in fiscal year 2013 and only 10,782 in fiscal year 2022.
And you know what the trend has been since then? We stopped holding them accountable.
Hold on one second. So what I can say is that one of those huge drops happened during COVID. And what one of them was writs and warrants arrests, because court started holding hearings virtually. Children stopped missing court and getting warrants. But no, it is across all categories, and it is consistent across all jurisdictions in Maryland that youth complaints are lower.
I would love to see that data and have you drop by my office and share that with me.
Happily, I can share it
Perfect.
per county, I can share it for your jurisdiction, and I can share it by charge.
Perfect.
Happily.
And then why did they freeze the December admissions?
So under the way the law is written, DJS can decide its own capacity. Capacity isn't defined in any way. And so they don't tell us why they freeze admissions. It could be staff shortages. It could be COVID exposures. They can, with a law that open-ended, they can do whatever they want.
No beds available.
Yes, that wasn't the case because we have the daily population counts, and juvenile detention facilities are less than 50% full right now across the state.
So if that's the case, why, I would think that it would be
ADP.
interesting to bring forward, if there's no reason or justification they have to give to refuse to open a bed up instead of leaving them in Gen Pop, then why wouldn't they why wouldn't that be something that we're looking to inquire about?
Yeah.
Because if we have open beds and we're trying to keep this separate, but they're refusing and they don't have to give a justification.
Yeah.
I think that would be of interest.
So the thing that happens with laws, right, is that when the law prioritizes the system over people, then people in the system are always going to try to make things easier for themselves. And what we need to do is change the law that prioritizes and put the emphasis on protecting kids rather than letting DJS reject or close facilities
Okay.
on a whim.
I appreciate it. I look forward to talking to you.
Let me just preface this with the other night, I was trying to educate myself on guns and violence and concealed carry. And I spent several hours doing this, and I've, looked at all these studies, they all conflicted. I finally found, I was going to share it with my chairman and my vice chairman, one of the most extraordinary articles I'd ever seen, in which they pretty much put every study in there and showed you why none of them were dispositive, because everybody was using different variables, not comparing things, very complicated, because states are just so darn different in how they how they even describe guns and all that. So with that in mind, I've heard you all really heavily relying on data, and I don't want to make this hearing longer, but I would, if I missed it, I want to know the studies you most want to lead with on this. Because again, there are just a lot of studies out there, and a lot of it conflicts with each other. And if you don't understand what the methodology and variables are, I'll be honest, as a trial lawyer, you can get a study to say just about anything you want.
Absolutely.
And you can make it very complicated for very smart people.
So what I will say, there's some meta.
gonna
Oh,
say-
sorry.
Yeah, I know you, I know.
I'm just excited.
Yeah, I know. But you can get very smart people to be darn sure that this study supports them, and give other people enough time, in which we don't usually have down here. And you could have that study be invalidated pretty easily, with somebody else. So
Yep.
I don't want to rely on studies.
Agreed. So what I will tell you is that there are a number of studies that are meta-analysis, because you've gone through this, right? So there are some studies that go and look at the weight of evidence over time and tell you what the meta-analysis is. Then there's something that's the next level that's only conducted by one group in the United States, and it's the National Academy of Sciences, established by President Lincoln. And they do consensus studies. So they don't do any new research. They don't say anything cutting edge. What they do is they say, this is what the decided science is. This is the consensus of all of the experts. And they put out a report called Reforming Juvenile Justice, and a follow-up supplement that was just published in 2020. I will bring that to your office within the week. I was going to say tomorrow, but I might not be in Annapolis. And we will provide that. The references in the studies that we are using are overwhelming and meta-analysis. They come from consensus studies. This is the weight of evidence that we are referring to. I will also note that at the JJRC and the Juvenile Justice Reform Council voted this 13-3 in favor. There were months and years where people were asked to bring data and studies, and all the data and studies on file and brought into the evidence for the JJRC supported the proposition that automatically charging children in an adult court is not helpful.
So just for example, everybody's been talking about recidivism, 34% if you charge them as adult, drops down to 17% if you keep them. Is that from the Reforming Juvenile Justice from the National Academy of Science? Was that?
That's comparing DJS's 3-year reincarceration rate, which they report in their data resource guide, to DPS's recidivism report from 2022.
So is there a study or is this you getting this information?
That is
out?
DPSCS and DJS. Those are their reported 3-year reincarceration rates.
All right. If you could send me a link for that, that would be very
Absolutely.
helpful, so I can check that out. And then it's late, so I just want to ask one other question that you all can answer later. When I was trying to figure out about violent crime and racial disparities, and I'm new to this, one thing that I was finding as a sort of like, make sure you're comparing apples to apples and apples to apples, is that a lot of times somebody would say, well, You know, this is a disproportionately affecting Black people or brown people or something like that. And then you would see that what they didn't ask was how much violent crime was occurring just generally. So you can send me this data, but so you would say like, okay, 90% of Black and brown people are, I forget, in adult prison, was that what you said or something?
90.46% of children who are in DOC who went there as children are people of color.
And what I don't know is what that really means, and I don't know how to compare that to other groups. I don't know, relative to the crimes committed, whatever so that doesn't help me much because I need to know so many other things, and I don't think we should do it tonight, but I just think whenever you're going to give us this kind of information, I'd like to see the fuller context, and then I think we'll stop at that. Don't you think? I'll just stop, but. Happy.
No, Senator James, thank you very much. That's great. And if you could, I mean, if you forwarded, Ms. Egan, if you send it to me, then or to send it, both of us, I can make sure the rest of the committee has it as well. Okay, further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you to the first panel. Thank you all very much. Senator Carter, I have a panel 2 here. Do you want me to call up those folks? Okay. Is Miss Tiara Hawks, Jabira Handy, Gordon Pack, Michael Singleton?
Yes, COVID.
Okay, so Singleton is not here? All right.
And Lisa Horowitz, if that's okay, so that we can.
All right, please start at your leisure. Whoever wants to go first.
Good afternoon, Chair, members. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Tiara Hawks. I'm a Baltimore City resident, but I'm also a juvenile attorney in Baltimore County. Every day I have the difficult task, but also the great honor of representing and advocating for kids that are affected by this bill. And most of those kids look like me. As Ms. Egan told you, 80% of the children charged as adults are children of color. Based on that experience, the current system and the way that kids are being charged is not working. I'm often the only person in the courtroom who has visited with clients in adult jail after they are first arrested. They're uncertain of next steps, they're scared, they're lonely, and they're confused. And I'm the only person that they normally see without a uniform on. Firsthand knowledge, I know that adult facilities do not have access to proper medical care, educational services, mental health resources, and kids still face extreme periods of isolation. In Baltimore County, the state's attorney's office are still arguing that kids should be detained in adult facilities. My kid is often moved weeks later, based on my motion, to a juvenile facility where they should have been originally. I've spent countless hours communicating with parents and family members who have little to no contact with their children. And you should go to a transfer case. And if you argue a transfer case, you'll have a 16-year-old boy or girl standing next to you, terrified of going to jail. And if you go to a transfer hearing and you win, you'll also get the embrace of a thankful mother or father when you have had their kid transferred to juvenile court. You will not understand the impact that this bill has on kids in Maryland. The YES Act grants the state's attorney's office the opportunity to challenge jurisdiction through the waiver process. And I'm sorry. Starting in juvenile court and allowing the judge to make a decision about each kid after the state does their job and after I do mine. This system should not be automatic and needs to allow each kid in Maryland the opportunity to keep childhood despite the allegations against them. It's the responsibility of adults to protect our kids, and we need to limit the pathways to adult court. I ask for a favorable yes vote to the YES Act. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. It's been 13 years. I'm the 13-year-old veteran coming for you today again. My name is Jabira Handy, and I'm here in support of SB 93. When I was 16 years old, my grandmother died of a heart attack just hours after an argument between us. I was charged with second-degree murder, first-degree assault, and second-degree assault, and was automatically charged with an adult base on my age and the charge. I spent 11 months in adult jail and eventually pled to it involuntary manslaughter and had my case sent back to juvenile court. Today is a very special day for me. Today is my grandmother's birthday. I am glad to be celebrating her memory here with you today. I am a community psych specialist for Baltimore City Public Schools for KIPP Baltimore, where I work with over 1,500 students and 3,000 parents. I provide resources and conduct family engagement events, peer-to-peer mentoring, and conflict resolution. This job gives me an opportunity to do what I love, working with young people, and it gives me the opportunity to intervene before they get to the system. When I think about my experience, both in the adult and juvenile system, that is not what made me who I am today. It was the opportunity that I got through community organizations, the opportunity to lead and develop new skills and have mentorship. If I would have had this, I believe I would have been the same place without the horrible experiences of the adult system. After this experience, I want to be that person for young people. I hope that this committee passes this bill and stops the practice of automatically charging youth as adults and starts all cases in juvenile court. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to be next?
I'd like to thank the committee for giving me this opportunity to testify on behalf of the Youth Equity and Safety Act. First of all, my name is Gordon Pack. I'm a returning citizen. I'm not here in my capacity as a parole advocate for a nonprofit organization that provides parole and reentry services for felons. I'm here because I was a 15-year-old adjudicated in the adult system. I'm here because I understand some intricacies that you may not understand, and I want to share them with you. All right. There's 3 reasons why I support the Yes Act. First is that I think it's kind of absurd, and forgive me for saying it that way, that we can take a child and automatically adjudicate him in the adult system just because he committed a violent crime. I say this because we say children can't vote until they're 18. They can't have a driver's license until they're 16 if they had driver's ed. They can't enlist in the military. They can't even enter a contract that's binding on them without parental consent. However, if they commit a violent crime or allegedly commit a violent crime, we say they're miniature adults. We say they're capable of entering the adult system and can be responsible for everything that goes along with that. I'm here to tell you that's not the case. It wasn't the case with me. It wasn't the case for my friends, those who committed suicide, one who was murdered, those who OD'd, who just went in at a young age and just huffed glue and smoked weed and got hooked on cocaine and heroin. It wasn't for them. It wasn't for those who just repeatedly keep coming back and forth in prison habitually while I'm still sitting in there watching them and I'm just waiting. They didn't have the benefit of therapy. They didn't have the benefit that I had. The second reason why I don't support this particular act is because I don't support the policy that exists. It's because it's not fair just to punish somebody and think that that's going to change the problem. This is a systemic or cultural problem. And I think we're disconnected from it and we need to look at that instead of just locking kids up because they're going to come up just as bad as they went in. Probably worse. Thank you for your time.
Appreciate it.
Good evening. My name is Adrian Loney. When I was 16 years old, I was charged as an adult with armed carjacking. I was retained in adult court and was sentenced to 30 years in the Department of DOC. I had a GED before I went to prison. With that being said, I lack knowledge pertaining to politics, like how a bill becomes a law. And I never did get that education. What I did get was knowledge that was malicious and harmful to my well-being. I hung out with the wrong crowd to prevent being raped and killed. I've seen people get stabbed, raped, killed multiple times. One time I saw a person sacrifice their cell buddy in the old jail, MCIH. As a result of witnessing trauma, I told myself I wanted to evolve into a better man. I actually distanced myself from the negativity, and as a result, I got stabbed 13 times in the big yard. Friends turned their backs on me. The only thing I could do is pray. After serving 5.5 years in prison, the remainder of the 30-year sentence was suspended and held over my head for additional 5 years. My attorney, Ms. Duffy, right here, she's the one that put in for the modification because when I was actually sentenced, I went straight to Jennifer Road. I still have to deal with the stigma of a criminal record and the scars of imprisonment. None of it made me better. I don't think it ever was intended to make me better. And none of it made y'all as a community, the members, like really much safer. Because if somebody goes in, they're gonna come back out. What they learn in the between time. Because of what I experienced after being charged as an adult, I'm asking you to support Senate Bill 0093, the S Act. Please and thank you for your time.
Good evening to the chair and members of the Judicial Proceedings Committee. I'm Dr. Lisa Horowitz, and I'm testifying in favor of the Youth Equity and Safety Act on behalf of Jews United for Justice. JUFJ organizes more than 6,000 Jews and allies across Maryland to help win social, racial, and economic justice campaigns. I come to you as a Maryland resident concerned about the practice of auto charging, which has unjust consequences for developing youth, particularly Black children, as you've heard. And as a neuropsychologist with extensive experience conducting assessments and psychotherapy with children, teens, and young adults. Based on my research and my clinical experience, I've seen dramatic differences in the cognitive and emotional development of children over time. Differences that are the most stark in the area of executive functioning. A little primer on executive functioning. Executive functioning refers to the processes that are managed in the frontal lobes of the brain and are critical for higher order thinking, such as planning, evaluating potential outcomes, mental flexibility, and inhibiting behavior. Executive functioning also has a critical role in emotional regulation and allows children to step back and evaluate their immediate emotional responses and reflect on alternate reactions rather than just engaging in the primitive fight or flight behavior. We know that chaotic, stressful, and adverse home situations are more likely to derail a child's ability to use these core capabilities, making it more likely to get swept away by automatic emotional responses. By treating children as fully developed and capable adults as early as 14 years old, we fail to acknowledge these critical differences and we lose opportunities, as you've heard, to effectively intervene to address these capabilities. The result is auto charging, a practice in Maryland that unjustly impacts all children and particularly Black children.
Thank you.
We urge a favorable report on the Yes Act.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, Senator Folden.
Thank you, Chairman. He's got the nicest, softest voice you ever want to hear. Like, I just want to, I'm sorry, young man and the other young lady, where'd she go? Hey, sir. Oh, she left? Oh, she had to go to work? Okay. Would you mind standing up for me real quick, please? Hey, so I know you weren't comfortable here. I saw you outside and I could tell your nerves are killing you. But what I want to tell you is that regardless of where we are on the different side of the issues, we're still have a common theme here. And that is, I applaud you coming in here and I applaud you getting through your nerves. And I watched you, an important piece of your character was you stood there and took responsibility for what happened when you were 15 and how you moved on with her assistance. So I just want to tell you that it's important that you come out here and tell your story. And a part of your story is the most important part is what you did that landed you there and then how you've come since then. So I just wanted to say thank you for sharing that, as well as the other gentleman over there. You guys coming out here, it's important. So, and I got to close out with a question. So I'm going to say, isn't that so? All right, thanks. Appreciate it. You can answer if you want to say something else.
I came from California, man.
Okay, well, I just want to tell you, and a big part of what I saw is, and I know you were nervous, I could watch you breathing, but being able to come up here and share your story and share it with others in similar situations is an important part of the rehabilitative process for yourself, as well as those that may be offending elsewhere. And don't stop sharing that, because it's a really good thing that I just watched you do.
Sir.
Yep, thank you.
Any other questions? If not, I thank this panel and we'll call up our third panel, Ms. Tiara Hawks, Jabira Handy. Oh, I'm sorry, Brian Levy. Adrian Looney just testified, didn't he? That's what I thought. All right, Tracy Wright and Lisa Horowitz. She testified. Okay. I'll just. Wendy Ortega. Josh. Okay, so sorry. Okay. You can go right on ahead.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Brian Levy. I am a public defender in Baltimore City. For the last several years, I have exclusively represented young people who are automatically charged in the adult system. What is our current status quo that we are here to change? Our current system is unjust and it is unsuccessful. The current system is unjust because it greatly exacerbates some of the already horribly broken parts of our criminal legal system. Just one example. The plea bargaining system is thrown greatly off kilter when the prosecutors have as leverage against your clients the threat of throwing them in adult prison if they don't take a plea. Many a times I have advised, believing my own clients to be innocent, for them to take pleas in the juvenile system in order to avoid the risk of going to trial and being thrown into an adult prison. That is what our current system currently enables. The current system is also currently unsuccessful as it does not improve public policy. We have talked about data, we have talked about studies, we have talked about research. I urge you to just use your common sense. The young people that I represent come from horribly disadvantaged communities. They are largely impoverished and they have universally experienced immense levels of trauma. Starting them in the adult system further traumatizes them. Keeping them in the adult system further disadvantages them. We are seeing the results of that with the increased levels of recidivism in the adult system versus the juvenile system. Now, in previewing some of the written testimony of our opposition, I know you are going to hear from such individuals as State's Attorney Schellenberger from Baltimore County, a parade of horrible offenses that young people have committed over the last decades as examples of why we can't change this law. That argument is a red herring. This proposed legislation would not prohibit charging and trying the most serious offenders, juvenile offenders in the adult system. It would simply change where they start. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Wendy Ortega, and on behalf of the MCDAA, we do support this bill. I'm a private practitioner here in Anne Arundel County. I do a lot of juvenile work here, and I wholly support this bill, and I implore you to say yes to this bill. It needs to start in the juvenile system, and I could tell you I've had two recent cases where my youth were 17. They were charged with attempted first-degree murder. I was able to successfully get them waived back down after months and months and months. And one of the adjudications was for a second-degree assault, and the other one was to an armed robbery. So while you might think that these offenses should be carved out, that's truly not the case. A police officer can charge whatever he wants when he picks somebody up. And because of the charge, the kid gets placed into a certain facility. I have a child right now that's in the PG County Detention Center, completely losing her mind, calling me every day, crying. She's never been detained before. She has nobody to talk to. She has nobody else to call. I have to get a judge in PG County. First, I have to get the clerk at the judge to accept my bail review. Then I have to get the judge to schedule the bail review. And then I have to make 5 more calls later to get in front of the judge to get that child transfer to a juvenile facility where she can be held. if we start in the juvenile system, the state can absolutely waive the serious cases up. And I can tell you, I know many state's attorneys that think the case should have never been charged in the adult system, but they have no choice. They have no prosecutorial discretion. And that is unfair. That is absolutely unfair. And so I implore you to say yes. And I will give you some more statistics because we're all talking statistics tonight. Of the 417 kids that were transferred statewide last year, and this is according to the Department of Juvenile Services Data Resource Guide 2022, 119 were placed, meaning they were placed in adult facility. That's roughly 82.5%. 189 were placed on probation, and 109 were dismissed or placed on the set docket. These kids could have sat for 6 to 9 months waiting for those things to happen without school, without treatment, alone and scared.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next witness.
Good evening. My name is Tracy Wright, and I've been employed for many years as a disability advocate. I'm here today to ask you to vote in favor of the Yes Act. In October of 2021, my son, Sean, who was just 17 years old, was charged as an adult. At his first hearing, the prosecutor requested that he be detained at an adult facility pending trial. During that time, Sean was calling me daily and we were in communication. Before Sean was detained, he was going through severe mental crisis and we were in process of seeking mental health assistance for him. Once he was detained in the adult facility, he started to deteriorate, and I went from daily communication to no communication for my son. And in a hearing in December, it was a virtual hearing, my son could not even communicate his name when asked to give his name. He seems like he was just unaware of his surroundings. And then in mid-December, I got a call from Sean's teacher who indicated that she could not, although he was in an adult facility and was entitled to receive special education services, he was only receiving 4 hours a week of education services because he was at the adult facility. And the teacher, I'll just end up to say the teacher ended up reaching out to me and telling me she could no longer support Sean educationally, but she was going to continue to see him in hopes that he would, she would help him to keep from dehydrating. He was no longer able to communicate. And eventually, thanks to the advocacy of his public defender, his charge was waived down and he got into a juvenile facility where he's now receiving the mental health treatment that he needs and the medication. And Sean was able to graduate in August of this year due to the supports that he's getting through the juvenile system. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, is everyone, all right, everyone's testified. Any questions? All right, if not, thank you all very much. Next up, and again, if you are not here, I'll keep moving if you've been called before. I have Emily Virgin. All right. Let's see. Keith Wallington, he's gone. All right. Nick Maroney, is he still here? Mr. Maroney, all right. Let's see. Melissa Goldman? No? All right. Hamza Ewing? No. Kurt Wolfgang? Anisha Thomas. All right. Garrett O'Day. All right. All right, that's it for now. Thank you very much. Maybe.
Good afternoon and thank you, committee. My name is Andrea Harrison. I'm the Assistant Director at ROCA Baltimore. ROCA is a 4-year behavioral model. We specifically work with the highest risk young men in Baltimore City between the ages of 16 and 24. When I say high risk, I'm talking about the young men who are perpetrators of crime, who are shooters, who are shooting victims. And what we do is we teach them 7 skills related to cognitive behavioral theory. And you heard about that today. And the crux of what we do is help them to change their behavior, learn how to think differently, and make better choices. What we know about ACEs and trauma is that these young men are not thinking, they're operating out of their bottom brain. When you're operating out of your bottom brain, you're not thinking. When you're operating out of your middle brain, you're in your emotional. You're at fight, flight, or freeze. So you're not thinking, you're not going to make good decisions. And what we do at ROCA is we have a training arm, and that training arm is the ROCA Impact Institute. And the Institute works with other institutions that are doing this work, engaging with young people. We are training right now the Baltimore City Police Department, Department of Juvenile Justice. We are in facilities working with them in New York, DC, Ohio. We have the evidence-based training that shows that over time, the brain can change. And that time is between 16 and 24 years of age, where the neuroplasticity in the brain can be rewired. And at the ROCA Impact Institute, our trainers are facilitating and working and coaching intensely with these community partners, with these institutions to help them to learn how to train their staff, right? And how to do this work in a way that is changing their system. So I heard people talk about, DOC and the facility for adults, they can't do this training. We support this bill because we know as a community, we are failing our young people if we continue to send them to adult facilities because we know that they're not able to provide the services that they need. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you. And you're speaking instead of Ms. Thomas, right?
Yes, I am.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members. My name is Emily Virgin, and I serve as the Director of Advocacy and Government Relations at Human Rights for Kids. Human Rights for Kids has been engaged in a data project over the last year, and you have heard about some of this data that's already been cited. We've requested information from each state on how many people are currently incarcerated for crimes that they were convicted of as children. We'll be releasing the full report on this data in a couple months, but I want to highlight a few things from the data that we received from the state of Maryland. You, as I said, heard some of this data before. This data packet has what we are reporting on. It's safe to say that we can tell that Maryland has what we would consider an extreme automatic charging statute because the data bears that out, especially when we compare Maryland to the rest of the country. As of the time that we requested the data, there were over 1,100 people incarcerated in Maryland who had been there since childhood, and that represents over 6% of the overall prison population, which is more than double the national average of 3%. This places Maryland as the 5th highest incarcerator of children in the entire country. Only Michigan, Louisiana, Wisconsin, and South Carolina have higher percentages. This population, as you've heard, is over 90% people of color and is 81% Black. Those percentages place Maryland as 4th highest in the nation, and the state also ranks highly when considering the length of sentence. And so in short, Maryland is an outlier. These rankings are attributable to Maryland's longstanding practice of automatically charging so many children as adults, and many other states that rank lower begin all cases in juvenile court. We know that the kids we're talking about are often victims themselves, and we urge you to consider that fact when classifying them as adults. We believe that children deserve second chances and at the very least deserve to have their childhood trauma and life experiences considered by a juvenile court when deciding whether they should be classified as adults. Thank you very much for your time, and we urge a favorable report.
Good evening. Thanks for your patience. Acting Chair, members of the committee. My name is Nick Maroney. I'm here on behalf of the Juvenile Justice Monitoring Unit, which visits unannounced DJS detention facilities and DJS placement facilities to try to ensure that kids are getting appropriate services and they're not being abused. There's no such equivalent, at least until you vote in favor of the Ombudsman's bill. There's no equivalent in the adult system to make sure that people are getting proper services and they're not being abused. It's completely non-transparent. You know, DJS has maximum security juvenile facilities. These are secure places. So the security aspect is covered, but in the juvenile system, they're also mandated to provide services, healthcare services, mental health care services, education services, again, in contrast to the adult system. The automatic prosecution, I was going to say persecution, but of children and young people as if they were adults is a relatively recent practice that takes away the balance afforded by court discretion to weigh allegations on an individual basis, charges and circumstances when deciding whether to subject youth to the adult justice system. The vast majority of youth, as we've heard, who are automatically charged as if they were adults don't end up in that system. But in the meantime, they've been needlessly subjected to the risks associated with confinement through the adult justice system, a system that has been found ultimately to be inappropriate for them. The racial disparity, as has been mentioned, is indeed stark. So, and it's getting worse. It hit the 80 percentile a little while ago, a few years ago. 80% that is of the kids who are automatically charged as adults are Black kids. It's now at 83%. 3% are white and 15% are other ethnicities. Let's just put it all out there. The prison system has also, and I'll finish up, the prison system also entails high risk of abuse, self-harm. Young people are put in with adult criminal actors with little or nothing by way of individualized services and support. And again, that's in contrast with the juvenile system. High rate of suicide, high rate of abuse. And last thing, if the bill becomes law, as is, it will not mean, as we're trying to emphasize here, the end, unfortunately, of charging kids as adults in Maryland. What it will mean is that prosecutors, that judges will again be empowered to look at things on a case-by-case basis, and prosecutors will actually have to offer arguments on a case-by-case basis before subjecting the kids to the adult system. And with that, I urge your support and thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Garrett O'Day, Deputy Director of the Maryland Catholic Conference, here to testify in support of SB 93, the YES Act. Last year, I think on this bill, I listed all the members of the Maryland Youth Justice Coalition. Proud to say that it's gotten too numerous, and I'm not going to bore you with all those names. There are dozens of groups that support this legislation this year. I was going to make the point that Nick made, but I won't reiterate that one. The evidence for public safety is very important as an aspect of this bill. The recidivism rates when kids are charged, in fact, as adults, as we've heard, are much higher. So there is a public safety aspect of this bill that's very, very hard to ignore. The length of stay and the categorization of stay is a real issue here too as well. I think one of the points that bears repeating is the length of detention is a real issue. 80% plus of kids charged as adults either have their case dismissed or disposed of otherwise outside of the adult criminal justice system. So I'm going to ask what is fair? Subjecting the 80% plus to a very lengthy stay and a lengthy involvement with the adult justice system themselves, where it ends up being entirely unwarranted due to the ultimate disposition of their stay, or leaving them out of it instead by moving them up, by only moving up the 20% or 17%, I think it was, of kids who qualified under the category where a judge ultimately decided that their case warranted escalation to the adult system. So are we punishing those kids for something they're accused of doing? Yes. Does that make progress in restoration of their lives? Does it help them turn things around? I would argue no. They need treatment, they need restoration, and that's why we're here in favor of this bill. Thank you.
And thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you all very much. Next, Howard Meganson. Okay, thank you. Tara Hawks. She already went. Thank you. Michael Singleton. COVID again, really?
Correct.
Wow. All right. Let's see, Frank Pantanella. Let's see,
Here.
Marla Posey Moss. Not here? Okay. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Frank Patnella, and I'm a senior education advocate for the ACLU of Maryland. We support the YES Act because we believe that children are children and they deserve to be treated as such. We heard from the panel about the data, research, and how many other states are ahead of us when it comes to serving children in our legal system. So I won't repeat those points. I'd rather spend a moment highlighting my 2-hour conversation with about 20 Baltimore City High School students earlier this month. I talked about the legislative process and this bill. All of them were Black and knew very little about auto charging. But they also weren't surprised when they heard about the details. More pointedly, they spoke about their awareness about how society sees and treats them, about how the current system assumes that they as Black children are predisposed to criminality. They talked about their lives, their schools, and neighborhoods. Not everything was negative, but they did speak for over an hour straight about the reality of what they were born into. I used to be a social worker in a city high school, and based on my experience, I can tell you that all of them are experiencing some level of trauma. They talked about drugs in their neighborhoods and people who they knew who were either victims or perpetrators of crime. They see rows of vacant housing on their daily walk to school, and that hopelessness is a common feeling in their community. They talked about the lack of sports, instrumental music, and after-school program at their schools. Many of them have to watch their siblings and walk them to school because their parents have to work. They talked about having to work themselves to support their families. None of these conditions in their environment is their fault. These stories struck me as I was thinking about this bill. In this room here, we are talking about kids being unfairly treated like adults. Yet, in so many ways, these children are already being forced to take on the responsibilities that most children don't have to worry about until they are adults. The difference here is that there's a choice. This committee has a choice to see them and treat them for who they are, children. Even with the serious allegations and consequences pending, they are children with hopes and dreams who deserve to learn from their mistakes. So please vote yes on the YES Act.
Thank you very much. All right, we have 2 other favorable testimonies to be presented in our virtual room, Mr. Philip Karoom and Serene Holmes.
Mr. Chair, there was the person that you called, and they were actually here, but the name that you called was not their name. You called a Hamza Ewing. Hamza Ewing. Yes, that's actually yeah, no, that's not the person. Her name is Flamatu. That's her actual name. You called it the wrong name. Well, the name came across wrong. She's here to testify. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. No. She make
Flamatu.
She's 16 and she,
I do not see that name on this list, but you're free to go ahead and we'll get you set up and you can testify.
Thank you. Hello, Chair and members of the Senate Judicial Proceedings Committee. My name is Flamatu Fofana, and I'm a 16-year-old high school student from Liberty High School. On behalf of the Council on American and Islamic Relations, I thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 93, introduced by Senator Jill Carter. CARE is America's largest Muslim civil rights and advocacy organization, and I'm CARE's government affairs intern in Maryland. The Youth Equity and Safety Act aims to decrease the number of offenders that repeat the crimes which land them in jail. On a personal note, as a Black student who attends high school in a predominantly white county, I constantly witness people of color receive harsher punishments for misdemeanors. Moreover, Black students are 3.5 times more likely to be suspended than their white counterparts. But these occurrences don't just happen within our school systems. Over 80% of youth charged in adult courts in Maryland are Black, and they're more likely to be sent to adult prison and receive longer sentences than their white counterparts. Our justice system is presumably built on the core values of honesty, integrity, and equal justice under the law. But how can we stand for these principles when so many Black teens are being judged harsher just because of the color of their skin? And it goes beyond that. When you just send a juvenile to adult prison, you give them a label that their growth, their development ends at that point in time, and that they're less likely to be capable of redeeming themselves and integrating back into society because they were never given the chance to rehabilitate. What it does do is give youth an opportunity, a chance to right their wrongdoings, because we are the future of this nation, and we as a nation cannot proceed with its brightest minds behind bars. Passing SB 93 is a meaningful component of effective systemic reform that will not only help save young people's lives, but also give them a chance for a better future. Therefore, we support this bill and respectfully urge your favorable vote. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. So now we're going to move virtually to Judge Karoom.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, Senators, and especially thank you to Senator Carter for introducing this bill. I'm speaking today for Major Maryland Alliance for Justice Reform, not officially for the courts, to tell you that SB 93 is a really good policy change. It would simplify Maryland law, and it would have zero fiscal impact, or actually have a positive fiscal impact by reducing recidivism in our state. Currently, we have a two-part system, as other folks have said, but I'd like to make clear to all of the senators that under the current system, there's always a waiver hearing when it's a serious charge for which the state would like to have a young person sent to adult prison. It's either waiving up or waiving down. Waiving up is the better choice than waiving down, a reverse waiver, which is what this bill, SB 93, would seek to eliminate. Waiving up is better because it's faster. It's also better because it is a decision made before juveniles are charged as adults, creating a public record. Even if those charges are later dismissed, that public record will stay out there to haunt them for 10 or 15 years under our current law. And it's also better because the juvenile judges who decide waivers up have special training to understand juveniles' development, the services that can be offered them, and they make their decisions only after a full and fair hearing. Waivers down are after the damage has been done of charging as an adult. They take longer, and the judge who decides it does not have the training about juvenile development and so forth. So I also support the things that many witnesses have said about how much better the treatment is in the juvenile system than in adult prisons. And for all those reasons, strongly urge you to give a favorable report to SB 93. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Holmes.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Committee, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Serene Holmes. I'm a resident of Towson. I stand before you in favor of SB 93. For a personal reason, my son on December 26th was charged as an adult. I received little to no information because he was charged as an adult. The officer actually hung up on me when I asked him to kind of give me a little bit more information. My son Dazon was held in Baltimore County Detention Center with adults. He was then placed into a holding cell or a holding room, isolated by himself on a 92-hour suicide watch, where he was told he wouldn't talk to me or anyone else. That was devastating. He ultimately had to try to understand and grasp at 17 what his fate was going to happen at that time. He was told that he would either have to accept a plea or he would spend time in prison. He accepted the plea, not understanding what that plea would do. He was told if he stays out of trouble, does what he has to do, he'd be a member of society. Well, that was unrealistic expectations, being sent home from being detained as an adult and charged as an adult. He's 22 now. He can't get a job because this is still hanging over his head. He can't move and try to get an apartment. He's a dad. He feels less than. He's depressed because he wants to move on and he wants to ultimately be a member of society. I feel like the YES Act would help him. It would have helped him. It would have allowed him to stay in the juvenile system, receive programs, help him to understand and take accountability for the action. I feel like I really hope that you guys will understand that our children are our future, and with the proper care, they could be lawyers, doctors, even senators sitting and holding these committee meetings. But I think that they need that support to be sent into the juvenile system so that they can be indeed treated as children.
Thank you very much.
I thank you.
If I might ask, seeing there are no other questions, you said you live in Towson. Was this a Baltimore County case?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. And so we'll move on from that. I believe those were our last favorables, if I'm according to my list. So we're next going to move to those who are testifying unfavorably. Mr. Katzif, Mr. Kroll, Schellenberger, Ms. Wilt, Mr. Petashnik.
Ready to go? Senator Sidnar, thank you for calling us up. First of all, regarding that last witness, I'd really be interested in knowing the individual's name so that I can fill you all in on what I know about the facts of that case. Obviously, I don't have that right at the tip of my tongue here. So I hope you read my written testimony. In that written testimony, I had 21 defendants in that document who committed some of the most heinous crimes here in the state of Maryland over the last several years. I have another document here that I used last year that had 44 defendants who have committed the most heinous crimes in the last 10 years. But let's talk about a couple of them. Someone used the word mistake. Well, Nicholas Browning in 2008, who was 15 years old, 6'2", 200 pounds, with an IQ of 125, executed his father, his mother, and his two brothers. He had been planning it for a long period of time. That was not some mistake. Senator West, you asked about the Hickey School. Well, let's talk about Felix Fitzgerald, who raped the nurse at the Hickey School when he was serving a sentence there, or a delinquency finding. He was serving a sentence there. He anally raped her while he was at the Hickey School and she was the school nurse. Let's hear about Benjamin Garris. He was 16 years old in 1995. He had been placed at Shepherd Pratt by a juvenile court because they wanted to get him the help that everyone is talking about. Well, he set the cottage on fire at the hospital and killed Sharon Edwards, the 28-year-old nurse who is a mother of 7. These are not children. These are not children. They're committing very adult crimes. And that's why I believe you should look at the 21 defendants in this and say, should we treat those like children? Or I'll send you the 44 defendants that I used from the Juvenile Justice Reform Council that lists even more. These are not mistakes. Even in those 8 states that they keep telling you about, please ask more questions, because in one of them, Texas, yeah, you can start in the juvenile system, but guess what? When you turn 18, they can send you to the DOC as an adult. They have a dual system, and there are a couple other states like that. Very important. And the other thing that you have to remember is, while the juvenile system can hold these defendants until they're 21, ask how many people at the Hickey School are 18 to 21. I'd be willing to bet there are none, because typically our JSA, Juvenile Services, will stop working with folks when they turn 18. It rarely happens that they stick with them from the time they're 18 to 21. So think about it. If Nick Browning were to stay in the juvenile system, he'd be a free man by now, after having executed 4 people and planned for it. We actually have a very good system. Can we do better? Sure. Build me a secure facility that houses juveniles that I know the school nurse won't get raped in. That would be fine, where we can put some of these folks while we wait for that waiver hearing. And that's the problem, is the transfer hearing. If they're sitting in juvenile court and I'm asking that they be transferred up to adult court, there has to be a waiver summary. There has to be usually a psychiatric evaluation done. They would be sitting there for almost a year before they get waived up to adult court, if they get waived up. And so you have to make sure that we have secure facilities to hold these people if you're going to do this, because these are the most dangerous of individuals around. Let's not forget about Lewin Powell, who sat at home waiting for his mother to come home, and then he killed her with a baseball bat just a few years ago. When his father returned home and found the body, he tried to kill his father. Lewin Powell was a student at McDonald. So we can't categorize all the folks that we're talking about in one little place. And by the way, I know I keep hearing about the racial aspects. We don't look at the race. We look at the crime. Nick Browning, who got more time than anybody on my list, was white, is white. So we don't look at the race, we look at the crime. And if you committed the crime and we believe that it's a horrible crime, then you need to do the time to protect all the rest of us. Thank you so much.
Anyway, just for clarification, our policy is generally not to time elected officials, so the rest of everyone else will be on 2-minute terms, but that's consistent through every subject matter. So that's why we, yeah.
Do you want me to stop?
No, we do not. No. What you've yielded the floor once you stepped away from the podium, right?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, good evening. My name is Stephen Kroll, the State's Attorney Coordinator for Maryland, Executive Director of the Maryland State's Attorneys Association, and I've been prosecuting cases since 1984. What word did Senator Carter not use? What word did every proponent not use? And the word is victim. Victim was not used at all, because no one cared about the victim. No one told you about the crime they committed or their family member committed and why they're serving this time. No one mentioned the victim's name. No one said their name. Those victims have a name, and majority of the victims that we deal with are people of color, and they deserve to be heard and have their name mentioned. Their names deserve to be, but no one's going to mention the victim at all. And again, this legislative body is the true victim, the one outside the fence. They're the ones you care about. The mother who's carjacked, where in Silver Spring, 13 carjackings, where Prince George's County. The victims deserve to be heard, and the victims demand that these cases start in adult court. Why? What's the punishment going to be in juvenile court? Mr. Potachnik's memo to you said what? The average stay is 5 months incarceration. 5 months. You're gonna tell a victim, a mother who's had her car and her children carjacked, that juvenile is gonna spend 5 months incarcerated? That's not fair to victims and witnesses who I speak for, who I care about, people of color who are victims and witnesses. I care for them. Say the name proponents, victims of crime, and they deserve to be heard. And for that reason, we ask for an unfavorable report as to Senate Bill 93. The victims deserve their rights.
So after that, good afternoon. My name is Gavin. Good evening. My name is Gavin Potashnik. I work for the Cecil County State's Attorney's Office, formerly Hartford County, formerly Baltimore City. Work for DJS for a hot moment. Here to ask for an unfavorable report with respect to Senate Bill 93. I'm not here to talk about victims or defendants. I'm here to talk about process. My memo speaks for itself in terms of issues that the State's Attorney Association has with the process of the waiver transfer, and that it is not an equal burden shifting 2%. It's a lot more complex than that. I had a whole spiel about that, but I think I want to talk more about a transfer hearing that I just had. I still do them, even though I'm no longer technically in juvenile. And in that particular case, we actually won the transfer only because I was able to put the Department of Juvenile Services on the stand, and I asked them explicitly that the individual of the transfer in unnamed county, unnamed defendant, who was 17 and 0.8 years old for a violent sexual assault, they named 2 resources, and they could not say that those resources would take this individual because there's a vendor issue with Department of Juvenile Services and using vendors instead of state-operated systems. And in addition, the Department of Juvenile Services indicated that if that youth were to turn 18 and the youth was rearrested for an adult offense after being released from a service, that they would no longer service that youth because the adult probation system would take control and they would just cut the tap short. So this idea that there is 4 or 5 years or 3 years to play with is really not that accurate. And Mr. Chairman, I know that you said we need to ask the tough questions. The tough questions we need to ask are with the Department of Juvenile Services. I find it interesting that nobody had really kind of indicated in the JJRC about what the department actually offers, what the lengths of stay and what they actually do. The recidivism rates that we have for juveniles who are charged adults, they only go so far for the Department of Juvenile Services. And I got to say, there are many kids who I had transfer hearings for in Baltimore City who were transferred back. A large majority were, and yet the crime in Baltimore City, we all have to agree that the violent crime there has gone out of control, and many of those defendants are, in fact, were in the juvenile system. So I asked to take a deeper look. I'm asking you to look at, process, not philosophy. I don't take issue with philosophy, but the process really needs to examine before this bill can be passed. I ask for an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is William Katzoff. I'm an Assistant State's Attorney from Anne Arundel County, here too on behalf of the Maryland State's Attorneys Association in opposition to Senate Bill 93. I was hired in the State's Attorney's Office in 1978, so I've been there nearly 45 years. I was hired as a law clerk, and in addition to doing general research projects, I was responsible for enforcing restitution orders. Now, the nature of the offenses that are committed by juveniles today is drastically different than the ones that were committed by their counterparts 45 years ago. It used to be that the type of restitution orders that I enforced were the results of offenses that vary generally from malicious destruction of property to theft, generally acts of vandalism. Now, today, in my real job, I'm a felony screener. I screen cases that involve murder, rape, robbery, felony assaults, gun offenses, and carjackings. And I can tell you, these are kind of offenses that are being committed by juveniles. I deal with it all the time, and of course, they're charged as adults, so therefore I review the cases in felony screening. Now, when this is adult behavior, as Mrs. Schellenberger indicated. When someone commits an offense like that, even if they are of tender years, they are without equivocation declaring their emancipation from the rest of the juvenile population. And therefore, I think it's entirely appropriate that we begin the process for someone who has made that and who has declared their independence and start the process in the adult court. I strongly urge you to give it an unfavorable report.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Laura Wilton. I'm the Chief Juvenile Prosecutor in Frederick County. I've been a prosecutor for 25 years, 18 of which have been solely focused in juvenile court. I am also a proud mother of 2 teenagers. I am the head of the largest diversion state's attorney's office run diversion program in the state. I believe in our juveniles, but I also believe that our communities need to be safe and that what we're doing is not what we should be doing. I strongly believe that without a shadow of a doubt, that the juvenile court statutes and rules that are in place right now cannot handle this population that we're talking about. The rules, the statutes, they're not up to par for this challenge. The DJS facilities and the programs, they are woefully inadequate. They cannot match the needs by these crimes and these youth. There is no one in this chamber who can look at your constituents and say that juvenile court today, when you are considering this legislation, is ready to handle a first-degree murder case or a first-degree rape. That's not happening. That the laws as they exist right now require that trial to happen in 30 days. First-degree rape defendant and victim, they deserve to have DNA evidence. They deserve to have expert witnesses. They deserve a full and just trial. And that, under the laws that we have in place, is not possible. First, we have, gosh, there's so much to say. I have defendants who have taken time out, planned a first-degree murder, and it took him probably just under the amount of time that he would spend at Victor Cullen, the 5 months. And how about the defendant that I had pending that slit the throat of his coworker, 17 years old, while pledging allegiance to the MS-13. If I could just say one other thing, I want to say one last comment. And if you want to stop placing youth in adult jail before the court rules on the proper jurisdiction, look at House Bill 704. That's exactly what it does. It gets the kids out of the adult jurisdiction, out of the adult jail before a judge sees them.
Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you.
We are going to, let's hear from our virtual participants, and then we've got a couple of questions from Senator Folden and Senator West and Senator Washington and Senator Carter. All right. So if we could hear from Hamilton, is it Stephanie Hamilton, are you there? We can see your box, but you can turn your camera on and we're ready to receive your testimony. All right, is Shoemaker here? What about, can we put Vince McAvoy?
Thank you so much, committee. I hope you can hear me okay. I've got new equipment here. I want to say I'm utterly against this bill, and the good news is that the premise of this bill is false. If you don't want to arrest children, then congratulations, mission's accomplished. A very tiny, small percentage of people who are not of 18 are ending up in adult systems. They're not kids if they're charged as adults. There's nothing extreme about charging people under the age of 18 if they're rapists, if they're murderers, if they're carjackers, and to charge them as adults and to process them as adults. I've worked in child support, reviewing incarceration reports. I've also worked for juvenile services. And what I'm just utterly aghast, and I appreciate Mr. Kroll there saying this, the utter tone deafness about victims. None, no discussion. For hours, this committee has heard nothing but people complaining about criminals. And we had someone that complained about the state's attorney bringing cases from over the years. Just last summer, white man was killed downtown where I live, shooting point blank 5 bullets. And all these people up in arms about whether or not a stone cold murderer, 14-year-olds at the time, was going to actually be charged as an adult. This is silly. There are parental issues that I do want to get involved. I don't know that I have the time to discuss that regarding Senator James and Senator Watson's bill yesterday. I can pick that up in questions, but recidivism is not the only issue here. Dabbling and experimenting with these therapies, that's not the purpose of jails. The purpose of jails is to keep society safe. That's what they should be doing. And as a citizen of Baltimore, I can tell you that we have police doing good work, but our mayor doesn't care a whit about our safety.
All right.
Thank you for your time, committee.
Thank you, Mr. All right. All right, is Miss Hamilton, are you there?
I am here. I am here. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead and start. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman.
The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Stephanie Hamilton. I'm with the Office of the State's Attorney for Cecil County. I urge you to give an unfavorable report for SB 93. I didn't know until I listened to a lot of people today that this was the Youth Equity and Safety Act. Am I still on?
That is a true statement, and you are still on. Yes. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Sounds like somebody else is testifying.
Do you have the YouTube tab up as well?
I must.
Yep, I would go ahead and close that. And we're gonna go ahead and give you 2 more minutes, but go ahead and go. And if this persists, then
Are we good now?
We're good. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
I noticed that a lot of people referred to SB 93 as the Youth Equity and Safety Act, and I would like to also tag along with my colleagues who indicated that they didn't hear anything about victims. To not forget that many of the individuals who are victimized by youth are other youth. We're not concerned with they're getting their closure, they're getting their day in court, seeing somebody have to pay for the crime that's committed against them. And I just want to point out that youth are often the victim of other youth. I too believe there are changes that can be made, but to enact such sweeping legislation when our current Department of Juvenile Services isn't handling the cases they have now. They aren't able to detain or place the youth they have now. It would burden an already overburdened and ineffective system. Specifically, I think of a 13-year-old who is currently awaiting placement since December for first-degree assault. And that's a youth that started and is staying in the juvenile system. And there's another example off the top of my head is a 15-year-old who is awaiting placement for a carjacking offense. Both of these offenses, if they were older, would be automatic offenses. And I merely bring it up to say that right now we have younger youth in the juvenile system and the department can't handle them. I'll also piggyback a little bit on Mr. Potashnik and what he indicated and wrote that most of the facilities can choose who to admit and who to deny. And it often surrounds or is based on the type of offense. And for violent offenses, children are going to be denied, youth are going to be denied.
Ms. Hamilton, your time has expired.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I want to just thank you for hanging in there with us. Appreciate your testimony. Thank you. All right. So having heard from Ms. Hamilton and Mr. McAvoy, that'll conclude the testimony. We'll now switch to the committee for questions. We'll start off with Senator West, Senator Folden, Senator Washington, Senator Carter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have one question. I'm not sure who can answer it. Maybe someone's going to have to research it and get back to us. Senator Folden earlier was talking about these 8 jurisdictions which have similar laws. And my question is, in any of those 8 jurisdictions, does the system involve setting someone free if convicted as a juvenile when the person turns 21 years old? Or to put it more clearly, to use Mr. Schellenberger's formulation, do the systems in those other states effectively set one free when a person turns 18?
So, Senator, that's a very good question. I know that there was a speaker who mentioned those 8 jurisdictions like 200 times, and I only wrote down 3 of them. But
Texas, Kentucky.
Yes, Texas, Kentucky. I wrote Texas, Kansas, and Montana, which were 3 of those. And each of those systems I know.
California.
Yes, has a
And
blended
Hawaii.
system.
What?
So there is a danger in trying to overlap one state's juvenile system onto the Maryland juvenile system and saying that one's better because their laws are better, their criminal laws are different. Their criminal laws are different, their population's different. There's a different dynamic with those different jurisdictions. So it's really not an effective way to say this is a better system because they do things this way. The blended system in some of these states involves somebody starting in the juvenile system, but by a variety of factors, depending from state to state, there's usually a hearing involved or a violation of probation that it can be stringent or whatever. That population can move from juvenile to adult. Some of these jurisdictions, I believe Texas, can have a blended sentence where you start your sentence in the juvenile system, and then as you turn a certain age, then you serve the rest of your sentence in the adult system. So, and I can provide you with a lot of material on how those systems work, but some of these systems do have, you call it incarceration from X number of times. In Oregon, their juvenile system has youth facilities where you're in for about 2 years, but you come out with a trade, some sort of trade, workforce development, something. Am I saying it's perfect? No, but it's different. And they do all start mostly in the juvenile system. Not sure that answers your question.
Okay, well, that does give me a partial answer. I guess my question is, in any of those 8 states, do they have a system like Maryland's where the absolute time that every single person gets out who's consigned to the juvenile system is no later than their 21st birthday, and perhaps as early as their 18th birthday?
I would have to get back to you with that data point, although if I had to guess, it'd be California.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gavin, you might as well stay up here.
Yep, yes, sir.
I thought somewhere, and I thought it might have been you, we were talked about that the juvenile court laws are not appropriate for the population that we're talking about. And can you explain what you mean by that as far as, maybe I misunderstood it, but and it might be parceled into his question as far as the ages, the crimes, and the hybrid systems. Can you elaborate a little more on that, or is this?
Well, it's so again, I mean, there are some other states that have, when the testimony from the proponents of this bill said, well, there are other states where every youth starts in the juvenile system. That's not exactly accurate. Those juveniles start in the juvenile system. They are adjudicated in the juvenile system, but there's a hint of adultness that's involved with the sentence in some states, or there are mechanisms to move that youth from the juvenile jurisdiction to the adult jurisdiction. Maryland is a very opaque type of system. If you are transferred to the juvenile system, there is no going back. If a juvenile is transferred to the juvenile system and they decide not to engage in services at all, there is nothing we can do. There is no teeth. If a youth, and this is because of the JJRC, gets transferred to the juvenile system and they violate a condition of probation that is a technical violation, the court cannot commit them. They have to re-engage with more services that youth may choose not to engage in. So there is kind of a built-in time clock in the Maryland system that, can sometimes is not really helpful to try to complete the rehabilitative component of the juvenile justice system.
And that's why our system allows for them to be remanded back to juvenile court in some cases, but it also on the forefront allows them to be tried as an adult because of and potentially for the type of crime that they commit.
It's not an easy subject to talk fully about in a committee hearing. And there are a lot of different facets to it. It's not so simple to just to say, well, it's just the burden shifting. It's not so simple just to say, well, this is better or that's better. There are many different aspects to both systems which are good and helpful towards public safety. And I gotta be honest, there are many different facets of both systems which are not helpful for public safety. It's really hard just to create a binary choice in this bill.
So can the juvenile programs, can they meet the needs that are being asked?
That's a complicated question because every youth is individualized, right? And to be fair, when the juvenile justice system works, it works really, really well, I have to say. And I've had cases when I was in Baltimore City where I had youths who did horrible crimes. And let me tell you, so it was 180% or 180-degree turnaround, and those youth did wonderful. But when it goes bad, it goes very, very bad. And there's no real, there's no real effective accountability component to the juvenile system so that we can really enhance the rehabilitative components of that. And more to the point, as it says inside of my written testimony, the Department of Juvenile Services is shrinking their services over time. They're closing different facilities. They don't have very many community-based programs. I think it was 8 last I counted. And that those have limited capacity and they're just not serving these kids the way that they need to be served. So why, the juvenile system being better is kind of an anathema because it's not necessarily better, it's just different, but I just don't think it's serving the needs of public safety because the time aspect, it becomes our enemy.
So are we shrinking services because there's less need, or are we shrinking services perhaps because we're transferring those services, or trying to realign funding for opioid problems or things like that? I mean, is there a connection there? Because it's an important element, because we keep talking about mental health. We hear about the opioid epidemic, and then, there's usually a common theme, unfortunately, when a lot of these more serious aggravated type assaults occur with juveniles, that there is a certain amount of exposure to drug use and or mental health issues.
So, Senator, I think the way to kind of distill that question would be that there's many different reasons why the department was shrinking services. One, of course, was capacity. I mean, you can look at the DRG, and I'm not going to dispute that the amount of youth that are being serviced by the Department of Juvenile Services has shrunk dramatically from time. When I started doing juvenile work in 2007, it was immense. There was like 10,000 petitions in Baltimore City. Now there's probably about 1,500. Why is that? Many different factors. But one of the factors too that I'll point out is that from my experience, that the police in Baltimore City, and I'm not knocking them, and in many different jurisdictions have just given up on the system, and that a lot of youth are just kind of left, which is a shame. And I'm not saying they should be arrested or not, but the community-based programming is just not there. So I don't know where the money is going, but maybe the money should be reinvested or re-examination of those services and to enhance those. And we should also invest money in our adult populations too.
Yeah.
So we have the youthful protection youthful offender program, which should be fully funded and should be examined for what it is. YDC is a program that doesn't offer very many services. Maybe it should.
Yeah.
Maybe we should look at the entire variety of systems in order for us to create a comprehensive system to get both parts of the equation right.
So I can tell you that being in law enforcement and dealing with some of these issues, I've noticed that there's times where we make a juvenile arrest and we might sit 6 hours with the young, the juvenile, and DJS won't even come out even after that time. And then they end up getting sent off with their parents. So that's a frustrating element for law enforcement, because you have a responsibility to still patrol your community. But if you're off the road for 6+ hours with a juvenile that you've got to be in constant contact with and sight and sound distance of every 15 minutes, it's a heavy lift to keep moving officers off the street.
Well, based on last year's legislation that mandates that a court look at the Department Risk Assessment Index, the DRA, the Department of Juvenile Services defaults to community-based. Okay. They always default to community-based. So trying to get a youth into a facility pre-adjudication or pre-transfer is not easy. And the department has absolute discretion to either, to say, no, I don't want that, which then defaults to law enforcement to figure out what to do with said child.
Okay. So thank you for answering those. I'm going to ask if Ms. Wilt, if you'd come up, because I have a quick question. I hope you were paying attention.
I'm trying, yes, following along.
So I'm asking you because I know that through this, the JEDI program and the things that you've been a kind of really spearheading, and it's a great program that Frederick County's implemented. I would like you to kind of just give a brief overview to speak to that, because I do know you mentioned that. And then I'm also familiar with some really tragic juvenile cases in recent years that my former department was a part of, and how we handled and how they were handled in the current system that's in place. So kind of any of those examples or those cases that, you know, off the top of your head, you can think of, if you wouldn't mind, like just showing how that integration worked in this program.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. Quickly, because I know our topic is not diversion tonight. The State's Attorney's Office in Frederick started a program. So we receive from the police agencies in our jurisdiction every single first-time offender referral for juveniles. We take that into our office and we work with the nonprofit Lead for Life to provide services and put things in place for those youth. Our desire is to put a meaningful intervention in place for first-time offenders, because what we saw happening at DJS and at intake and cases being closed with a mere shake of the finger and closed the same moment was not helping our youth. We want to make a difference. That's why we started that program, and the police agencies have been spearheading it with us. And second, my experience, and we've had some very serious juvenile crime in Frederick. Little Frederick has had some very serious offenses. What I want to be able to share with the panel is what a transfer hearing looks like and the amount of effort that and what the court considers at a transfer hearing. So when you're talking about a kid being thrown into the adult system and languishing there and being tried there, first of all, you've passed legislation. This body has passed legislation to make sure that their names are not public until a court makes a decision that it is going to stay in adult court. So their names are no longer public thanks to the legislation. Second, each of these kids that are charged as adult, they come before the court. Our cases are now set for a full 2-day hearing. Sometimes they're 3. They always get a public defender. In my cases during the last 2 years, they have 2 public defenders. They get a psychologist that is provided by the Department of Juvenile Services. They get a Department of Juvenile Services report. The public defender pays for an additional expert that will be either a psychologist, a neuropsychologist, or a psychiatrist, whatever is appropriate for that particular youth. They testify on behalf of the youth. They do an additional evaluation. Plus, they have a whole team of social workers, some of them present today, who are employed by the public defender's office, who do a psychosocial evaluation, and they testify as experts before the court. So when we're talking about a transfer hearing, we're talking about days of detailed information that comes directly from the youth and from the attorney, and the court gets time to consider. These are serious cases. That's what happens in our cases. They have time to consider detailed information to make that call. Where should this youth be? And to hear testimony, Davis versus State made that clear, that the Department of Juvenile Services has to answer that question. Where would you recommend this kid go? What are you going to do with this youth? And it's very different than a waiver hearing. The public defender, as far as them saying it's the same thing, it's very different. Waiver hearings have to happen by the statute within 30 days.
All right.
And so
Senator Folden, are you more questions, sir?
I got one more.
Yep.
And then I guess this kind of ties into what you were talking about there, because it's a really good program. But, you know, what does Maryland need to do? What should we be doing to address serious juvenile crime without putting them in these adult prisons? And I guess that's part of it, but that's
I would argue 3 things, and one touches on what's already been touched here on, is that we need to put in place a system that allows blended sentences, that gives our juveniles who commit these serious crimes a chance to get the rehabilitative programs while they're young, but also have in place that adult system, whether it's, as Gavin said, there's so many different versions of it, but it can be if they violate, then there's a backup to adult probation or sentence. I think the blended sentences is one answer. I think we need to build up programs like the Youth Detention Center and Patuxent. These programs offer so much more than our Department of Juvenile Services offers. If Department of Juvenile Services needs to step up what they offer in their programs. And third, I think that we need to look now at House Bill 704. I mean, 704 says you cannot lock up a youth in an adult jail until, so when the police officer does that immediate arrest, they have to go to a DJS facility until there's a bond review. And then the strong presumption is that they stay in juvenile until the ultimate. Those are my three things.
So an important tenet of that, though, being that you would talk about potentially doing like a blended system, wouldn't that be that we're able to remand them back should they violate in the juvenile court? I mean, and that's the real problem I think we potentially have here with the way the law is currently written for us, that once it's in juvenile court to have it put back up is a problem.
It's impossible.
Is that accurate?
Right, it's impossible.
Okay, it's
And in our
impossible.
jurisdiction,
Okay.
there hasn't been a violation of probation filed in.
So that would be
about
some
2
language that
years.
would need to be fixed, but okay, all right, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. To Senator Foden's last point, which is the transfer, I heard from different, I guess, facts from you guys and the advocates of if it starts in the juvenile court, it cannot be sent to the adult court, or it's difficult to be sent to the adult court. Can somebody clarify, like, what is the actual law? Like, I just want facts. Like, I want to know what.
So
could happen.
I mean, just to be real quick, because I know it's late, and I do 3-hour, seminars with police on this, so I won't do that. But the criminal procedure article 4-202 lays out different factors for transfer. And I won't go through the factors, but the court's supposed to individually weigh these factors. Now, over time, case law has adjusted this. The most recent case is called Davis v. State, which really put the entire whole system on its head. And it essentially said that the entire 5 factors really hinge on what they call amenability to treatment. They don't really define amenability. They kind of use Webster's, they use Black Law Dictionary, but essentially what it boils down to is whether or not there are services in the juvenile system and whether or not those services will help recidivate the individual so they don't do the same crime again. And it also kind of has this other paragraph afterwards, which is poorly written just from me, that essentially says, well, and then there also has to be some analysis of what systems are in place in adult. And then there's like this weird weighing factor, which is not the statute, it's just case law. So that's all well and good. What is developed out of that is that the Department of Juvenile Services creates this, what I call Uber report, which has in it a psychosocial, has a psychiatrist, and they have something called a mini staffing, where you have I
think you're about to get to my point, but my question, or the answer that I'm looking for, which is, if you start in juvenile court, can you be transferred to adult? Can you be referred to adult court?
You can, but the state's at a disadvantage.
The state is at a disadvantage.
Yes. The reason is because, like Davis, in amenability, this huge report, the public defender's office can get experts.
It can happen, but it's just difficult to do.
Very
from
difficult.
your
And I will tell you, in my career, and I've done many waivers and transfers. I've only won 1 waiver. 1.
Okay.
And we don't have access to experts or experts' money, or even access to the youth to get them evaluated, should we disagree with the report.
And while they're in court, if they're in an adult court, you mentioned earlier about DJS is horrible. They don't have, you didn't say horrible, but they don't have enough resources. They say they have these resources, but aren't there. Is there, when a child or a 16-year-old, a child is in adult court being tried as an adult, do they have access to school while they're waiting their sentence?
Actually, yes. So there's something called YDC, the Youth Detention Center, which is where most youth go before they turn 18. If they're sentenced as a juvenile, their entire top part is a school, and their access to different services there. Again, I hear the groans in the back. Is it perfect? No. But it's what they have. What we were arguing, what we're trying to say, and Senator Washington, I know you to be somebody who's an analytical person, and I want to analyze this, is that there needs to be an accounting for what is and what is not, and how we can help adjust that.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The hour, oh man, I was gonna say the hour is late and I have the last question of the evening. No. Let's get it moving, keep it moving. I don't think I'm gonna be long. I had a couple of comments I wanted to make. I wanted to address some comments that were made, and I wanted to make it clear that we have had favorable testimony from the Maryland Crime Victims Resource Center. And in a previous year, one of the 13 years we've brought this bill, we have also had favorable testimony from the National Crime Victims Resource Center. or Center for Crime Victims' Rights. So there actually have been victims advocacy groups that have weighed in support of this. And then also, we've also had victims come and testify in favor of not automatically charging children as adults in previous years. As Jabria Handy talked about, this is a 13-year effort. And then for I really applaud the state's attorney for Frederick County on some of your efforts. And I would just posit that in 2015, I sponsored House Bill 618, which was intended to ensure that all juveniles were held in juvenile facilities pending the transfer. But the State's Attorneys Association came in and vehemently opposed it. And so we came up with a compromise that the legislation that you spoke about now would close that gap from what we compromised on. And so I would think that would be a start, but that certainly doesn't fix the problems that we need to fix here. So getting to my final question, because I'll come up with one. And it's easy. No, it's a simple question, and it's a yes or no. There is nothing in this bill that would prevent you from those most heinous of situations, Mr. Schellenberger, that you've talked about, from being able to make your argument that this child should be put in the adult system. Is there? No, yes or no?
I'm going to. No.
Thank you.
There is nothing in there.
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Except everything that Mr. Potashnik explained that has to be done before we get to a judge to do that point. And my concern is coming back to, where are they going to be held during that period of time, which is likely to be more than 6 months and maybe a year. And remember, the list of people that I gave you committed very, very adult crimes. And that is where the distinction lies. But to answer your question, no.
Thank you. And finally, so based on all the information we have and the data that we have and all of the testimony that we have and even my personal experiences, isn't it also true that overwhelmingly the most serious cases start in adult court now, and that they would still be transferred to adult court even under this legislation? Like, what would prevent that other than the state being unable to convince a court that this individual and situation warranted to be transferred up to adult?
Well, as Mr. Potashnik said, it shifts the burden. The burden is now on the state.
What is the burden? The burden is not reasonable doubt. The burden is not clear and convincing. Is that correct?
Correct.
What is your burden? It's preponderance of the evidence, correct?
Correct.
There you go.
And so, but it would be our burden, and we are faced with all the things that Mr. Potashnik described that are being done now, psychological reports and things like that take a long period of time. And all of that is done by the other side, and we don't have necessarily the same access. So it's now our burden. They have a lot of extra witnesses and extra evidence to try and present to the court. And what I'm saying is, in these cases, and we're talking about the worst of the worst committed by juveniles, we believe that the system that we have, starting here in the adult system, and then if they can get waived back, they get waived back. But, we're talking about carjacking, murder, first-degree rape. I mean, these are real crimes. And I seem to recall that I thought we took a couple of crimes out a couple of years ago when we did juvenile justice, but I'll have to go look that up. I thought it was longer. I thought we
didn't take anything out, Mr. Schellenberger. What we did is we changed the law on certain of the lower level offenses that would affect a subsequent offense if someone had been charged once as adult and then they were later charged in like the lower offenses, to my recollection. But and I'm finished actually, but because your last statement just made me forget my last question to some extent.
Good, then I won't talk again.
All right, so we can end this for now, but I liked your answer when I asked you the question of nothing in this bill would prevent those worst cases from being put in the adult system, and your answer was no. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. This will be brief. After 4 years and 6 weeks on this committee, I didn't think there was much that would surprise me, but Mr. Potashnik's statement that in all his career, he only succeeded once once in transferring a
No,
case?
a waiver. So remember, it's transfer down waiver.
I'm using the wrong verb, but I meant to say waiver. Only once in all your career have you been successful in waiving a case from the juvenile court up to the adult court.
Yes.
Is that typical?
It is extremely hard to win a waiver.
So
It's extremely hard.
So if we start all the cases in juvenile court, it's going to be really tough for the prosecutors to waive any of these cases up to the adult court. Is that what you're saying?
That's my point.
Okay.
Is that we're already started at a disadvantage. And look, I know Senator Carter, you're going to say there's nothing in the bill that prevents us from doing it, and you're right.
I'm done. I'm done.
Shouldn't it be hard to treat a child as an adult? Shouldn't there be a burden? Shouldn't there require an analysis? Like, should it be easy to do?
So justice is about balance, right? And if you have a balanced approach to these hearings so that both sides have equal access to information, equal access to the defendant, and the ability to challenge the department's findings in their report, then we have a balanced hearing. We don't have that. We've never had that. And the Department of Juvenile Services will always say that there are services in the department, in the juvenile system for youth. Always. They never not say that. Because number one, they are directed to do so. And number two, that's their motto. We treat every kid, period. So we have to have the ability to bring in a psychologist of our own, to ask, to have that youth assessed, to challenge what the department's saying. We have to have the ability to have a fair hearing so that the judge has all of the information. We don't get that in waivers. We've never gotten that in waivers. So yes, it's harder. And so to say that there should be hard.
Of the big thing that you're hanging your hat on, the judge is well aware of the nature of the charges and the elements of those crimes and the factual scenario. So how is that not the judge not being aware of the state's position, the state side?
The Whalen case says that you cannot use the facts in a transfer hearing because there's a presumption of innocence. The Davis case says that all of the factors go back to amenability. That applies to waiver as well. And I can't see why it wouldn't apply to waiver. So I respect you, Senator. I respect what you're doing. And I'm not saying that the philosophy is wrong here. What I'm saying is that this state's not ready for it, that we don't have things in play, and that the mechanisms we have are not broad or sufficient enough for there to be a robust challenge on either side to that waiver proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Pasnick. It's been 13 years since we've had the data and the research about the number of over 80% of cases starting in adult court being sent back to juvenile court or being outright dismissed. And so I would posit to you that if you don't think after 13 years the state is ready, I would challenge all of the members of the State's Attorneys Association to work to try to help the state be ready, because it may not happen today, which I would hope it would happen this session. But frankly, Maryland is going to have to do something about being one of the worst states in the country on this issue. So it is going to happen.
I would love to, but no one ever invites me to that party.
Thank you. My questions are for Ms. Wilt. Come on up. And while you're coming up, let me just express my empathy with the intent behind the bill. And like the chairman, the need to ask tough questions as we try to work this out. You made a point that I think I haven't heard in the years that this bill is in, and maybe it was more implied, so I want to ask you about it. You seem to say that having kind of murderers and rapists in the juvenile system was a risk to juveniles already in the system who have lower offenses, when you talked about the resources and dangers. And I just want to give you an opportunity to expound upon that, because I hadn't heard that argument previously.
Right. I don't even remember getting that point out. So thank you. I do believe that adding this population to our current system without changes would significantly limit what we can do for all the youth that are already in our system. So, I mean, right now, the data resource guide for DJS says they have 18 beds at Victor Cullen. We have waiting lists to get to Victor Cullen. We have waiting lists for our facilities, and now we're going to put another population in fighting for those beds. You also have the youth involved in the most serious offenses. It makes sense that they would have even stronger or more serious mental health concerns that need more than the 5 months that our programs offer right now. So if we put them into the current system, they are going to be in the beds next to, or in the room next to the other guy. You're putting apples and oranges together when our system is set up for a short-term facility to deal with very short-term issues. We don't have any more than that. We have an average length of stay in these programs. And I would also comment on Mr. Potashin had the numbers when it came to how many community service providers we have. The numbers are crazy low. We do not have the service we need in our community. Now, DJS has cut the numbers, cut the services tremendously. And we're talking about adding the most serious cases to this. I think it harms all of our youth.
And I wanted to kind of explore something you're saying, and Senator West also pushed on this. So at 21, they're out on the street. Tell me how it works in the adult system with parole. Like, what factors are considered when the parole commission is determining whether someone can be released back onto the street?
Well, considering I've been 18 years in juvenile court, I'm going to defer to someone else to talk about the parole. That's all right.
So when you're in adult court, in adult prison, you have a parole board that's appointed. They do a tremendous amount of research on how you've been while you've been at the jail. They also look at the crime. They also permit victims to write in impact statements. They allow my office to give information, and then the parole board does a pretty extensive investigation and then has a hearing and makes a determination as to whether the person should be released or not. But you have to remember, that's now after serving a great deal of your sentence. If it was a crime of violence, we're talking about 50% before you're even eligible for a hearing. For the lesser crimes, not crimes of violence, it would be 25%, and then they would still go through the same process.
So they're determining the level of rehabilitation and the possible threat to society upon release.
Correct.
And so when someone turns 21 in the juvenile system, are they doing a similar analysis upon the release of the child?
If they're in the juvenile system?
Yeah.
No, they have no jurisdiction. And that's why these conversations about Texas and other places, they have a blended system. We don't. We're like one or the other. 21, you're out. And that's where the problem is. I mean, I know I'm going to say something shocking here, and I told Nick Maroney this in the hallway on Tuesday when we were talking. We need to put tons of money into our juvenile system. I've been telling everybody that for years. I would love for somebody to help a family and a child when he's 12, so I don't have to put them in jail when they're 17. Believe it or not, I'm sure everybody back here doesn't believe I'm saying this, but I am. We need to repair the juvenile system and provide the kind of programs that my folks here have been talking about. And now if you're going to put Mr. Browning, at one of these juvenile detention centers for 6 months, it's going to be dangerous to the public, but it's going to be dangerous to the person who just did an auto theft.
Let me go back to Ms. Wilt, if that's okay with you.
Yep.
So you're familiar with the juvenile system, and we went over the factors in the adult system, and it sounds like none of those factors are considered. Does the victim of the crime or the victim's family in a case of a child murder have a right to be heard at the release at 21?
So at 21, it's a dead stop. They could be currently assaulting someone in a facility and the doors open and they're out. There's no power whatsoever. So there's no voice, there's no nothing. Now, if they are, I only have had in 18 years, one juvenile still in a facility at the age of 21. It was a repeat sex offender who was there, who started very young. So typically what happens is they are 18. The minute they hit 18, juvenile justice policies require that they begin the closure process. They will set in a hearing for closing the case shortly thereafter, right after 18, or if they're released from a facility, you're talking about 60 days Department of Juvenile Services will ask for a hearing because after 60 days, they release from a facility after about 60, I can't remember, 60 or 90 days. They said in a hearing with the idea being we are getting ready to close the case. We can notify our victim to come to that hearing and have a voice before the court.
But not at 21. So
No.
there's a risk assessment done at the beginning of the process,
Yes.
but no risk assessment done at 21.
No, because the law doesn't allow.
And so, and there's an amenability question at the beginning that's core to the case, whether it goes up or down, that amenability, but no evaluation at the end of the process, whether that was in fact correct, whether that person was indeed amenable to those services.
No.
And it sounds like the 8 states that the proponents say match this bill. In fact, many of those states may have a process at 21 to determine risk to society, to determine amenability, where a victim has a right to be heard, to determine perhaps whether further services are necessary beyond this hard stop at 21. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, absolutely. I was part of a group with the American Bar Association that was considering exactly these things. What is the model to recommend to all states to put in place? And that debate's still going. They still haven't published it, but there's so many different versions of that blended jurisdiction and how to handle it. And I think we need to tackle that. That's how we can best help our youth.
Thank you, Ms. Well.
Thank you.
All right, additional questions from the committee. One thing, well, we're not doing this tonight. I'll follow up with you on this, but about just the federal requirement for sight and sound separation, and then your argument about commingling a more dangerous population with people who've committed less violent offenses, and bringing those two together seems to run an opposite of a blended system, because it just intellectually it seems that way. Yeah, so I do want to hear what you have to say about that, but seeing no further questions, just want to say thank you to everyone, proponents, opponents. This is a very, very serious issue, an emotional issue, and something that we're obviously been looking at for 13 years. And I want to thank Senator Carter for your tenacity and advocacy. So with that, we'll close out the hearing and say thank you to everyone else. Thank you.